This is Wealth, a full-stack finance platform built for iOS and Android entirely in React Native. With features like AI Recipt Scanner, AI voice logging, and a full-fledged chat assistant that understands your entire financial life, and I will teach you everything step by step, building it from absolute scratch. With a full authentication flow with OTP verification, multi-factor authentication support, and a smooth onboarding flow where users pick their currency and a starting balance. A personalized home dashboard showing your balance overview, live budget progress, a pie chart breakdown of your expenses, and your recent transactions, all powered by Tanstack Query fetching from our PostgreSQL database. You can set a monthly budget and get automatic email alerts when you're about to reach your limits. A dedicated transaction screen with search bar, filter chips for income, expenses, and all of your accounts, plus a daily income versus expense bar chart for current month. You can swipe any transaction to delete or export your entire history as a CSV with just one tap. You can add a transaction in 3 ways. Either using this manual entry, validated with React hook form and Zod, or by scanning a receipt and watching AI extract every detail from the photo, or just speaking your expenses out loud to our voice logging feature and letting AI transcribe and parse it for you. You can manage multiple accounts like cash, bank, credit cards, etc., set a default account, and delete accounts with a safety check that warns you if you have any transactions in that particular account. Chat with your built-in AI assistant that pulls your financial data to answer any question about your finances in plain language. And behind the scenes, automated cron jobs check your budget threshold to fire off alert emails, plus a weekly recap email with summary of your top 3 spending categories and personalized financial tips. Along with this beautiful user interface that we'll be building using Expo, Nativewind, and Typescript. React Native developers at top companies and startups earn anywhere from 10 lakhs to 26 lakhs per annum, and sometimes even more. And companies like Instagram, Discord, and Shopify are all built on React Native. They're not just hiring for React Native skills. They want developers who can build full production-grade apps end-to-end. Alright, so open VS Code over here and let's quickly go on and initialize a brand new React Native app. So I'm gonna go and open the terminal and I'm gonna say npx create-expo-app at latest. And I'm gonna name it Wealth, which is the name of our app. Now, what is this Expo right here? So if you go to the official React Native's documentation, let's click on Get Started. You'll notice that their official documentation recommends using framework like Expo. Check this out. Let's click on Docs right here and see. That is what they have mentioned over here. Okay, so it's asking us to proceed. Yes. Now it's going to give us different Expo versions right here. The latest one is SDK 57, but we're not going to be installing that. We are going to be going with SDK 54 because that is the most stable version, and this will work with the Expo Go, which will be used for testing our app inside of our phones. Right? So make sure that you select this. Now, if you don't see this option right here, so actually I'm going to cancel this up. What you can also do, you can say npx create expo app at latest. You can name your app. And actually, I'm just going to say install it in this folder itself because I've already created this wealth folder right here. And here I'm going to say -- template and I'll say default at SDK-54. This will ensure that we install SDK 54 for our React Native app. So let's see, it will go on and create a React Native app right here. So let's wait. All right, there it is. Our project has been created. Let's go on and run this. So I'm going to say npx expo start, press enter, and you'll notice, all right, now it is working. And you can see it says using Expo Go over here. Now what is Expo Go? So I have my phone right here. I've connected it and you can see there's this app called Expo Go on App Store. You can go ahead and download this. If you're on Android, you can go to Play Store and download the same app. This will allow us to run and test our React Native app inside of our phone. So I'm going to click on and open it up. There we go. It is opened. Now what we need to do is you'll notice that there is this QR code right here. And now we can open the camera of our phone and scan this QR code. Click on this open in Expo Go. And you'll notice that this will start opening our app inside of our phone. So let's wait. And by the way, if you don't want to use your phone and stuff, you can, for testing the Android app, you can download the Android Studio. And for testing the iOS app, if you're on Mac, you can download the Xcode. But this honestly is the most easiest solution that you can do by downloading the Expo Go app right here. You can see it is bundling our JavaScript. So let's wait. And there we go. We can see our app running right here. Awesome. Now, where can we find all of this code inside of our app? So if you go to your files, inside of this app folder right here, you'll find these tabs. So there's this index.tsx where we have our home tab code, and there's this explore. We have this explore tab code, right? Now, what we can do over here, since this has given us this default code and everything, we can see there's this script called reset project, right? So we can go on to our terminal. Let's open a new terminal right here. And I'll say npm run reset project. And you'll notice that will ask us, do you want to move existing files? If you want, you can move it. I don't want to move it, so I'll just say no. So this will be deleted and it will create a blank app folder for us. So what you can do, you can shake your phone and you'll see that this will give you an option, just like multiple different options like reload, go home, etc, etc. We can click on reload right here. Okay, it gives us some sort of error right here. So what we can do, let's go on and restart our server, right? So I'll just say npx expo start. All right, there we go. Our project has restarted and it has given us a blank app. Now, if I go to index.tsx, you will notice that we have just this one component. If I just say right here, subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you have not done yet. So you'll notice that this will update in real time. Awesome. So what we can do now, let's first of all go and understand some of the basics of creating a React Native app. So I've covered all of these in my previous React Native tutorial. So what I can do, I can play all the important clips right here so that you can get the proper understanding. And then we can move on and start building our full stack project Wealth. Now, one more thing before moving forward, I would like to mention is that make sure that your Babel preset expo version inside of your package.json is this only. If it's something like 57, which I think some sort of bug, I don't know why, that it is installing 57. So make sure to do npm install Babel preset-expo at this version right here. So obviously React Native helps us create mobile applications for both Android and iOS. Now, if React Native did not exist, you would have to write separate code bases for both of the platforms. So you can see, for example, if we have this code in React Native, right, saying hello. Basically, what React Native does is, according to the device that we want to display that particular code in, it will map it to the native UI. What do I mean by native UI? So basically, at the beginning of this video, when I showcased our application, you can see in the iOS version, there was liquid glass when it comes to the tabs at the bottom, right? But in Android, it was the native tabs, right? So that is what native UI means over here. That according to the operating system, it uses, like for example, iOS, it uses UI view, and for Android, it uses android.view.view, right? So write once and run natively on both of the platforms. And obviously, it is used in a bunch of different companies as well. So learning React Native is the best bet that you can take in your career right now. All right, now let's do one thing. Let's understand how React Native is similar or different to React, right? Because in React, we use things like div, p tag, image tag, span tag, different types of tags, right? But in React Native, we have completely new types of tags like view, text, image, for button, touchable opacity, right? So what are all these? So here we go. This is sort of a cheat sheet. I would recommend you guys to take the screenshot of this screen. This will help you out a lot. So basically div is similar to view in React Native. If you want to use p or a heading tag, it's basically text. For image, this tag, right? We will discuss all of these things as we move forward in this video or in this course. So why don't we go on and use it, right? So I'll go back to VS Code and right here in the index.tsx, I'm going to get rid of everything right here. And actually you can see our app has not been updated yet. So what you can do, you can just shake your phone and you will notice, yep, there is a pop-up that will appear and you can click on reload over here and looks like it's giving some error. What I'll do, I'll just rescan the QR code. And there we go. I have rescanned this QR code and you can see this right here, edit app, index.tsx to edit this screen. So what I'll do, I'll get rid of all these styles right here and I'll get rid of this text as well, right? We just have the view and I'll say subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you haven't yet. But you can see we have some error over here. So let's click on this. And it says text strings must be rendered within a text component. And this is the number one rule in React Native. You cannot write text something like this in Vue, right? You have to use a text component, something like this, right? Always wrap the text inside of the text component. So what I'll do, I'll go inside of it. I'll import text over here and move this line inside of it. Make sure to import this text from React Native. And now you'll notice that we have subscribe to roadside coder right here. Awesome. Now let's discuss some more features of React Native, which is Safe Area View. Now, in our phones, like especially in iOS, you can see we have this dynamic island over here, or probably in Android phones, we have notch over here, right? And we don't want our app, whatever we develop, to get cut because of that notch, right? So that is why React Native provides this Safe Area View component to us so that our content does not render over here, right? It will render below this notch in the safe area, right? So let's see. So inside of our layout.tsx file, we have this stack navigation. So we don't want it. So what I'll do, I'll just take this code from over here and I'll just render it over here. I'll just import view and our text and save it. And you'll notice that this text is now behind our iPhone notch and we don't want that. So what I'll do, I'll wrap this whole thing in something called as Safe Area View, right? Make sure to import it from React Native Safe Area context. And we will move this whole thing inside of this and save it. And now you'll notice that this has moved below the notch. If it was Android, it would have done the same as well. All right, now let's understand how we are going to be styling whatever that we wrote over here. So to add styles in React Native, we use this style, like native style tag inside of it. And inside of these object, you can say something like padding, right? Just like we provide styles in React, like inline styles in React. Let's say 16. And if we save this, see, we have provided some padding. Let's inside of it below this text, like for example, if I want to add an input, right? Text input, as I showed you. See over here, if we want to add input, we will use this text input. So I'll say text input. Let's import it from React Native. Here we can provide some placeholder. Let's say search city. Save this. And for some reason it has gone dark. Let me just provide some style to our Safe Area View. I'll say flex to be 1 and some background color to be white or hash triple F, right? Something like this. Let's add some placeholder color over here. So I'll say placeholder text color to be this, like grayish color. And you can see we are starting to see it right here. Let's type something inside of it. Yes, we can see it over here. Nice. Let me give this some simple styles like some border width, border color, border radius, some padding, margin top, etc. Right? It is very similar to how we write it in React.js. Now, how would you add a button in React Native? So over here, I'm going to be using a component called TouchableOpacity. Inside of this, I'm going to say search. But if you remember, we cannot write search like this. We have to write it inside of a text component, right? So I'm going to say text. I'll say search over here and save it. See, search, and I'm gonna press it. So you can see it will become a little bit translucent over here, right? So let's give this some styling as well. And again, this might feel like pain in the ass to style it like this, but don't worry, we're gonna be adopting much better styling approach as we move forward. So over here, simply I'm going to say some background color to be this so that this is properly visible over here, some padding. Let me just also provide it with some border radius, some margin top, some align items to be center. Let me also add the text color. Let me also add some color white to the text and font weight to be bold. So yep, you can see if I press it over here, yeah, this looks good. Let's add some on press. And yep, this is also one of the differences when it comes to React and React Native. Instead of on click, we have on press over here. You can see if you just press control space right here, you will see different types of suggestion like on blur, on focus, different things, right? So I would highly encourage you guys to go on and explore it and from the documentation as well. So inside of this on press, I'll just add a simple trigger and I'm going to say alert. Inside of this, I'll say searching, right? Now let's go on and try pressing it. Yep, you can see we have this alert right here. Awesome. Now let's assume that we have a long list that we want to render over here, right? How would you render it? We have something called as FlatList, and we also have something called as scroll view from React Native, right? First of all, let's understand the difference between them. So scroll view is good for forms and short content, and FlatList is better when we want to render long lists just like we have rendered inside of our crib application. So this will be beneficial there, and it is also virtualized. This is the biggest advantage. It will only render those things which are on the viewport, so it is better for performance. Here are some code examples for both of these. Let me just go on and render this flat list and show you how it works. And by the way, basically scroll view uses map and flat list has this render item. Let me show you. So here we will import flat list from React Native just like this, right? And let's just take a list over here first of all. Let's take this example properties array over here with some ID, title, city, and price. And now I'll go down over here and I'll first of all provide it with the data that it needs to render. So data equals properties. After this, I'll say key extractor. So it's basically like the key that we have in React while using map, right? So I'll say this will be item.id. After this, if you want to provide it with some styles, so it's going to be content, container style, right? And then we can render it. So I'll say render item. Here I'll take the item, and after this, inside of parentheses, I'm going to be having a view over here. Inside of this, simply I'm going to be rendering the title, city, and the price with some font weight and some color over here. In the view, we can provide it with some styles like some background color, padding, border radius, and margin bottom. And you can see it looks something like this. It's beautiful, right? We can drag it over here. You can see something like this. Awesome. All right, now we need to do something about this styling, right? I'm annoyed. I don't like styling this, something like this. In React, I use Tailwind CSS a lot, right? So what if we could have something like this in React Native as well? And before that, like I would highly encourage you guys, you can take the screenshot of this cheat sheet that I've prepared for you guys. And by the way, let me know if you want me to provide you with all of these different slides, link of all of these slides as well. So let me know in the comments down below. So check this out. By default, styling in React Native does not look like this. So basically this is the web way of doing things. But in React Native, you have to do something like this, right? And styles do not inherit down. Like if you do something like this, it will not be converting this text into red, right? And that is why we want to use something like this, probably which looks something like Tailwind CSS. And we have the solution for this as well, which is Nativewind. So you can see by default we would write styles something like this, but using Nativewind we would write it something like this. So let's go on and set it up. There we go. I've opened nativewind.dev. Let's click on get started. Now I would recommend you guys to click on over here and select v4 because I think v5 right now is in preview or something. So let's click on installation and let's install Nativewind. So I'll copy this command right here. Let's go to our terminal and I'm going to paste it right here and press enter. So what it will do, it will install basically Tailwind CSS as well because that is what it uses behind the scenes. It will install React Native, reanimated library, React Native, SafeAreaView constructs. I think this has been already installed, and it will also install Nativewind. So let's wait for it. There we go. Now after this, we have to create this tailwind.config.js file. So I'll come right here and I'll create a new file, tailwind.config.js. I'll copy everything that is inside of this and paste it right here. After this, we have to create a CSS file as well. Okay, global.css. I'll create a new file, global.css, and we will paste all of these three things. So basically, this is very similar to setting up Tailwind CSS in web, right? It's pretty similar to that. After that, inside of babel.config.js, we have to add this code. Okay, I guess it does not exist. So I'll create a new file, babel.config.js. and paste it inside of it. Now we have to also modify our metro.config.js, which again does not exist. So I'll create a new file, metro.config.js. And honestly, this is a one-time setup, so you don't need to worry about all of these things much. This is just for Nativewind's internal working, so it works fine with React Native. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We need to import our CSS file now inside of our layout file, I guess. So here in the layout.tsx, let's just say import /global.css. Now we can add stylings right here. Like for example, well, you know what? I'll just get rid of this and I'll add the styles right here. And I'll show you how, it inherits the style from over there as well. So right now you can see it has gone. But if I say class name to be first of all background white, just like we used to write in React, I'll say some padding of 4 over here. Let's save it. Nothing happens. I guess we missed something over here in metro config or over here in tailwind.config.js. We have to provide the proper path over here. So simply instead of this .app.tsx, I'll provide my app folder over here. So I'll say /app to asterisk js, jsx, ts, whatever our file that we're going to be working with. So yep, you can see now it is taking these styles right here. Okay, so also I'll just say flex 1. This looks nice now. By the way, apart from that, if you come to this tailwind.config.js file, there's this extends option where you can add your own brand colors and other stuff, right? So you can click the link in description down below and you can open my GitHub repository for this project and go to this tailwind.config.js file, and I've added this extend object. I've created all of these brand colors for you guys. If you want, you can customize it and you can add your own colors inside of it, right? So it will be easier to follow this tutorial. So just paste it right here instead of this. And again, this is all of this is for the setup. So you don't need to worry about much for all of these. And inside of this babel.config.js, we also have to do something like this. So if you open babel.config.js, just add this plugin. So this will be for React Native reanimated package to work properly, right? That's all. Let's close all of these things. And now let's go on and understand how routing works in React Native. So if you have worked on or built any Next.js app before, you might already know that it has file-based routing. Like if you create a new folder inside of your app, it will create a new route inside of your app as well. And similarly, React Native works as well. So you can see if we create an app folder, this is like our homepage. Inside the tabs, we can have different tabs. So basically there is two types of navigation inside of React Native. One is a stack navigation where screens are stacked on top of each other, and other one is tabs navigation, which we will be adding inside of our app as well. Both of these things will be inside of our app. So this will be more like around auth and stuff. And this will be for the main app. You can see home, transactions, assistant, profile, etc., etc. Right. Apart from that, in React, in Next.js, you can see we have route groups as well, which you can create like this. And similarly, you can create in React Native as well, right? So it is very similar to that. So you won't have any issues getting started with this. So inside of my layout.tsx, let me get rid of all of these things. And I'm simply going to say slot over here. So slot, you can consider it like children in React, right? So it basically renders whatever's over here inside of index.ts without any routing or anything, right? Inside of index.ts, we can configure probably some sort of routing. And since inside of our index.tsx, we had this code right here, subscribe to roadside coder, it will print exactly that. Right. All right. So let's see different use cases of stack navigation and the tabs navigation, actually how you can make them work inside of your application. So what I'll do for adding the auth inside of our app, I'll create a new folder over here with parenthesis auth. As I mentioned, this is a route group, and route group is not an actual route inside of our application. Instead, it is responsible for grouping different routes together inside of a folder, right? Like for example, if I say sign-in.tsx, this is basically a sign-in route now. If I create a new file, layout.tsx, so this layout basically will wrap the sign-in, and I'm also creating the sign-up over here, signup.tsx, right? And this layout.tsx right here will basically be our stack navigation. Our sign in and sign up pages will be stacked on top of each other. And let's say whenever we enter our mobile number inside of our app, so see something like this, like not the mobile number, I mean email and password, it will add another stack of verify your email screen on top of it, right? So let me show you. I'll create a new component, RNF, let's call it auth layout. Let's get rid of these things. And here simply I'll import stack from Expo router, and I'll say screen options to be header shown to be false. I don't want any header to be shown on this screen. And by the way, this is also the place where we will be checking if user is logged in or not, if they are logged out, if they are logged in, we can show the loading indicator or not, something like that. Now we will be working on our authentication very soon. Then we'll go on and create both of the sign in and sign up pages. And wait a minute, I think I wrote this code in the wrong file. It should be in layout.tsx. Now, to keep all of the main code of our app containing different screens, we will be creating another folder over here called root. Inside of this as well, we will be creating another underscore layout.tsx file. And by the way, I realized I did not put underscore over here, which is the file convention. So here, inside of this layout, for now, we will just say slot over here, but here as well, we will be adding some logic over here, like our onboarding logic and stuff like that. Okay. Inside of it, I'll create a new folder for our tabs navigation, right? So It's a good practice to create route groups like these for tabs navigation. And here we will have another underscore layout.tsx file, which will contain all of our different tabs and our different pages as well. So let me show you how. So I've opened React Native's documentation over here, and you'll notice that this is something called as native tabs over here. There are, I think, simple tabs as well, like JavaScript tabs. So these will print, render something like these sort of tabs over here, and you can render them like these. So wrap them with these tabs, and for each and every screen, we have to use tabs.screen. So this was the older way, but the newer way using native tabs is that it will render the tab according to your operating system. Like if we are in iOS, it will render this liquid glass over here, which we'll be adding inside of our app as well, right? And you can select SDK54 over here, and you can see they've given this syntax. I'll just copy it up and let me show you how this works. I'll actually copy this whole thing up and paste it right here. So native tabs, it will be imported from Expo router / unstable native tabs, right? So for each and every route, it looks something like this. So native tabs.trigger name index. So I have to create a file for index.tsx. This will be our home route. So I'll say index.tsx. Then there's another called setting. Instead of this, let me actually create for our profile page. And by the way, this is the icon that will be shown for that particular tab. So for home, let's say house.fill. Yep, this is fine. I'll just remove this drawable from over here and here as well. For the profile, I'll just say person.fill. Label can be profile. Yep. How about we see how this actually looks? What we can do inside of this index.tsx right here, instead of this code, I'm going to say redirect. Redirect. It will be imported from Expo router. I'll say href to be /sign-in. Right? This will route us to our authentication screen. But we will be adding a condition over here before it that if user is already signed in, route them to /root/tabs, right? So for now, I'll just make it true. Later on, we will add the condition over here. I'll make it true. And it actually gives me this error that this path does not exist. So let me just, let's just get rid of it. I'll just do return redirect over here. I'll remove all of these things, something like this. Let's reload our app. And currently we can see it is empty. So what we can do, I'll just go on and create so index.tsx already there. I'll say rnf. Let's just call it home screen. Save it. And let's also create the profile, right? So I'll say new file, profile.tsx, RAFCE. Let's say profile screen. And now you'll notice I actually added the React syntax. So rnf profile screen. Save this. There it is. We have both of our tabs being rendered, and look how beautiful this is looking with our liquid glass inside of iPhone. If you're on Android, you will see native tabs, but keep in mind in Expo Go, that Android thing might not work, right? So what you have to do in the development specifically, this is for the development. In the production, it will work. In the development, if you are using an Android phone and using Expo Go, you have to use these JavaScript tabs right here to render it, something like this. Now you can do conditional rendering over here as well. Let me show you how that will work. So let's first go to our tabs and create all of the different tabs that we will be having over here. So we will be having a transactions page right here with the icon of list.bullet, and add transactions page. Let me just make it smaller. Yep. With plus.circle.fill icon and an assistants page as well. Now I've given you option of 2 icons over here. You can use whatever that you feel is the best. So let me just create these files as well. So I'll create a new file, transaction.tsx, rnf add transaction. Save it. There we go. We have another tab over here. I'm going to create a new file for assistant.tsx, rnf assistant page or assistant screen, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. And then in the end, I'll create transactions.tsx, where we will be displaying all of the different transactions of the user. rnf, let's just call it transactions or transaction screen, whatever, right? So now you'll notice, there we go. We have all of our tabs right here. If you change it, you'll notice right here on the top that this is changing, right? According to the page. If you want, you can add over here in the layout some styling as well. So let me just add it actually. So native tabs by default support something like background color. So you'll notice that it will change just a little bit, not much. We can also provide it some tint color over here. So you can see, you'll notice that the icons now have changed colors because I've also provided the icon color over here as well. If they're selected, it will show this color. Okay. We can also change the label style on the below these. So I can provide selected this color, and by default, it will be this color right here. Okay. So check this out. What I've done over here is I've said if use native tabs, which means I'm checking what my platform is. So if platform.os is equals to iOS, then only we will show whatever that we have created right here, right? But else we will return this native tabs over here. As I showed you in the documentation, it's very similar to that. So basically in this, we will render this native tabs tag. And in this case, we will just render this tabs tag over here. And in the screen options, we will render the style and all of these other stuff over here, right? And for each and every screens, we will say tabs.screen. If you're on iOS, then you don't need to worry about it. If you're on Android, then you can create this something like this. You can, check the code from my GitHub repository as well. Let me actually show you. If I make this as false and save this, check this out. Now we have tabs that look something like this, right? Let me revert it. Cool then. Now, apart from all of these things, we have some of the most important hooks which we will be using as we move forward in this video when it comes to routing, right? So like, for example, use router. It's very similar to router in Next.js as well, navigation router. So basically, if you want to push the user to some other screens, we will say router.push and provide the path name. Use local search params are basically going to be used for adding the search params in the URL. The link tag, similar to Next.js, we can go to some other page using it, and redirect. I've already shown you something like this, right? We can redirect the user dynamically. Okay. And by the way, this is how our app's architecture will look. On the top, we will have the authentication, which will be done using Clerk. Then we will have Supabase, PostgreSQL database with different tables like users, account, transactions, budget. We will also have Gemini as our AI, which will scan a receipt, do the voice parsing, act as an assistant, and provide us the chat, etc. We will have the state management layer using Zustand. We will create the user store. And we will also have Tanstack Query, which will help us to fetch the data from our backend. And obviously, below that, we have our UI layer that we, just now saw that we created using the tabs. And we'll also have the onboarding page. And I'll show you all of these things as we move forward in this video. But first of all, let's go on and work on the authentication screen, right? Email password authentication. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Clerk. And Clerk is a complete user management platform, and it enables us to add user authentication inside of our application in such a simple way. You might have already seen, I have used Clerk in so many of my previous projects on this channel, right? Check this out. You can just add Clerk to your app, something like this. But I will show you step by step manually how you can go on and add everything inside of our app, right? So if you scroll down, you'll see that it provides us with pre-built component like sign up, sign in, user button, user profile, something like this, right? In web and in Expo as well, it provides us with a lot of pre-built functionality so that we don't have to go on and build everything step by step on our own. So check this out. I'll click on Expo right here and it will take me to this page over here. And you know what, actually, first of all, I'll just go on and click on sign up right here and let's sign up using Google. And there we go. We are in. And here, let's name our app. I'll say Wealth. You can choose the different types of authentication. For now, I'll just choose email password authentication. Click on create application. And there we go. We are in. Now over here, we can choose our framework. I'm going to choose Expo right here. They have given the prompt that we can enter inside of our app to, set it up. If you want, you can do that. But I'm going to go on and click on manual setup right here. And there we go. Let's, install everything step by step. So I'll just copy this command up and you can see they have given all of the steps right here. So what we can do, let's ignore all these. Yes, we can first of all go on and install both of these dependencies. So I'll go to my terminal. I'll create a new terminal right here and I'll paste this right here. Okay. Apart from that, we also have to set our Clerk API keys. So let's just copy it up and here, let's create a .env file. So I'll create a new file .env and paste this inside of it. Okay. After that, it tells us to wrap whole of our app in this Clerk provider. So see, something like this. Okay. I'll just copy it up and I'll go to my layout. Make sure to go to this layout.tsx, right? And here I'm going to wrap whole of my app with clerk provider, move the semicolon, something like this. So you can see the clerk is still getting installed. Let me just allow it to get installed first. Meanwhile, you can just copy this publishable key actually. So yep, this publishable key. So this is basically our .env that we have added. So something like this. We are importing using process.env.expo public clerk publishable key, right? Once this is installed, we can import this as well. There it is. Let's import it. So something like this. Make sure to import token cache as well. We'll be needing it right here from @clerk/expo/token cache. After this, it tells us that we can use something called as use auth hook, and we can protect our app something like this, as I showed you earlier, right? So let's do that as well. So inside of our index.tsx, actually right here, is where we will add this logic. So let me just copy this thing up. Let's go to this file right here. I'll paste it and let's import the use auth hook from @clerk/expo, and this will provide us with is signed in and is loaded over here. So if user is not loaded, we're going to be returning null. If user is signed in, we will redirect them to actually this route right here. And if user is not signed in, then we can redirect them to /signin page, something like this. Awesome. Now, after this, you can see they've given us with some dummy sign in and sign up pages right here, which we can add inside of our application. But you know what? Let's go on and build these. We can probably borrow some sort of small logic from over here, but we will go on and build every single thing. So inside of our app, here we have auth, right? Okay, so our app is giving now some sort of error. Let's quickly go on into our terminal and restart our app. So I'll say npx expo start and add -- clear after it. So this is something that is very important after you have installed, something like Nativewind or added clerk and stuff, right? So keep an habit of restarting your server once you have made some major change inside of our application. So let's wait. Okay, so now when we have restarted our app, it shows us unmatched route because obviously our sign in page does not exist and we are sending the user to the sign in page from right here, right? So, okay, let's go on and create the sign in page. So I'll say rnf sign in. Similar to this, I'll just paste it in my sign up as well. So I'll just rename it to sign up. Okay. Let's refresh or let's click on go back. Yep. Now we can see this sign in on the top right here. All right. So before going on and building these sign in and sign up screens, let's just actually add some guards over here in our layout. So similar to what we did over here in our app layout, we're just actually going to do, sorry, not here, I mean index.tsx. We are going to do this. It's better to have, multiple guards inside of your app so that user cannot get an unauthorized access. So I'm going to use the use auth hook from clerk. I'll check. If it's not loaded, then return null. If the user is already signed in, then I'm going to send them to the home page. And from there, they will be sent to the tabs or wherever the index page wants to send them, right? So, yep, that's good enough. Apart from that, inside of our root, we are sending them, the user from index to over here, right? So we need to add some logic over here as well. Now here, we need to check if user is not signed in, we can send them back to the sign in page, right? So again, pretty straightforward. I'm going to be taking the use auth hook from clerk. If not loaded, null. If user is not signed in, then redirect them back to the sign in page. Cool. Now our app is fully protected. Now we can safely go on and work on our sign in page. Now this sign in page is going to be having some form, right? Like email and password and stuff. And inside of our sign up page, we are going to be having multiple fields like name as well, first name, last name, etc. So we need to properly add the validations inside of our application, right? And all of the production grade applications do have it. And it is very important to have proper validations inside of our application. And that is why I'm going to be using something called as a React hook form library. If you're working somewhere in any company or something like that, you might have already heard about it. I've also made a separate tutorial on React hook form and Zod, so you can go and watch it. But I will explain everything in this video as well. So I'm going to say npm install React-hook-form. So basically this is for building our form, like proper connecting different things. And for adding the validations, we are going to be using something called a Zod validation library. And to connect both of these, I'm going to be using hook form /resolvers. So these resolvers. So like all three of these are very important when we are working with forms or React Hook Form and Zord in general. Let's press enter. Let's allow them to get installed. And first of all, what we will need to do is we have to create Zord schema. So you can think of it like structure of our form. What are all the fields that are going to be inside of our form? So what I'll do, I'm going to be creating a lib folder over here. So I'll create a new folder, lib. Inside this, I'll create a new folder for schemas. So this lib will contain different things, our utilities and etc. So inside of schemas is where we can create Zord schemas. So for auth, I'll create a separate file. So auth.ts right here. So first of all, for our sign up schema, I'll say export const sign schema equals, I'm going to be importing Z from Zord. So this right here, I'll say import from Zord, right? And we have to import this Z thing. So basically this will provide us with a bunch of things. If you press dot over here, you'll see it provides us so many things. What we need is object. So this will help us structure our schema. Inside of the object, we will have different things. Like for example, I'll have first name, which I'll input from the user, right? I'll say Z dot, it will be a string and we want to trim whatever user has entered. And then I want to ensure that it is minimum 1 character. So I'll say 1 character. If it is not, then I'm going to throw the error, first name is required, right? Simple as that. Similar to this, we can have last name as well and our email password. So for email, I'm going to say z.email. So it comes out of the box with this email thing. We don't have to write any regex or anything, right? If it's not an email, I'll say enter a valid email and I'll say dot trim, minimum it should be 1 character. Otherwise we're going to throw the error. So notice how on each step we are providing the validation. For password, I'll say z.string. It should be minimum 8 characters. Password must be at least 8 characters. So this is very simple. Obviously, you can add even more things over here. You can change like press dot over here. You can check for any special characters, whatever, right? You can go let your imagination run on this. However complex you want your password to be, right? And then I'll say export type. I want to export the type for this schema that we have created. So Zord actually provides us out of the box with something like this. So I'll say sign up form schema. So this will be helpful for us while creating our form. I'll say z.infer. So this will help us to get the type of this schema. So I'll say type of sign up schema. So now you'll notice if I hover on this, yep, we get the type out of the box. Similar to this, I'll create the schema for sign in as well, right? It's pretty straightforward, same thing, email and password. And then I'm exporting the type as well. Now we will also be having the verification code as well after we have signed up or when we are signing in on the new device because of multi-factor authentication. So I'm going to be pasting this right here for the code schema, right? This will be for that. I'll say z.string, minimum should be 1 character. If not, enter the verification code. And I'll export the type for this one as well. Cool. So let's close this and finally, let's go on and work on our sign up screen first actually. Let's rename this to sign up screen. That's more like it. And we are on sign in currently. Let's actually push the user to sign up. Let me just shake my phone and you can see the sign up screen right here. Awesome. So first of all, right here, what we need is a hook called use sign up from clerk. And this will provide us the functions which will be helpful for us for building this sign up form. So I'll say const and inside of this, see, it provides us with sign up function, the errors, and also the fetch status, right? If it's successful or failed, etc. After this, we are also going to be needing use auth from clerk and use router, which will help us to, route us to another page dynamically. I've already explained you in the slides. Let's have a state for our email. So I'll import use state over here, which will provide us with the email, which will store our email and set email for setting that particular email, right? And after this, finally, we are going to be importing React hook form. So I'll say use form over here. And this is a very important hook while building the forms using React hook form. So I'll import it right here, something like this. Now this will take the type of our form, right? So we've already exported them from the schema file. So I'll say sign up form value. So where is it? See, right here inside of the auth.ts file. There we go. Let's import this. And this will return us with a bunch of things. But what we need is control, handle submit for submitting our form, and form state, which will give us the form errors, right? If you come after this, press control space, you'll see it gives us a bunch of different things, right? Which we won't need as of now. Now, how do we connect it with the Zord schema that we have created? So inside of this parenthesis right here, I'm going to say resolver, and we will import something called a Zord resolver. So we installed the package, right, for Zord resolver. So let's import it from @hookform/resolver/Zord. And we will also be needing the signup schema that we have created right here in the auth.ts file. Okay, cool. Now after that, we can also provide the mode to be on blur. That is when we click outside of the field, and the default values as well, which can be empty for all of these. Okay. Now similar to this, we will also be having for our code as well, right? So I'll say use form, and this will just be the code over here. I'll import the code schema right here. Same mode on blur code, and we'll import all of these three things. Okay, let me show you how we are going to be using them actually. First of all, let's create our forms right here. So what I'll do instead of this, I'll import something called as keyboard avoiding view. So what this basically helps us do is it will make sure that everything shifts on the top if keyboard is opened, right? So that keyboard does not overlap anything. So whatever we keep inside of it will be shifted on the top. And here, according to the OS, we have to add the behavior will be if platform.os is iOS, then it will use padding. Otherwise, it will use height in the Android. Class name is going to be flex1 so that it spreads to the whole of the page, and background brand to be body. So we have already configured all of these things inside of tailwind.config.js. So if I take you, so see brand right here. So this is what we are using over here, the body color. Okay. Now inside of this, we are going to be having a view. It's imported from React Native as well. Let me actually close this. And inside this, first of all, we will be adding the logo of our application. So how do you get the logo? If you want, you can create it yourself. Otherwise, what you can do is you can go to this repository right here. I've given the link to it in the description down below, and you can get this wealth logo right here. Right? I've added the light version as well, the dark version, different types of variants, right? So you can download them and keep them inside of this assets and images right here. So let me do that. There it is. I've added it right here inside of our app. Now we can import it. So I'll be using the image tag from React Native. Make sure to import it, something like this. Right. And inside of this, we can add source, and I'll say require, and the path to that particular image, right? I'm going to provide the class names like width 36, height 16, some margin bottom of 8, and resize will be contained, right? So it does not get distorted. Let's just actually refresh this, reload our app. And I guess we need to restart our app once since we have installed Zord and stuff. So let's close the server, and I'll say npx expo start -- clear. There it is. I've restarted it, and we can see our logo right here. Let's provide our view some styles like flex1, justify center, some horizontal padding, and some negative top margin. We don't want it to be in absolute center, a little bit shifted on the top. Okay, apart from that, let's add a text over here for create account. Let's import it from React Native. I'll say text 3XL, font bold, some text color, some margin bottom, and some leading tight so that it is a little bit closer to each other. Below this, I'll say track your money powered by AI. You can change it to whatever slogan that you want to put over here. Below this, I'll have a view with flex row, gap to be 3, margin bottom to be 1. Now over here, so I'd like to tell you that in React or Next.js, we use input, right? So since React Native is built on top of that, so we will be using something called as controller from React Hook Form, which will help us to configure these inputs, right, with React Hook Form. So actually inside this controller, let me first import it. Is it not imported? Let me check. Yep, it is imported. So inside this controller, we have something called as render, right? And here we can render our input field. So I'll take a callback right here. I'll say return text input, something like this. And it will give the error because the property's name is missing. We need to provide first name, last name, etc. So actually, apart from that, we will provide it with this control that we are getting from right here. And this will be for the first name, right? So name equals first name. So from right here, I will take out something called as field And inside of the field, I'll be needing value and on change. What happens when this changes, right? So currently we cannot see it. Let me just provide it with some styles actually. I'll provide it with class name, flex to be 1, some border color, background white, rounded Excel, some padding, vertical and horizontal, some text, and we're gonna provide the placeholder, which will be first name actually, not last name, and the placeholder text as well. So now you will see how beautiful it looks, and check this out. Whenever I click on it, it gets shifted. This is made possible using keyboard avoiding view. Okay. Apart from that, we will be having, we'll be using this on change, right? So I'll say value to be this value right here that we'll be getting. And on change text, we'll get this on change so that we can change the value inside of React hook form. And auto capitalize to words. See, now we can enter inside of it, right? Now below this, we also need to render if there's any form while entering this value. Now below this, we will provide the error, like we will check and display the errors if there's any while entering the value inside of this text input. So I'm going to say if form errors dot first name has anything or form errors dot last name has anything, then render them right here. So actually I also have to render last name over here, right? So I'll just duplicate this control. I'll copy it and paste it right here. Instead of first name, I'll say last name right here. Instead of this, I'll say last name. And yep, there we go. It looks awesome. And when we try to submit this form, it will throw us the error right here. I'll show you as we move forward. So right below this, we want to add the controller for email now actually. So let me just copy this thing up and paste it right here. Let's say email here. Instead of this, I'll say email address. Save this. And oh, it looks weird. So I actually need to remove this flex 1 from right here. Yep, there we go. Let's provide the error over here, error display. So I'll say form error.email has anything, then form errors.email.message. Apart from that, we also will be having this errors, right? If there's any error while we are trying to sign in from the backend, right? From clerk's side, like probably if some other user has already that email, right? So we can display that right here. So right below it, I'll say errors.fields.email address has any issue. Then we can display it right here as .fields.emailaddress.message. Okay, nice. And actually this whole thing, I'm going to copy it up and this will be for the password as well. So I'll just paste it right here and instead of email, I'll say now password. Instead of email address, password. And over here as well, password. And I'll just check. Yep, this is the password field. Update both of this and these as well. There we go. Let me actually provide it with some margin bottom to this email right here. So margin bottom of 1 to this and to our password as well. So there's some space below these fields. Let me try to enter something over here. Yep, that is fine. Everything is working fine. Below our password, we can display a touchable opacity button. So I'll say touchable opacity. Now inside of this, I'll check. So notice that we have did we have it? Is loading. We don't have is loading. So we will be getting that from over here, fetch status. So I'll say is loading equals if fetch status equals fetching, then is loading will be true. So right here, I'll say if is loading is true, then we're going to show the activity indicator. So this is basically a loading indicator in React Native, like a spinner. Otherwise, we're going to show the text sign up. So we cannot see it yet. It's not visible properly. So let's just provide it with some class name. So I'll say class name to be width full, background brand blue, some padding Y of 4, rounded Excel, margin bottom of 4. Actually, let's just make it margin Y of 4. And I think we should provide a little bit more padding to these. So what I'll do, you know what, I'll actually provide gap of 5 between these. Oh, not here. I mean, let's see, between these. So over here in the view, I can say margin bottom of 2, and here in the email address, I can say margin bottom of 2 and margin bottom of 2 over here as well, so that we have ample of space in our sign up form. Okay. Now, apart from the styles, we will also have on press, right, for triggering our touchable opacity, which will take the handle submit and then the callback that we'll be providing it. So this is obviously does not exist, and disabled will have is loading. That is, whenever is loading is going on, we will disable this button right here. So let's actually create this empty function for now, and we'll come back to it. So right here, I'll say const on sign up press. This will be an asynchronous function, and this will take the sign up form values. Apart from this, we will actually also be having on verify press for verifying our OTP, right? So this will be an async function as well. This will take the code right here. Okay, so let's go back down, and here we can ask the user if they already have an account. So I'll just have a view right here with the text already have an account, and we can show the link tag right here from Expo router with the text sign in, right? If we save it, it will look something like this, right? Pretty straightforward. That's why I'm not going much deep into these styling and stuff, because I already covered all these in the fundamentals part of this course. So it should be much straightforward. Below this, we will also be having this view with native ID, clerk, captcha. So this will be required by clerk in case whenever it needs to check for the bots, right? With the captchas and stuff. So you don't need to worry about it. This just was mentioned in the documentation. That's why I've added it. And you see how awesome clerk is, that it provides all of these things to us out of the box. Then let's go on and work on the on sign up press logic. All right, so inside of this, first of all, I'm going to set the email state. And by the way, we're keeping this email state so that we can use it later on in verify screen to display the email, right? It's just to keep the data in our memory. After that, we are going to use this sign up function. So I'm going to say await sign up dot password, right? So if you see over here, we have a bunch of different options over here using phone number and stuff as well. But we are going to be signing up using password. So that's why we're entering this. And we're providing email, password, first name, last name over here as well, and taking the error from over here if there's any error. So I'm going to check if there's any error. I'll console.error this. If there's no error, then simply I'll say signup.verifications.send email code, and then we will change this UI right here to verification code UI so that user can enter the verification code, right? Now, how will we reach that screen? So before this return, actually, I'm going to check if signup.status is equals to missing requirement, and signup.unverified fields include email address, and signup.missing fields length is equals to 0. If either of these is true, then we are going to be showing our verification screen, right? That is, the sign up is not completed. That is what these three means. And again, you can find all of this from the clerk's documentation as well. These are very standard practices. And over here, we are going to be using our keyboard avoiding view actually over here as well. And inside this, we can create our UI. So I'll just copy this actually view and this image over here. We will display both of them. I'll enter the view right here. Let me actually, enter my name and email, etc. I'll also enter my password. Oh, wait, what's going on? Yeah, it's over here. I'll have to mention secure text entry over here so that it does not show my password right here. Yep. Now I can enter my password. I am entering it, but you guys cannot see it right now. Let's click on sign up, and you will see that loading indicator was there, right? And I entered a very weak password. So that's why it gave me this error that given password is not strong enough. So let's try it again. I'm going to click on sign up, and there we go. We are signed up successfully, and this should display our verification screen, right? So we have just added our image for now. So let's add more over here. Similar to earlier, I'm going to be just adding verify your account, and we sent an email to whatever the email is, this my email, right? And below this, I'm going to be adding a controller. So again, similar to this, I'm actually going to copy one of these up. Let's just copy email, and I'm going to go back. Let me just shrink this and paste this right here. And let's see what do we need to change. Instead of control, we'll have code control over here because we have taken a separate React hook form instance over here, right? Name is going to be code. Placeholder can be enter verification code. Let's save this. Yep, we can see that right here. Let's remove this auto capitalized words. Let me actually remove it from over here as well, from our email address. It shouldn't be here. It actually should be auto capitalize none. Is it in our password as well? Yep, let's get rid of it from over here as well. Okay, let's go back right here, and instead of this form errors, I'll actually say code errors dot code, because that is what we have taken again from React hook form. I'll paste it right here as well, and here I'll say code errors dot error dot field dot code over here, error dot field dot code. dot message. Okay. Let me actually check my email. So check this out. We have gotten this code right here. Awesome. Let me just copy it up. Actually, I'm going to enter it 560614. And but we have not created the button over here. How will we enter it? So I'll actually take this touchable opacity that we already had right here on the bottom, and we'll use the same thing right here. So right below this, I'll paste it. If his loading is going on, I'll show activity indicator. Otherwise, I'll show the text verify. Save this. Yep, something like that. Instead of on sign up press, I'll have on verify press, which is empty as of now, I guess. Let me just check. Yep, there it is. It is empty for now. Below this, we can also have resend email code button. So I'll have touchable opacity. When we click on it, it will trigger signup.verifications.send email code again, right? Save this, and there we go. I need a new code. If you want to start all over again, start this sign up process, then we can have another button over here which will say start over, and it will just do signup.reset. So again, you see how convenient it is for us with all of these things already in place. So let's go on and create this on verify press logic. So inside of this, I'll first of all trigger await signup.verifications.verify email code, and I'll provide the code inside of it. And I'll check if signup.status is equals to complete. Then I'm going to say signup.finalize. I'll take the session and decorate URL. URL, we want to send them to homepage basically. So I'll say if session.current task is there, that is it's not finished, then I'm going to return it. Otherwise, we're going to send them to the homepage, right? So I'll say router.replace this URL. Else, if it is not complete, then I can throw the error signup attempt not complete. After this, after this actually, right after this, the whole function, I'll actually have a check over here. If signup.status is equals to complete and is sign in, that is if user is already signed in, then we're going to return null. We're not going to be showing this screen right here. Okay, I guess everything is done. How about we go on and click on verify right here? Okay, is missing. Something is missing. What's missing? Let's see. Did we not put it properly? So on verify press. Okay, we're getting the code over here. My bad. Instead of this, we are keeping the on verify press in handle submit. It should be handle code submit. Yep, that should be good enough. I'll click on verify, and there we go. We are inside of our app. Amazing. We have successfully created our sign up flow. Let's actually go on and quickly create our sign in flow as well. But I need to create the log out button over here, else we won't be able to get out of our app. So just go to the profile right here. I'll go to inside of root, tabs, this profile.tsx, and let's just add a simple logout button over here for now. So I'll actually have two things, the user's information, which will be displaying over here in the screen. So I'll just import it. And I'll also have use auth with sign out function. Let's wrap this component in SafeAreaView. Import it from React Native. So flex one, background, brand, body color. And inside of this, I'll have a touchable opacity button. I'll say log out. Oops, log out. And we need to put this text inside of the text, just like this. And I'll, for now, have on press, which will trigger this sign out. You know what? Let me create a function over here called handle sign out. This will be a better practice. And we can show them some sort of alert over here. So I'm going to say alert.alert. So alert will be coming from React Native. I'll say sign out. Are you sure you want to sign out? They can have the option to cancel, or they will have a sign out button with style destructive, and we can trigger this sign out over here. So await sign out. So we can put this right here actually. And we can also take our router. So I'll say const router equals use router. Let's save this and see. Okay, we have logout. If I press this logout, it will ask me, do you want to log out? I'll click on sign out. There we go. We are inside of our sign in page now. Great. Now let me actually update this index.tsx to sign in over here, because now we're going to be going on and working on our sign in page. So this right here. Cool. All right. So just like what we did in sign up screen, I'm going to be importing the use sign in this time, right? That was use sign up. So this is pre-built from clerk, and sign in errors and fetch status functions. I'll have the use router over here as well, right? After that, I'm going to be importing my React hook form and Zod. So use form hook. Again, I'm going to be taking sign in form values, Zod resolver, and the sign schema over here as well, right? Same for the code control. Now you might be thinking, why over here, why are we using code verification over here? So basically it is multi-factor authentication support that Clerk provides us. Basically, if you are logging in with some new device, only then it will, verify using OTP. If you have logged into that device once, we don't need to do anything. Cool. While we are at it, let's go on and create this function as well. So we have this on sign up press, right? Let's copy it up and I'm going to be pasting it right here and we can make our changes accordingly. So here, instead of this, we are going to first say await sign in using password, and let's get rid of this and this as well. Instead of sign up, I'll say sign in form values and I'll say on sign in press. So I'm going to say sign in using password. I'm going to provide it with email and password. If error, then return. And then we are going to check something over here. So I'll say if signin.status is equals to complete, then I'll say signin.finalize. And just like what we did in sign up, I've already explained you. Else, now this is the case that I was talking about. Else, if signin.status equals needs second factor. So Clerk will decide if you need second factor or not. That is according to the new device or new IP address, something like that, right? So I'll say signin.multi-factor authentication, send phone code. Now, in this case, this is actually not valid because we are using email over here, right? So I'm just showing you in case you want to add phone as well in your sign-in process or sign-up process. And this is it. Else if signin.status needs client trust. So yeah, that was multi-factor authentication. This is needs client trust for if the device is new or something like that. So I'll just signin.supported second factors and fine. So inside this, I'm going to find whatever that is supported. In our case, email code is supported. So I'm going to be using that. And if it is true, then I'm going to send that email code right here. Else, I'm going to throw the error sign in attempt not completed, right? Let's get rid of this. So that is our on sign in press function. Apart from that, we will have on verify press as well. So let me actually get this. It will be very similar to this. So I'll paste it right here. All we have to do, instead of sign up, we will say sign in here. Let's see, over here as well, if it is not completed. In this case, actually, it will not be verification. It will be MFA, multi-factor authentication, and verify email code. Okay, we will also be taking the on loading over here as well. Sorry, is loading. So I'll say is loading right here. And similar to previously, we did this, right? So if sign up status and blah, blah, blah. So how will we show the OTP UI over here? I'll say if signin.status equals needs client trust, right? So over here, we are going to be returning and performing the action over here. But first, let's go on and build this UI right here. Since it's going to be very similar to our sign up form. So what I'll do, I'll just copy whatever that was already inside of it. So I'll just copy this whole thing and we can remove the stuff that we do not need. So up until here, and I'll paste it inside of our sign in, just like that. Okay, let's see what do we need to remove over here. So we need to import keyboard avoiding view platform. We need the image tag, obviously. So instead of create account, we can say something like welcome back, sign into your account. Below that, we are not going to be needing the first name, last name. So let's get rid of this whole view up until here. Yep, let's get rid of it. This as well. Let's import this controller for our email. So I'll import this text input as well. Below this, we will have our email address. What's this? Does not exist on sign in field. Okay, so yeah, I think that is more for sign up. So it will be, I think, identifier, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so we can copy and paste this over here as well. Identifier is basically what is the primary field over here, which is email. It can be mobile number as well, whatever, right? Okay, so then we have password. And in the case of password, we will be having password. That's fine. Now over here in the touchable opacity, instead of on sign in press, I'll say on sign in press. Sorry. Instead of sign up, we will have sign in. Let's import activity indicator. Let's import the touchable opacity. And then in the end, we can say instead of already have an account, we can say don't have an account. Then we can have a link right here and sign up. And let's get rid of this. This will not be needed in this case. Let me just shake my phone and refresh my app. And we should see, yep, we can see our email address and password right here. Awesome. If we click on sign up, we are taken to sign up. If we click on sign in, we are taken back to sign in. And notice this is a stack navigation right here. Screens are stacking on top of each other. Awesome. How about we go on and try to sign in? But you know what? First, let me just do one thing. This is empty, right? So it will show us empty over here. So instead of that, let me just bring this return over here and remove the other things which are related to sign up so that we only have what we need. So let's see, we sent a code to email. I don't think we need that. We will just need verify your account, text, controller, and instead of this sign up and verifications, we will have sign in and multi-factor authentication. And over here, I'll say sign in. Yep, I think that's about right. Let's go on and try to enter our email. Okay, I've entered my email and password. Let's click on, oh, we have written sign up over there. Okay, that was my mistake. And it signed us up. Okay, I guess because already I've used this to, sign up. That's why it did not ask me the verification code. Okay, cool. That's fine then. But it will work, exactly the same. So not to worry. Just let me fix this sign up over here. So this thing, instead of sign up, I'll say sign in. Let me just log out to check. Just log out. Yep, we have sign in over here. Cool. I think everything is fine. Click on sign in. There we go. We are in. Awesome. And with that, we have successfully created our complete login, sign up, authentication flow. Now let's do one thing. I'll actually commit this code. So let's go to our terminal. Let's initialize a new Git repository. So git init, let's say git add dot, then I'll say git commit -m, and I'll give the message. Let's say add clear auth, sign up, sign in, OTP, device trust, etc. And oh, wait, my env is also getting pushed. We don't want that, right? So instead of git ignore, let's make sure to add .env so that it does not push us our env file. Let's see, move this from over here. Yeah, I think that's about right. Let's actually, before committing this, I'll push this into a branch. So I'm going to go to my GitHub. Let me create a new repository. Let's call it Wealth React Native. Create repository. And I'm going to be adding this remote origin over here. So just paste it right here. There we go. It has been added. And I'll just say git push origin master. Press enter. There we go. It is pushed. I think these will be the previous changes before we started writing the code. That's the default empty app or something, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, initial commit. There we go. And yeah, all of these things are empty. That's fine. Let me just add our commit now. I'll say git commit -m, add clerk auth, sign up, sign in, OTP, device trust, etc. And let's do git push origin master again. There we go. There it is. It is pushed. Now the reason why I committed my code right here at this point is because we are going to be doing code reviews after each major feature that we have created, right? So this is like just the authentication for now, but let's first set up our code review workflow. But later on, when we go on and build our onboarding feature, right after that, we can go on and do the code review, right? So click the link in the description down below and you will land on CodeRabbit. You can see cut code reviews and time and bugs in half instantly. And you may have already seen me use it in the past. I have used it in a ton of my videos and a lot of my projects as well. It is absolutely amazing and I love doing code reviews using CodeRabbit. Just imagine, it's like a senior developer who is looking over your shoulder and verifying if you are writing good quality code or not. And since a lot of you might be new to React Native, it is important to write good quality code from the very start because bad patterns compound fast as the code base grows, right? And recently it has this feature called change stack, which I absolutely loved and I wanted to show you guys as well. Whenever we create a PR, it will show us an exact change stack right here, as the name suggests. And we can get feedback on every single PR as well, right? So it's super cool. Let's quickly go on and log in for now. I'm going to log in with GitHub. And there it is. We are in. Now CodeRabbit is absolutely free to get started, so you don't need to worry about any pricing and stuff. If you go to this review right here and click on repositories, and this is where you can add your Git repositories. So currently I've just added two. You can click on add repositories right here and you can select the repository. So let's just add our Wealth React Native repository as well. If you want, you can add all of the repositories as well. Just like that. If you click on it, you will see all the details and stuff right here. Now, you can tweak these settings over here to change how the code review will happen whenever you create a PR, right? And again, as I mentioned, currently we are at an initial phase inside of our application, but later on when we go on and create the major features, after every major feature, we will create a pull request we will get our code reviewed from CodeRabbit and have a look at the change stack as well, right? So that we can write good quality code from the beginning. We will come back to this after we have created our onboarding feature. Now, next step for us is to connect our database. First of all, add our database inside of our app and then connect our database to Clerk as well so that we can sync our data. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Supabase. And Supabase provides us with a PostgreSQL database right out of the box with features like authentication, edge function, storage, real time, and so much more, right? In this video specifically, we're going to be using Postgres database and also the storage along with other features like implementing cron job, etc. Right? You'll see how awesome Supabase is, right? And you may have already seen I've used it in a ton of my previous projects as well. So let's click on sign in. I'm going to continue with GitHub. There we go. We are in. You can create any organization over here. Let's provide the name of our project, which is Wealth. Let's create a database password. I'm going to generate a password. Let's just copy it and paste it somewhere. Region, you can select. For me, since I'm in India, I'll just select South Asia. You can select according to you and create a new project. Here we go. Our project has been created. Now you can see right here on the left side, we have an option for table editor where we can go on and see this UI over here where we can click on create table and create a table right here. Now, apart from that, we also have a SQL editor option. Like if you are comfortable in writing SQL code, you can also create tables from right here, right? Apart from that, we will be having, like if you go to database, row level security, like I think we can add them right here, yep, in the policies. So yeah, we will do all of these things as we move forward. Cool, then let's connect our project to Supabase. I'm going to click on this connect over here in the framework. Let's choose Expo. There it is, Expo React Native. It's telling us to install this package. So I'll just copy it up and inside of our another terminal, I'm going to paste it just like this. Apart from that, we also have to copy both of these environment variables inside of our .env file. So right here, .env. Right below this clerk in envs, I'm going to paste this. Cool. What else? Apart from that, it is telling us to install agent skills. Like if you want, you can install it if you are building with it, or if you want to quickly set up your Supabase project inside of your Expo app. All right, there we go. This is installed. Now we can go on and create our Supabase client inside of this lib folder over here. So I'm going to get a new file, supabase.ts. And inside of here, first of all, we need to import this create client from this package that we have just installed. We will also be importing the two environment variables that we have added. And then after this, first of all, I'm going to check if both of these environment variable does not exist, then I'm going to throw the error missing Supabase env variables. Okay. Then after this, I'm going to say export function create clerk Supabase client. And now inside of it is where we will be making the use of this create client that we have imported, right? So something like this. I'll say return create client and I'm going to provide it with both of these Supabase URL and I'll say access token and then I'm going to return the get token. Now where does these things come from? So basically what we are trying to do over here, we are trying to connect Supabase with Clerk as well. I'll show you everything step by step. And to use this Supabase client inside of our app, we are going to be creating a hook over here as well. So I'll just create a new folder for hooks. Now the way that I'm doing things over here, this will help us to organize our code in a much simpler way. So I'll say use supabase.tsx or ts we can say. And here we are going to be importing three things: create clerk Supabase client, use auth, and use memo from React. And notice what I'll do. First of all, I'll create this hook over here, use Supabase. And inside of this, I'll use this use auth function and I'll take the get token from over here. So basically what we want to do, we want to get the JWT token from the clerk and we are going to provide Supabase so that it knows and it actually attaches that JWT token to every single request so we can verify that that request is legit. Now you might be thinking, how will Supabase know that the JWT token sent by clerk is the actual token or not, right? So what will we do over here in this case is if we go to the authentication over here, Supabase has something called as sign-in, right? Here we can add a third-party auth. So you can click on add provider, click on clerk over here, and here we have to add the API key from clerk. So if you go back to clerk, here in the developers, go to API keys and click on this view clerk API keys. And this is what we need, front-end API URL. So copy it up and then paste it right here, something like this, and click on create connection. Now, because clerk is registered as a trusted third-party token inside of Supabase, Supabase can verify that token directly against the clerk's public keys, right? So we don't have to share any secret to copy around. And when we will, go on and make the calls to Supabase, as I showed you right here, we have row level securities, right? So we will go on and create the row level securities, but we can, verify it something like auth.jwt, something like that, right? So don't need to worry about it right now. I'll show you as we move forward. So let me just quickly write out this hook over here. I'll take the get token from use auth, and I'm going to say use memo so that this is memoized properly. And I'm going to get this create clerk Supabase client that we have just now created in the supabase.ts file. And we will provide it with our get token function over here. And in the end, we can return the client. Now this will be used to make calls to Supabase. All right, fine. Now let's discuss how our Supabase database is going to look like actually. So check this out. This is how our database is going to actually look like. So this is going to be our users table. First of all, so this will have like the clerk ID, email, the name of the user, the image of the user, currency that the user has selected, which can be INR, USD, whatever, right? And when this was created inside of our database. And now we will have 3 more tables which will reference this clerk ID as a foreign key. So let's take an example. Like for example, we will have an accounts table over here, which will have an ID, the name, the type of account, like current account, savings account, whatever, right? How much balance is in that account, if it is the default account or not, when it was created at, and obviously the user ID, as I mentioned, will act as a foreign key to reference which user it belongs to. And notice this has one to many or many to one, you can say. That is, one user can have many accounts, but one account can only have one user, right? Okay, something like that. We have budgets as well. So per user, we can have a single budget. If you want, you can create a category wise budget as well. That is like, I'm leaving this window to you guys to improve in this project. But for now, we have one budget, a single budget per user. So this is 1-to-1 relationship. So a budget ID, user ID, the amount of the budget. And yeah, we are also going to be sending the email alerts to the user. If their budget reaches a certain threshold, we will also remind them as well, created at, updated at as well. Apart from that, we have a transactions table with the ID, account ID, type of transaction, right? The amount, category which it belongs to, the description of that transaction if user has added, the date that was created, the user ID again, one to many. A user can have many transactions. The status, then I'll show you what this status and all is. These are, a lot of these have a fixed values. Input method. If there's any voice transcript related to this, like if we have used voice transcript feature to enter it, if it is flagged, flag reason, created at, updated at, right? So pretty straightforward database right here. Let's go on and create it inside of Supabase Postgres database. So right here, as I mentioned, here in the table editor, we can click on this create a table and we can add a table over here as well. So let's say if you want to create a users table, right? So I'll say users over here as the name. If you want, you can provide description, it's optional. Make sure that you enable row level security over here. And then after this, we can create different columns right here. Like for example, first one will be the clerk underscore ID. Then the type, I'll keep it as text. There's not going to be any default value over here. And this will be a primary key. Then I'll click on add column. Let's say email over here. Then what will be the type? Text. This will be not null actually. In the settings, we can remove this, is nullable. So email is in fact required. And you can also say that this is unique. That is, no other user can have the similar email or the same email. I'll say add column. Then I'm going to be adding the name. Again, name will also be the text type. So text, add column. Then I'll have image underscore URL. This will be a text again. Then I'll add a currency. Now this will be null until the onboarding is not complete. But after the onboarding is completed, this has to have some values over here, right? So I'll say text over here for now. And then we have created that as well, right? Okay, cool. Then we'll also go on and create row level security. So first of all, let me just save this. There we go. The users table has been created. Let's click on these 3 dots and click on view policies. And we'll be taken to this database tab right here. And let's click on create policy over here. And we can create our row level policy right here. Let's name this policy users can insert own row. Let's say insert table will be public.users. Obviously, we just have one table for now. And then we can add a check over here. So I'll say with check and I'll say clerk ID is equals to auth.jwt, which we will be getting something like this, right? So this is the syntax basically to check if the logged in user is the one that is trying to insert its value over here. Then we're going to click on save policy over here. There we go. This is saved. So this is one way to, create a table and create a policy. But honestly, since I have knowledge of SQL, I like this way better for creating tables and row level security, right? Like for example, if I want to create another policy over here that users can read their own row, that is user can read their own data from the database, I'm going to say on users table for select using this check that we have added. And if you don't want to write each and everything, I have also added it in my Git repository. I've created a scripts folder over here. You can go to schema.sql and I have added the complete SQL right here. Don't worry, I will create it one by one. But in case you want to follow along, you can just copy it from right here and paste it right there. But it's important to understand. So I think I already explained you what I'm doing right here. And apart from that, we also want to add the updation. So users can update own row on users table for update using this check again, right? So we can click on run and you'll notice if it shows no rows returned, then it's fine. Let's go back right here. I'll click on view policies and you'll notice, yep, 2 more policies have been added. Awesome. Now let's go and create more tables over here. Click on plus icon over here for a different SQL schema. Now next, let's say if we want to create the accounts table, right? With all of these fields. So it's going to be very simple. I'm just going to say create table accounts. I'll name the field ID, UUID, and again, it is completely fine if you want to use the table editor to create the tables. By default, I'm going to have generate random UUID over here. So it will run this function. It is basically an inbuilt function from Supabase, and this will be a primary key. Then I'll have a user ID, text, not null, and this will be a foreign key. So I'm going to say references, users table, and the clerk ID inside of it. And I've added on delete cascade. That means if the user is deleted, then all of his accounts will also be deleted. So that is what cascade means over here. Then we'll have name, type, not nulls. Now type can be cash, bank, credit card, or savings. We will add these checks inside of our front end of React Native app. Balance is number, so numeric, not null. By default, it will be 0. Is default, will be false by default, and then created at as well, right? Apart from that, we also want to enable the row level security. So I'll say alter table accounts, enable row level security. And after this, we can create a row level policy or row level security. I'm going to say create policy. Users can manage own account. I'm going to first of all compare if user ID matches. So this user ID actually matches the one user who is trying to make the call. So I'll say user ID if equals to this user ID with check. This is the authenticated user, right? Okay, that's good enough. Let's click on run. And you'll see no rows returned. Awesome. Let's go to tables editor. Okay, we have accounts. If I click on it and go to view policies, there we go. We have the policies as well. Awesome. Let's go back to SQL editor. Let's create the next table. Next one will be for the transactions. And again, as I mentioned, if you want, you guys can copy it up from right here, right? I will explain you every single line that I'm writing right here. So basically we're saying create table transactions. First of all, the ID. Just like previously, this will be a UUID. We will generate random ID by default, and this will be a primary key. User ID, again, a foreign key to user table with the cascade, and account ID as well. So a transaction will belong to account. So I'll say references, accounts, and the ID field in the accounts table. And I'll say on delete cascade. Now there will be a type as well, type text. And this can be either income or expense for that particular transaction, right? The amount, category, description, date when it was created with this time zone type. Again, if you want, you can use this table editor to create it. Not null. By default, it will be now. That is when it has been created. Status, by default, it will be completed. That is the transaction has been added unless user has provided something else. Input method can be manual, Recipt Scan, or voice, right? We have both of these options inside of our app as well. Voice transcript, if there's any, is flagged, flag reason. I've already explained all of these things, right? Okay. Apart from that, we will also be enabling row level security. So I'll say alter table transactions, enable row level security. And here we will just say users can manage own transactions on transaction for all. That means all, select, insert, delete, etc. Like for all of them, we will verify the user ID. Let's click on run. There we go. It is done. Let's create our final table as well, which will be the budget table. create table budgets with the ID, user ID, again, a foreign key, amount, last alert sent, this will be a timestamp, last alert threshold, that means how much usage is reached before we send user the notification. So this will be set inside of our app, by the way. Created at, updated at. After this, we will enable the row level security and create the policy that users can manage on budget for all types, right, on budget table. And again, we are verifying if the user is legit or not. Let's click on run, and there we go. Awesome, it is done. Cool then. Now for the next step, what we want to do, so yep, we can verify it right here. But inside of our app, what we want to do is we want to connect Supabase with Clerk so that we can sync the user. As soon as the user is logged in, it can be synced. They can be synced to our Supabase database, and their data is stored inside of our database. So the first thing that I will do over here is I'm going to be installing Zustand, which is a state management library for keeping a one single global state for our user, right? So let's go to our browser actually, and I'm going to search Zustand. There it is. This is Zustand. If you have no idea or you have not worked on Zustand before, I have created a separate tutorial on Zustand as well, but don't worry, I will explain you everything in this video. So basically we will be needing Typescript. So this is how we will be creating it. You can go to their documentation and read more about it from right here. But again, we will cover everything in this video. So let's continue. So first go to your terminal and install. So npm install Zustand, just like this. Then we're going to be creating a folder over here, new folder store, right? So Zustand is very similar to Redux, but much more simpler in many ways. So I'm going to create a new file called user store.ts, and we're going to be needing Zustand, let's say in the future, so we can expand our app. And it is a good practice to use something like this for state management, so that later on when our app grows, we can easily manage the state management. So I'm going to import Zustand over here, and what are all the things that we are going to be needing over here? So actually Clerk provides us the user data in much simpler way, right? But we are going to be needing Zustand for things like checking if user has been onboarded or not, if like for checking if what is the currency of the user, right? Things like that. So let's create an interface called user store over here, where I'm going to be keeping a currency, which will be string, set currency, which will be a function which will take a value and will not return anything, needs onboarding. So this will be a boolean, and by default it will be null, and set needs onboarding. This will be a function which will take a value in a boolean format, true or false, to determine user's onboarding status, right? After that, I'm going to say export const use user store to be create, and this will be the type of user store, and this will be a callback actually inside of it. I mean, we have to put this in parenthesis. I'm going to take set over here, and inside of this, again inside of parenthesis, I'm going to be returning a object which will be currency. So by default it will be INR, the set currency, which will be responsible for changing this currency value. So I'll say value to be set, and I'll say currency to be the value that has been provided over here. After that, needs onboarding, this will be null by default. We will set it accordingly, and set needs onboarding will be setting this needs onboarding variable. So we'll take the value and set whatever the value that user is sending us, right? Things will be much clearer in a few moments, because now we will go on and create a hook over here called user sync.ts. And inside this is where we're going to be writing the logic for syncing our user inside of our app. So I'll create this hook like this, use user sync. Inside of it, I'll first of all be needing the use user hook from @clerk/expo. That is the user details. We will have a function for setting our currency. So I'll say set currency. I'll import the use user store that we have created. So this is how you import it. And you can take the state like this. So you can take the state.set currency. We will get the set currency function over here. Similar to that, we will also be getting the set needs onboarding function right here. And let's also import this use Supabase hook. That is this one. So I'll say auth Supabase. This will be a Supabase client which will help us to make calls to Supabase, right? After this, I'll have a use effect over here, And by the way, if you have worked in React before or React Native, and if you're preparing for interviews, creating a custom hook is a very important interview question that is asked in a lot of interviews, right? So I have discussed this and hundreds of questions in my front-end interview preparation course related to JavaScript, React, performance, etc. So you can click the link in the description down below to check it out. Now inside this use effect right here, I'm going to check. If user does not exist, then simply return it. And by the way, this will be triggered only when user ID changes, right? So after this, I'm going to be creating a function called sync user, responsible for syncing user to our database. And after that, we will call it. So inside of it, I'll have a try catch block where I'm going to be making use of this auth Supabase. So I'll say await auth Supabase, and then we can say dot from which table, right? So inside of this, I'll say users over here, and then we can chain our query. So I'll say select, you can say insert, whatever, right? So select, I'll say clerk underscore ID, and so comma currency. So you want both of these things over here, and I'll say dot equals to clerk underscore ID that we will be providing. So we will be getting the clerk ID from this user right here. So I'll say user dot ID, and then I'll say dot single to get single response from the backend from our database, and we will assign it just like this. So it will provide us with data, error, etc., etc. So let's rename the data to existing user, error to fetch error. If you say comma right here, you can see it provides us more things over here. So basically what we're trying to do over here, we're trying to check if user already exists inside of our database, right? So let's see if we get any error. So if fetch error exists and fetch error.code is not equals to this. So this is a very common PostgreSQL error that I'm handling right here. So I'll just say error fetching user, set needs onboarding to true. But if user already exists, so I'll say if existing user is there, then set currency to existing user.currency. Otherwise, add the INR and set needs onboarding to false. Basically, if the currency already existed, then this will be false. If currency did not existed, this will be true. That is, unless so notice what I'm doing over here. We are checking if user is onboarded or not based on the value of currency. If currency value does not exist, that means user has not been onboarded, right? So after this, I'm going to get the user email right here, something like this, user.email addresses. So this is how clerk stores the email addresses inside of user object. And user can have multiple email addresses. So I'll just say 0th index.email address. After this, we are going to update the user. So I'll say const data, which will rename to new user, error to insert error. And I'll say await auth Supabase dot from users table dot upsert. So basically upsert means update or insert, whatever is relevant, right? So inside of this, I'll have an object and I'll update the user value. So I'll say user ID, email, name, and image URL. And if there's any conflict happens, so I'll just say over here, comma, on conflict, clerk ID. We'll be compared using clerk ID, and we need to ignore the duplicates. After this, I'll say select currency dot single, right? So we have updated our currency and stuff, and we are fetching it right here as well. Now let's check if there's any error in while inserting. So I'll say if insert error is there, then console error, and set needs onboarding to true. That means onboarding has not been done yet. Then after that, I'm going to finally set currency to our Zustand store to whatever the new user's currency is. So this new user. Now keep in mind all of this is when user has not been onboarded yet, right? If user has been onboarded, we're going to be returning it right here. If not, then we are continuing right here, right? So after this, we also want to create a default account for the user, right? So I'll say auth Supabase dot from accounts table, and I'm going to insert the user ID for this current user logged in, name cache, type cache, balance 0 is default to be true, right? So that user has something to work with. If you want, you can add a field during the onboarding so that user can enter some default value to be added inside of their account, something like that, right? And then in the end, if there's any error in this account creation, then we're gonna throw that error. In the end, in the catch, I'm going to say console error, unexpected sync error. This will be, let's say, E over here. And set needs onboarding to true. That means onboarding did not complete properly. And yeah, I think that should do it. Why don't we go on and wire it inside of our application? So if user has been logged in successfully, they will go to this root, right? Layout.tsx. So right here, we can add this stuff. So we already have this use auth imported here. What we need is this needs onboarding from Zustand, right? So let's import our user store, and we'll get this needs onboarding so that we can check if user needs onboarding or not, right? We will also need two things like use path name to check where we are currently, and also use state over here. Now we will simulate a little loading over here before entering this screen because we want to check all of these data right here, right? So that's why we have taken minimum load done. Let me show you where we'll be using. First of all, I'm going to be triggering this use user sync. Use user sync over here. I'm not gonna save my file yet so that it does not get triggered. I'll have use effect over here. Inside of this, to be having the callback, and this will be triggered the first time user enters. Instead of it, I'll simply run a simple set timeout. So set timeout, I'll say set minimum load done to be true. And I'm setting a loading indicator of, let's say, 1.5 seconds, right? This should be enough to check this data from our backend. And I'm also clearing the timeout after it. After this, we can check if it's loaded, return null. If not, sign in. Okay, that's fine. After this, I'll check actually if minimum load time is not true. So by default, you can say it is false. So we can show a loading indicator over here. So I'll have a view right here and an activity indicator, that is a loading indicator right here, right? And if it needs onboarding is null as well, right? Only then we will show it. That means user needs to do onboarding. I'll also check if needs onboarding is true and path name is not equals to /onboarding, that is we are not on the onboarding page, then we will send them to /root/onboarding. So I think our app will crash now because we will go to the onboarding page. Yep, there we go. And I think it's mainly because of the fact that we did not restart our server. That is the error right here. So let's just do that since we have installed Zustand and a bunch of different packages right here. So I'll say npm expo start -- clear, right? Let's wait for it to get started. Meanwhile, it is starting. Actually, we need this onboarding as well, right? Onboarding page. So let's do one thing. Let's just create a simple onboarding file over here on onboarding.tsx right here. Make sure this is outside of this tabs. We don't want it to go inside of the tabs because it exists outside of it, and before entering the tabs is where we will be triggering it. So I'll say rnf and I'll say onboarding screen, save it. Let's actually add a safe area view right here. Instead of this view, I'll just add a safe area view, something like this. Let's import it. Similar to previously, we'll have class name flex1, background brand to be body, and edges to be top. Okay, let's go back right here in the layout and let's see if let's wait for our server to get restarted. All right, there it is. I'm trying to restart it now. Okay, so we can see we have an activity indicator right here for 1.5 seconds and we are on onboarding screen. That means things went fine, I guess. Let's go on and check our Supabase database inside of our users table. Let's refresh this. And there we go. We have the information of our user right here. Amazing. Now let's go on and build our onboarding page so we can add currency right here, right? Amazing. Let's actually go on and do one thing. So we already committed our master branch, right? Let's actually go on and create a new branch over here. So I'll click on, so you can click on right here in VS Code and you can create a new branch. Let's name the new branch as onboarding, let's say user sync and onboarding, right? So I'll click on create new branch. There we go. We are right here. First of all, let's make the commit of whatever that we have done up until now. So I'll click on plus icon right here. And if you click this, this will, generate a commit message for you. If not, you can enter a manual commit message as well, like implement user synchronization on onboarding flow with Supabase integration. Let's click on commit over here. There we go. We have committed it. And you can click on publish branch. So this will be published inside of our GitHub repository. Cool. It's a good practice to, keep your code committed when you're building a project. All right. Now let's build this onboarding page. Now first, let me show you how the onboarding page looks like inside of our deployed app. As soon as you are logged in, it will appear something like this. And you can enter a starting balance over here and you can select your currency over here, right? As I mentioned, we can choose the starting balance. Let's, let's say 10,000. Oops, 10,000. You can choose whatever currency. I'll just keep it as INR and click on get started. And there we go. We are inside of our app. If you go to profile, you'll see this cache. So, by the way, this was an older account. So I just, wanted to demonstrate the onboarding process to you guys. That's why it won't make much difference over here because we already have the transactions in here. But you see, this is how our app works and how beautiful this looks, right? Don't worry, we'll build each and every step, each and every feature step by step. All right, coming back to our app, let's click on sign in. And yep, now we can see the verification flow. Since I had logged out of our account, let's enter the verification code from Gmail. It is 266591. I'll click on verify. There it is. We are being logged in. If it's checking if user has onboarded or not, and user has not onboarded. So we are now on the onboarding screen. Great. So you saw that there was an option of selecting the INR, right? So to fetch all of those currencies, we are actually going to be needing a npm package over here from which we are going to be fetching it. So I'll say npm install currency-codes for giving us the currency codes. And for currency symbols, we are going to be having currency-symbol-map. If you want, you can import static data for this as well, but I'm using this npm package because this will be updated probably if anything changes. Press enter. So this actually provides us like more than 4,200 something currencies, code plus names. So it's much useful for us. And the symbol map will provide us with something like INR and then the symbol of that particular currency. Cool, that is installed. Now, since we also have a form in onboarding screen, right? Like a select and a balance input. So why don't we go on and create inside of lib schemas, we can create a schema for our onboarding screen as well. So I'll create a new file, onboarding.ts, and let me just quickly import it. Actually, you already know how we can create these schemas. So I'll just say import z from Zord, onboarding schema, z.object, starting balance will be there. So z.string, minimum, we need at least 1 character. Please enter a starting balance. Otherwise, we're going to give this error. And we're going to also be adding this refine over here for additional validations. That is, we are going to be converting it into float type, and we're going to be checking if it is not a number and past is more than 0, right? So we have to make sure that it is a number. Otherwise, we are going to be giving the error, please enter a valid starting balance. Okay, cool. And also we are going to be exporting the type of this. Let's close this, go back to onboarding.tsx. And here, first of all, let's get our React hook form configured. So I'll say use form, just like earlier. I'll import use form, onboarding form values, the Zord resolver, onboarding schema that we're going to be needing, right? All of these things, mode on blur, default values to with this starting balance. Now here I'm going to be having a state as well for the selected currency, a local state for storing it. So I'll import use state, and we have to also import this all currencies. So this will actually be imported from a currency picker component that we'll be creating. So let's actually create that. So we will be having a components folder. So I'll say a new folder, components. Inside of this, I'm going to be creating a new file for currency picker.tsx. Now this is actually the select box for selecting our currency, right? Here we will have a type of currency entry, which will contain the code of the currency, the name, and the symbol. Apart from that, we will also have export const all currencies cu equals. It will actually be the type of this currency entry that we have created, and it will be an array. So I'll say cc. We'll be importing this cc from the package that we have installed, this currency codes, that's why cc dot codes. And from inside of it, I'm going to say dot map, and we are going to be structuring the data according to us. So basically, inside of this map, we're going to be saying something like this. We're going to take each and every code, store the code, the name, so cc.code, whatever the code is, we're going to store the currency, and the symbol. So this get symbol will come from the another package that we have installed, currency symbol map, so that we can get the symbol for that as well, right? And we can drop the ones which do not have any real symbol. So I'll say dot filter. I'll say if c.symbol is not equals to c.code, then we're going to be dropping it, right? We're going to filter it out. Okay, so below it, actually, we are going to be creating a component. So I'll just create an empty component for now. So function currency picker, just like this. I'll just keep it just like this for now. Let's go back and let's get all the currencies over here. For opening the select, we are going to be having a picker open state, set picker open. By default, it will be closed, so false. We also be having saving state and error state as well. Now notice how I'm creating a loading state right here, error state right here. It's because I want to show you how traditionally we do API calls in applications like this. Later on in this tutorial, I'm going to be installing Tanstack Query, which is an industry standard way of handling APIs, right? So that you can compare how things have changed. I don't want to overwhelm you guys with all of the Tanstack Query code at the beginning of the tutorial, that's why. Alright, now apart from this, we will also be having a callback for saving the value, right? So I'll take this handle save function. I'll just keep it empty for now. It will take the starting balance and it will be of type, obviously, onboarding form values. So I provided it with that. And now let's first go on and build our UI for the onboarding screen, right? So it will be very similar to our login and register page. So inside of this, I'll have the keyboard avoiding view right here so that things get shifted on the top when we have keyboard open, right? And again, similar to this platform .os if iOS, then padding, otherwise height. Inside of this, I'll move a little fast over here because we have already done all of these things. In fact, what we can do, we can go to the auth right here and sign in. Let's just copy it up, right? This will make our job super easy. So I'll just copy it up and, oh, sorry, this is the verification thing. So I'll just copy this view. Actually, I think verification will make more sense, or no, let's just copy this sign in only. Let's not think much about it. We will make the changes according to us. Just copy it up and then paste it right inside of it. And let's see what changes we need to make inside of it. So first of all, obviously we can import the view. Let's see the class names. I think justify center, it's fine. Yes, this is correct. Let's have an image right here from React Native, which we will show our logo right here, right? Class name and all is fine. Let's keep margin bottom to be 10 so that we have more space. Height can be a little bit smaller. So height 14. Okay. Here in the text, let's first import the text from React Native. We can have, apart from these text, we can have like, let's get you set up, a couple of quick details to personalize your experience or to get started with you inside of our app, like something like that, right? You can write it. All right. Now, first of all, we will have for our starting balance, right? So notice how I've given margin bottom 10 over here so that we can have some space. So I'll have a text called starting balance over here. And we'll have the controller. Let's import the controller over here. Name is going to be starting balance. In here we have value and on change. Let's import the text input. Class name can be something like this, flex1, some vertical padding, text small, text brand to be background. We will also be adding over here placeholder like example 550,000, something like that, placeholder text color. Keyboard type will be numeric, return key type will be done. Now over here, value will be value, but on change text, we can do something like this. I'm going to say set error to be empty, on change to be whatever value that we'll get. Auto capitalize is not needed over here. Below this form error, we can say starting balance. Oops, starting balance. We won't be needing this over here. Let's just add a view over here with some margin bottom of 4 so that we can have some spacing. Let's actually make these commented out for now. So up until this point, I'll comment it out. I hope I didn't, yeah, it's fine. Let's just save it and see what do we have right here. Okay, there we go. It looks something like this. I guess we need to change a few things over here, like with view over here. Let me actually reload our app. I'll shake the phone and click on reload. So it looks like this input is in the right place, but all of these are on the top. Why? I guess what we need over here, I guess I'm gonna add a view right here, and I'm gonna put this controller here inside of this view, and I'll just be adding a text of selected currency.symbol so we can show a currency right here. There we go. I think this controller was the one who was causing this issue. Let me just align it properly. I'm gonna provide it with some class name, flex row, item center, background white, border, some border color, rounded XL, some horizontal padding, and margin bottom to be 1. Let's save this. There we go. Now it looks much better. But I think this is not properly aligned right now. So we could probably, I don't know, let's provide margin bottom to be 2. No, sorry, not margin bottom. This won't work. I guess inside of this text input is where we need to make the change. Let's see. How about padding Y of 2? No, it will change the padding. Okay, so I've added margin bottom of 2 over here, and now it actually got fixed. If I say 1.5, I think that would be more appropriate. Now it looks good and it is aligned properly with the symbol. Great. After this, we need to add the currency picker. So right after this, I'm going to say text currency, and then below it, I'll be having a touchable opacity right here, a button. Let's import it. On press, I'm going to say set picker open to be true. So this won't be a picker, but when you press on it, it will open a modal from the bottom, right? So we will create that modal in just a moment. And inside this touchable opacity, I'm going to be adding a text over here with text small, text brand to be background with selected currency symbol, and also this feather icon over here from at expo / vector icons. So see, something like this, chevron down. We will also show the code and the currency name. So by default, this is Indian rupee, right? So that's why we are showing that over here, which is selected by default. You can see when you click on it, it should open a modal. Right now we have not created the modal, so that's fine. Now below this touchable opacity, we can say if there's any error inside of our app or while onboarding, we can display it right here. Otherwise, null. We don't need this controller and stuff from the previous code. Let's get rid of it. But we will be needing a touchable opacity for the saving part. So handle submit, and this will have handle save that we created, the empty function. It will be disabled when saving is going on. Class name to be brand background, rounded XL, padding y4, item center, active opacity will be 0.85. And inside this, simply instead of displaying activity indicator, we can say if saving is going on, show saving, otherwise get started. Let's save this. And actually we don't need all of these things over here. Let's remove this. Let's see. Yep, that looks awesome. If we click on get started, see, it will give us this error. Please select a starting balance, since we have not selected it. Great. Now right below this keyboard avoiding view, we will be importing our currency picker component, which will be a modal actually. So it will give us the error right now since it's not returning anything over here. So we will be actually returning a modal from over here. So I'll say return, and there's this component from React Native, modal. Let's import modal from React Native. And first of all, actually, let's define the props that this will take. So it will have something called as visible, selected code, on select, and on close. Let's define the type for it. Visible will be Boolean, selected code will be string, on select, it will take the currency, and updated, and on close, it will close the modal, right? So you can see we have the modal right here. Okay, we cannot close it right now, but you can see if the visible is true, it will open it. Animation type you can choose over here. It can be fade, none, slide. I've chosen slide. It will come from the bottom and go all the way up. Presentation style can be chosen over here. Form sheet, full screen, whatever, right? According to you. Below this, let's have a safe area view over here as well. So I'll import a safe area view like earlier. And inside of this, let me just import it so it does not throw any error. Inside of this, we are going to be having a view with class name flex row, item center, some horizontal padding, some padding top, padding bottom, and gap to be 3. And inside of this, first of all, we will show a text input for searching our currency, right? So I'll have a text input, placeholder search currency, placeholder text to be this, autofocus. When the component like the modal is opened, it will be on autofocus. Class name flex one, like simple input styles, right? Rounded full, some padding, some text small, text brand background. Let's get the state for these. Let's have a local state for searching, right? Let's save this. And now you'll see that we have imported use state. Now we can see the search currency right here. Let's also add a cancel button so we can close it. So I'm going to say touchable opacity right here, import it, and a text over here from React Native. So it will say cancel, and when we click on it, it will say set search to be empty and on close, right? So if I click on cancel now, you'll notice, yep, this is closed. Okay, we are not providing the on close over here. So let's just provide it from the onboarding page. Let's provide all of the props right here. So visible will be the picker open state that we have taken right here. So see this one, selected code with the selected currency code, right? On select, what happens? It will select set selected currency to be the currency for a Zustand, and set picker open to be false, and on close set picker open to be false. Let's save this. And now if we click on it, you'll notice, yep, we can open it and we can close it as well. Great. Awesome. Let's build this even more. Here we will be displaying a flat list, right? I explained you what flat list is at the beginning of this video when we were discussing the basics. So I'll say flat list right here. Let's import it. Yep, it is imported, I guess. Let me just check. It is imported. So inside of this flat list, first of all, I'll provide the data. So data is this filtered, which we have not created yet. So basically we are filtering our data according to us. Let me show you how. I'll say const filtered equals use memo first of all from React. So it memoizes the calculations. So I'll say search dot to lowercase if there's any search query, right, over here. If it is not, then return all of the currencies, right? But if it is there, then I'll say all currencies dot filter. I'll take each and every code and we will check if it includes our search over here and only return that and search the name as well. Both of those things. Okay, so we'll provide the data first. After that, I'll say key extractor. I'll take item.code. Keyboard should persist. Tabs will be handle. We don't need to close the keyboard over here. Then finally, we can render something inside of it. Let's see. So inside of this, I'll have a button that is touchable opacity. On press, we can say on select to be that item and set search to be empty, right? Inside this touchable opacity, we can render the different things. So these many things, item.symbol, item.code, and item.name for the currency, right? And then we will also render an icon right here with check if it is selected, right? Let me show you. So see, if I click on this over here, if I search INR, you'll see that there's a check over here, right? If I select USD, if I select it, yep, so you can see USD has been selected. If I select INR again, there we go. Awesome. So this is working flawlessly. Great. Let's close this. And now finally, let's go on and write the logic for selecting it, right? So this handle save logic, this is what matters. Okay. Inside of it, I'll first of all check a few things. So first of all, I'll say convert the starting balance to float, right? We have parsed it. Set saving to true so that we can start the loading indicator and set error to be empty by default. After this, we are going to be making the call to Supabase. And again, I'm mentioning this, that this is a older way of making the API call, right? As we move forward in this video, I'll introduce Tanstack Query. So check this out. I'll just say await auth Supabase. So let's import this. And this will be coming from this use Supabase hook, right? Let's import this. So auth Supabase dot from users table, I'll say update that particular currency, right? We're making the call right here. And we need to check the call that we are making for that particular user ID, right? So let's take that as well. On the top right here, I'll say use user. Let's import it and we'll get the user information right here. Let's see, what else do we need? We also need set currency from use user store. And you also need set needs onboarding, right? Both of these things from over here. Okay, let's continue. So we're updating the currency with respect to that particular user ID. And if there's any error in updating it, we are going to throw it. So set saving to be false, set error to be this. Okay. After this, since we have the balance now, we can update inside of our default account. So I'll say const data to be default account and we're going to get the error. So I'll say await auth Supabase from accounts table, select ID and balance. It should be equals to the user who has been signed in is default to be true, right? So we are first getting the balance for that particular account. Then we can go on and update it, right? So this should be a default account that we are trying to add it over here. So if there's any error, first of all, we're going to throw the error. After that, we can finally update it, right? So I'm going to say auth Supabase dot from transactions. So obviously, before updating it, we need to create a transaction for that particular balance that we're trying to add, right? We want to log everything inside of our database. So I'll say dot insert user ID, account ID that we have gotten over here. Type will be income, amount to be whatever the amount that we have parsed. Category will be other income. Description to be starting balance, some date, and input method can be manual. After this, if there's any error, again, we're going to throw that error and set the error right here. After that, we can finally go on and update our account balance, right? So I can say await auth Supabase dot from accounts update with this balance, default balance plus parsed equals to this particular account ID. After that, after this is saved, I'll just say set saving to be false. If there's any error, we can display that error. And then in the end, we are also going to be updating our Zustand store and we're going to redirect the user inside of our app. So I'll say set currency.code needs onboarding to be false. And we also need to take the router over here, by the way. I'll say right here, use router from Expo router, the const router. Okay, let's go back down here. And I think, yeah, that's pretty much it. How about we go on and test it out? I'm going to enter, let's say 20,000 as the starting balance. Currency can be INR. If you want, you can change it. I'll click on get started. It's saving and it has routed us to the home screen. Okay, nice. Let's go on inside of our database and check. And in the accounts table, this is the account and the balance is 20,000. Amazing. So our onboarding screen is working flawlessly. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we should keep on verifying if the code that we are writing is good quality or not. So what we can do is we can commit this code that we have written up until now. Let's generate a commit message. Okay, let's commit it up. And we are going to sync the changes to our current branch. Let's go to our Git repository as well. So here it is, Wealth React Native. Obviously, we have committed to this user sync and onboarding branch, right? Let me just switch to it. There it is. And we should see our commits right here. Awesome. Okay, so now what I want to do is, I hope you've already set up CodeRabbit over here, just like I showed you earlier. So now we are going to go to the repositories right here and make sure that you have added this repository that we are working with. And then we are going to create a pull request now. So how do you create a pull request? Over here, you can either click on new pull request or compare and pull request directly. So it will create it right here, something like this. So compare should have this branch and base will be the master branch, right? So user sync to DB and yep, this is onboarding. That's fine. If you want, you can provide some description over here. Otherwise, we can go on and create this pull request. So over here, you can see all the changes that we have, but I'll show you there's a much better UI to check this. I'll click on create pull request and then you'll notice that the pull request has been created and then check this out. CodeRabbit has started doing its work. So you can see review in progress. So let's allow CodeRabbit to do its review and then we will come back and check what happened. Okay, there we go. Something has happened. CodeRabbit has commented and meanwhile the review is still going on. But you can click on this review change stack over here. So this change stack feature has been newly introduced by CodeRabbit and I absolutely loved it. So if you click on this thing right here, you'll see that it is taking us to a whole new UI right here where we can see the changes that we have made inside of our app. So you can see over here, we have introduced use user sync, the onboarding form, and if there's any other changes like inside of package lock, which we don't need to worry about it right now. But these are the major changes right here. You can even click on right here and see all of the files that has been changed. Or over here in this files right here, right? But notice, if you click on this show file context panel right here, you'll see it will tell us file by file changes, the summary of file by file changes right here, right? Check this out. As I'm scrolling, it is telling me what has exactly changed over here. Like in this case, we have introduced React hook form and stuff for our form. And if we scroll down right here in the currency picker, check this out, added the entire currency picker component that builds a searchable, selectable currency list, etc. Right? After this, if we go to, let's say, use user sync, right? So see, creates the use user sync hook that reads the current clerk user within a use effect. And we basically syncing it to Supabase, right? So how convenient this is. Imagine you working in a huge company or even a startup and your colleagues keep on, giving you PR to review, or even you are giving them PR to review. How easy all of this makes our job, right? It saves so much of our time, honestly. That is the reason why I wanted to show you guys how important this is to have something like CodeRabbit in your arsenal of tools while you're building some application. And let's say if I'm a reviewer and I am reviewing this over here as well, along with CodeRabbit, I can even click on this plus icon over here and leave a comment. I don't even need to go to GitHub to do all of these things, right? It has provided us with all of these features right here. Now, even though I think this PR is ready to merge, but if there were any blocker section, it would have displayed on the bottom over here, right? And it also assists us with one-click fix action to, help us resolve any conflict or debug ourselves as well. But one thing that I like even more about this is this agent feature right here. Now check this out. I'll ask it, how is user syncing or user sync is happening? Check this out. CodeRabbit will scan our changes and our repo and stuff, right? It is thinking and then it will give us the response, step-by-step response on exactly what is happening inside of this pull request. Check this out. Trigger, the user effect is the trigger, Supabase client takes over, right? And then it checks if the user already exists or not. If not, it creates a new user, right? All of these things, you already know all of these things, right? And by the way, we were discussing all of these things. CodeRabbit has started adding comments inside of our PR, right? We didn't even need anyone to review our code. This change stack feature has started reviewing our code, something like this. See, it tells us over here in the use memo, the memo closes over the first render get token, clerk recreates this function when session changes. So long-lived client may keep calling a getter bound to stale session. So it tells us holding it in a ref keeps the create client once intent. So it is giving us a better proposal for the refactor. So check this out. If I click on propose refactor right here, there we go. It has provided us with the solution right here, right? Let's see what else it has given us. So if I keep scrolling, okay. Let's click on over here. So we can see all of the comments over here actually. So first one is use Supabase. We've already seen this. Second one is also over here, I guess. Okay, it's here in the supabase.ts. What is it saying? The exclamation mark on line 3-4 assets non-null, which makes the guard on 6 look dead. Okay. Yeah, this is sort of a good practices error type of thing. So it's a good thing, right? It has given us the proposed refactor as well, right? So it's not just giving us the comments, it is also proposing the solution on what we can do to improve our code, right? This is super awesome. Now, if you go to files right here, we can see even more comments that it has proposed over here. So in our root layout, if we click on it, so these are more for like good practices and stuff that we have added, 1500 set timeout over here. If we scroll down in the onboarding as well, it has given us read, modify, write on balance is a lost update wizard. Okay, cool. So we can go on and update all of these. We can make the fixes according to us as we see fit. But over here, you can see it has given us critical, major, according to the severity of that particular comment. And obviously, I don't even need to mention this semantic difference feature that this change stack has over here, right? Cool, then how about we go on and make the change that it has suggested us. So we can either use this code over here, or we can also copy this prompt from over here. So let me go back and let me just use probably Copilot I've already installed, or we can also use Claude Code over here. I'll say fix and I can paste my prompt that it has provided us. Press enter. You can see resolving the issue now. And there it is. It has made the change. So let me just accept it over here. This is exactly what it recommended us. We can save it and then we can close this comment and then we can click on submit review over here. If we have any changes and stuff, we can write it right here, right? By the way, if you go to this diagram right here, we can also see the exact flow diagram on what we have implemented right here. See, clerk and Supabase, and between these, like let's say if we are providing authenticator user state, it is going to synchronize it using user sync and all of these things, right? Cool, then let's go back and finish this code review. So I'm going to click on merge pull request and confirm merge. There we go. Pull request has been merged. So if you go back to our Git repository now, yep, our master has all of these commits right here. Cool. Let's continue building our app. And next, we will go on and build our home page. All right, so check this out. This is how our home page will look like, or home screen will look like. Absolutely beautiful. We have 3 options over here on the top to do AI Recipt Scan, voice entry, or add manually, right? Below this, we have the option to select ask AI anything about your money. If you click on it, it will take us to the assistants tab, right? If you click on all of these 3 options, this will take a, let's say if I click on voice entry, it will activate the voice entry over here and it will ask us for the permission. I'll cancel it for now. And similar to this, we can open AI Recipt Scan or add manually. Now below it, we can see we have the monthly budget option. If we click on it, this will open this pop-up where we can set our monthly budget, right? And by the way, if you feel like there's some lag, it's because I think my screen sharing app has an issue. Apart from that, while using the actual app, it is working smoothly. Right, so this monthly budget, as soon as it starts to reach, it will send us the reminder as well. Below it, we can see the expense breakdown, the recent transactions over here, right? All of these things. So cool then, let's just go back to our app. There we go. So this is the page right here inside of the tabs, index.tsx, right? Now, as I mentioned earlier, that we are going to be making our API fetching much better. And for that, we are going to be using something called as Tanstack Query. If you want, you can also go to their official website and follow along by reading the docs, but don't need to worry about it. I am going to be explaining everything in this video as well. And I have created a separate video on Tanstack Query in case you are interested. You can check it out on my channel or just search Tanstack Query Roadside Coder. So cool, let me go on and install it first. So I'll say npx expo install at tanstack/react-query and press enter. Now, meanwhile, this is getting installed. What do we need to do? We need to go to this lib folder right here, and I'm going to create a new folder called query, and I will keep all of the Tanstack Query related stuff inside of this folder. We will also be need to create a client fileso client yes to set up the Tanstack Query client over here so that we can use it to make the API calls. Now, there are a lot of benefits of using something like Tanstack Query. First of all, it is industry standard way of doing things. And second of all, it manages loading, error, data, everything by itself, right? And best part, it is open source and free to use. There we go. It is installed. Let's close this. And I'm going to say export const query client equals new query client. And let's import it from tanstack/react-query. Now, inside this query client, I'm going to be providing some default options like what's going to be the stale time for a query, how many times it is going to retry. So I've put 1 over here. Now, since this query client has been created, now we can import it wherever we need it. Like first of all, we can use it right here in the layout.tsx. So our app needs to be wrapped around this query client. So outside of this clerk provider, I'll say query client, something like this. Let's wrap this up with it. And this is going to be taking the client. So client equals query client right here. Actually, it's going to be query client provider, not just query client. So make sure to remove that from over here. And we also need to import this query client from @lib that we just now created, right? The client file. So now we are ready to write the API calls or services basically for the Tanstack query. So what we'll do inside of this lib over here, we can create a new folder called services, which will contain all of our API calls, all of the helper functions for our API calls. So first of all, let's say for our accounts, right? So I'll say accounts for fetching user accounts, right? Let me show you how easy it is. So first of all, let's say export type. Account type can be cash, bank, credit card, savings, something like that, right? We can also take the type of our account. So it will contain ID, user ID, name, type, balance, if it's a default account or not, and when it was created at. Okay. Then finally, I'm going to say export async function get account, right? And this will basically take a Supabase client, which will be of type of Supabase client. Actually, we need to import it like import type Supabase client from this. Also, we are going to be taking a user ID for which we are trying to fetch the accounts. It will be string. Now, inside of this, it's going to be very straightforward. We're just going to say await Supabase dot from accounts table, select everything related to this particular user ID, order it if it is default in the ascending order, false, and create it at true, right, in the ascending order. If there's any error, throw the error and return the data as this type that we have created right here. So this is just a simple example. So this is just a simple service that we have created, right? This is just fetching the data from Supabase. Instead of keeping it inside of a component, we have just moved it outside, right? This has nothing to do with Tanstack Query up until now. By the way, when we go on and create a transaction or fetch a transaction, it will have a category. If you want, you can create a separate category table inside of your database. But what I would recommend you for this video, we can do something like this. So let's just go to that repository. So we will actually be creating a constants folder over here, and we will keep our categories inside of it. So this will contain all of our static categories that I have created for our app, and this should be more than enough. So let's go over here. Let's create a new folder for our constants. Folder constants. I'll get a new file categories.ts, and this is just a static data, right? So check this out. So we have different categories over here with label, icon, color, type. You can, remove or add according to you, but I have added most of them right here. And we have some static helper functions over here. First of all, like this is sending the type of categories for the key. So if you hover on it, you'll notice this will only send all of these keys just like this using this key off over here. Then over here, we are just filtering out the expense category. So see, I'm just converting this object into array. Then I'm saying dot filter dot type equals expense. And then I'm mapping it as key value pair. So if you hover on it, you'll see something like this expense category and in this format right here. See, for different of them. Same for income categories. This helper function is a single lookup by key, right? We can provide the key and it can find the category for us. Just simple, we are using the array brackets to find it out. And this will be used later on for when we are going to be providing Gemini some prompt, and it will provide us the expense keys and the income keys in this format right here, right? Simple enough, nothing much going on over here. Let's close this. Apart from this, let's see. I also want to create another service over here for my transactions. .ts. And by the way, we are going to be adding more and more API calls over here as well in accounts and transactions as we move forward in this video. So for transactions, I'm going to be taking transaction type and input method. Transaction type can be either income, expense. Input method can be manual, receipt scan, voice. Let's create the type for the transaction. So with ID, user account, account ID, type, amount, category. So category key is going to come from category that we just now saved. Description, date. So all of these are like similar to what we have done for our database, right? So that's why we are structuring our type in this format. After this, we also are going to be needing the transaction filters inside of this transactions page, right? Later on, we are going to be having a filter. Like as I showed you at the beginning of this video, we're going to be having the filters, right? So for that, I'm going to be having type and account ID. Inside of it, type can be transaction type, this one. Okay. Then I'm going to be finally creating our service right here, get transactions, which will take the Supabase client, the user ID, and if there's any filters to filter out the transactions. Now this is majorly going to be used in transactions page, but on home page you can see we had 5 transactions only there, right? So that is where this will be used. So let's write the query. Query is going to be supabase.from transactions table. I'll select everything equals to this user ID, this. After this, we can check for the filters. So I'll say if filter.type is there, then I'll say query.equals to this type. We are basically chaining after this query, right? So I'm saying query.equals to type and apply the type of filter. If we are filtering by the account ID, then I'm going to filter it again, something like this with the account ID. After this, finally, we can make the call. So I'm going to say await query.order. We're going to be ordering it like the date in the descending order, right? So ascending false. We'll get the data and the error, and in the end, I'll check if there's any error, then throw the error. Otherwise, I'm going to return data as the transaction. Cool. Oh yeah, we had budget as well, right? So let's create budget. So I'll say budget.ts, services for the budget. Let's just call it budgets, following our naming convention for all the files. Let's create the type first of all. So type budget with ID, user ID, amount, last alert sent, the email alert, created at, updated at. Now over here, we are going to be having 2 services, one for getting the budget and another one for updating or inserting it. So I'll say get budget, take Supabase client and the user ID. And the other one will be upsert budget. That means insert or update. Okay, so first of all, over here, we have imported Supabase client or not. Let me just import it. So actually something like this. So I'll just paste it over here and over here as well. So first of all, inside of this get budget, I'm going to be making the call. Let me just write it out real quick so that you guys can understand. So I'll say await supabase.from budgets table, select everything for this user ID. And I'm saying maybe single. So basically this returns data as a single object instead of array of objects. Otherwise it will return an error. So I'll say if error, throw error, return data as budget. Cool. Now for updated insert. So I'm going a little bit fast over here because I think these things are kind of self-explanatory because I've already done it in the onboarding page. So you guys would have understood what we're doing over here. Then I'm saying await supabase.from budgets. We are using upsert again over here. That is update or insert, whatever is relevant. So I'm providing user ID with this user ID and the amount. So on conflict is user ID since the budgets table has a unique constraint on that column for the schema. As a dot select single, right? Again, error handling and return data as budget. Cool. So I wanted to create 3 initial services to show you guys how we are going to be managing them inside of our query by using Tanstack Query basically. So first of all, we are going to be creating the keys for this. So I'll say keys.ts. And again, at any point in this tutorial, if you guys are getting confused, I would highly recommend you guys to use tools like ChatGPT or Claude to get an understanding on how things are working, or like basically if let's say if there's some gap in my explanation, you can just copy that code in ChatGPT or Claude and ask it to explain you. It is much better way to understand anything nowadays. Okay, so inside this keys.ts, I'll say export const keys. Now what is this keys? So this basically helps us or Tanstack Query to fetch the API in much more easier way. So I'll just say, actually not keys, I'll say query keys. And inside of this object, first of all, I'll write for accounts. So I'll say accounts. This will take the user ID as an input. And after that, I'm saying accounts user ID. So basically what I'm doing over here is I'm caching this data and I'm using the accounts keyword and the user ID. So basically for every user, this will be cached separately, right? If we just kept accounts over here, all of the user data will be cached together, right? We don't want that. So basically this will help us to cache our data. Similar to this, we will be doing it for the transactions. Let me import this transaction filters first. So yeah, check this out. So transaction, it will take the user ID and the filters as we saw just a moment ago. And again, for caching it, we're going to be using transaction, user ID, and filter. So basically, caching helps us in a way that if we make that query again, we don't have to go back to the database again and again, right? We can fetch the data instantly. And for the budget as well, similarly. Okay, so now all of this setup is done for caching and creating the services. Now what we can do is we can go to this hooks folder right here. I'll create a new folder for queries. And I'm going to be creating all of our different queries hook over here. Let me show you. Like for example, for our accounts APIs, right? I'm going to be creating a new file, use accounts query. And you might be thinking, why are we taking so much efforts over here to, create a service separately, then a hook for it separately, keys, caching, and all of those things, right? Trust me, all of these practices will help you massively in the long run. When you're creating a massive app like this, setting up these things will help you a lot when later on you're trying to fetch the data. It will provide you everything out of the box, like loading, error, data handling, everything, right? And you will understand that as we move forward in this video. So let me show you. So I'm going to say export function, use account, query, right? And inside of this, first of all, simply I'm going to be taking my user data from use user and the Supabase client right here from over here, right? Then after it, all we need to do is we need to say return use query. Now this is the hero hook from Tanstack Query and it is very important. So use query takes the query key that we have created in the query keys over here, which will be responsible for caching it. The query function, the service that we have created, that is the get accounts. And if it is enabled, it will only be enabled if user is logged in, right? So I'm putting 2 exclamation marks over here to check if this is true or not, right? Super simple. Similar to that, we're going to be doing for our transaction queries as well. So I'll say use transactions query.ts. Let me also create the file for use budget query.ts as well. Okay, so inside of use transactions query, it will be same as use accounts query. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. I'll just replace it with use transactions query. And inside of this will take the filters from our front end, transactions query. And instead of this accounts and stuff over here, I'm going to be saying transactions with user ID and the filters. And I'll take my get transactions service that I created, which will take the Supabase, user ID, and the filters, and if it is enabled or not. Simple as that. Let me just copy this again and paste it inside of my budget query. Of this, now I'm going to say use budget query. Instead of accounts, we can say budget. Instead of get accounts, I'll say get budget over here. All right, there's that. I don't think there's anything remaining. Now we can finally go on and work on our UI. Now there's one more thing that I'd like to show you inside of our app. So if you go to transactions page, if we swipe any transaction, you can see we have an option to click on this delete button and delete the transaction, just like this. Not sure why my screen sharing tool is lagging a little bit, but my app is working completely fine inside of mobile. So yeah, this gesture thing will be made possible by an npm package, which we will be installing as well. So let me just switch back to our app and let's go to our terminal and I'll say npx expo install react-native-gesture-handler. Press enter. There we go. It is installed. Now we can go to layout.tsx file and we need to wrap whole of our app in this gesture handler root view. This will be used later on inside of our app, but it's good that if we install it right now because we are going to be creating the transaction row component, right? That's why. Let's go on and import it right here, something like this. And we also need to provide this thing with style to be flex1. Okay, let's close this. All right, now let's go back to our home component. So index.tsx actually, inside of root, tabs, index.tsx. Okay, let's start working on it. And also, by the way, if you want to see some console log inside of your app, if you just shake your phone, you can see there's this option of OpenJS debugger. If I click on it, see it will open this React Native Dev Tools right here. So here in the console, you can see all of the console logs that you have made inside of our app. So inside this home screen, first of all, if you remember, our home screen had 3 logos, right? Camera, mic, and logo for, sorry, not logo, I mean icons for adding a new transaction. So over here, I'm going to be taking an array called quick action. And if you want, you can copy this array from my Git repository inside of tabs index, right? But or you can create it according to you. So icon is going to be camera, label AIRSP scan, action to be scan, and color to be this. I'll show you how we are going to be using it inside of it. Just this will help us to render all of these icons. Inside this home screen, let's see what else do we need. We can take things like user information. So use user hook, use router for routing the user to another page, and use user store. And I'm going to take out the currency from inside of it. Okay. Now, if you remember, to change our budget, we were opening a pop-up as well, or a modal. So for that, we are going to be taking a state for budget modal open. By default, it will be false, obviously. And also we are going to be taking, like making the use of our queries that we have created using Tanstack Query. So I'll say use account query. And now I'll show you the real power of using something like Tanstack Query. So I'll say const and curly braces. Inside of the curly braces, if you press Control space, see, all of these things are provided out of the box to us by Tanstack Query, right? Like data error, data updated at, failure count, failure reason, is enabled, is error, everything. We don't have to build anything by ourselves, right? Is fetching, is loading, is paused, is pending, everything related to our AI is now being handled over here. So what I'll do, I'll take out data, rename it as accounts. By default, it will be empty. Is loading, let's rename it to accounts loading. Is refetching to accounts refetching, and refetch function to refetch account. So refetch basically will be used when user drags the screen on the bottom and it starts refreshing. So that is where this will be used, and refetching loading as well, right? Okay. After that, similar to this, for loading all of our transactions, I'm going to be taking use transactions query that we have created, if you remember. So data is loading, is refetching, refetch, and I'm going to rename them accordingly. Okay. After that, let's take our use budget query as well. So use budget query, let's import it, and I'm going to take out the data and refetch over here. Awesome. Let's see. Apart from that, let's have a single loading variable over here and refetching variable. So I'm going to combine these accounts loading and transaction loading over here. So I'll say loading equals account loading or transaction loading. Then we're going to make it true. Same for refreshing as well. So accounts refetching and transactions refetching. Okay. After that, I'm going to have on refresh function. On refresh, we are going to refetch all of these things, right? Refetch accounts, refetch transactions, and refetch budget. I think this much would be self-explanatory at this point. Now, since we have got this data right here, like for example, all of our accounts data, we can start, reducing them down to according to us, right? Like reduce or filter out from them. For example, if I say const total balance, which we will be displaying on the top, right? In the home page. So I'll say, let's just have a function right here. Let's say accounts data dot reduce, right? And what we want is we want to sum all of our accounts data. So I'll take sum and the account. We're going to write it inside of it. By default, it will be 0. So inside of this, I'm going to say sum plus account, and I'll take out the balance from inside of it. So dot balance. So see, this is the benefit of using TypeScript as well. It gives us all the suggestions right here. Save this. Now, if you also want, you can wrap this in use memo so that it does not does this calculation again and again. This is a good practice. Now, similar to that, we are going to be needing this month's transactions as well on the homepage, and we are only going to be needing 5 transactions. So I'm going to say const month transaction, and I'll take the use memo. I'll say now that is today's date, and I'll say transactions dot filter is same month. Now, how will this come from? How will we check is same month? So over here, basically we are using a library. Let me just install it. npm install date-fns. So this is a very useful library when dealing with time or date related data. So it provides us with this function called is same month to check if this date in that transaction is the same month, belongs to the same month before now. Then we are going to filter it out and return from this month transactions to this month transactions. So let's just go to the top, and I'm going to import is same month from date-fns. It is still being installed. Let me just wait for it to get installed. There it is. It is installed now. Let's actually try to go on and console log these things and see if we get anything right here. So I'll paste total balance and the monthly transactions and save it. And let's open, there we go, our dev tools. Check this out. We have one transaction obviously that we created, the 20,000 rupees transaction when we onboarded the user, right? So you can see total balance is 20,000 and the transaction details. Amazing. Let's close this. Let's get rid of this console log. And then I'll have more things like how much income did user make this month? How much expenses did they make, right? So I'll say monthly, month income or monthly income, whatever. I'll make use of user memo. I'll say month transactions from right here. I'll say dot filter out, and the transaction type is going to be income, and we're going to be reducing it down with the respect to amount, right? Similar to this, we are going to be doing for the monthly expenses as well, right? Same thing. The type is going to be expense in this case. Below it, let's take the recent transactions as well. This will simply be 0,5. That means we are going to be displaying 5 transactions here in the home page. And then we can also display the pie chart, right? So for that, we are going to be making use of this expense breakdown, and this will only be refetching if month transactions change. Okay, so inside of this, what we're going to be writing is, first of all, I'm going to be creating a map inside of it. So I'll say const map, string and number. And after this, I'll filter out monthly transaction. So I'll say month transaction dot filter with respect to the expense. And for each and every expense, like for the filtered expenses from out of it, I'll take the category and I'm going to add the amount category wise. So see category, and I'm saying map transaction category plus transaction amount for that particular category. Below it, finally, when I have this data inside of the map, I'm going to say object.entries. I'm going to convert that object into an array, and I'll say dot sort in the descending order, and I'll say dot map. I'll take the category and the amount, and I'll structure it in this data. So first category, so it will be of type transaction. Let's import it. The amount, what is the color of the transaction? So for this, we would need to create a get category config. Actually, it already exists inside of our categories file that we imported, and we're going to take that particular color. So if I show you, see, for each and every category, we have a color code over here, right? Again, you can customize it according to you. So yeah, we have all of the data that we need to build our homepage or home screen. All right, now inside of over here, I'm going to be having a safe area view, just like earlier with the same class names and stuff. Let's import it. And inside of it, we are going to be using a component called scroll view. So scroll view basically helps us to render a lot of data inside of our screen and allows us to, basically scroll on that screen, right? So I've given it some class name, shows vertical scroll indicator. So if you want to show the scroll indicator on the right side, I've put it false over here. And refresh control, basically what happens when you refresh, right? So there's this component from React Native gesture handler, refresh control. And this scroll view also comes from that gesture handler that we wrapped our app with as well, right? So when we scroll down, we can refresh our app and perform the following action. So on refresh, this on refresh function that we had created, this right here, and refreshing means this refreshing will be triggered, and accordingly it will show us the loading indicator inside of this scroll view. Now, first of all, let's go on and build our header component, right? That dark header component. So I'll have a view for it. Class name bg brand background. It will be rounded from the bottom 28 pixels, some horizontal padding, some top padding, some bottom padding as well. And then inside of it, we can render our logo of our app, right? So for the header, let's just take a view, flex row, justify between items center. And right here, let's first import this view. I'm simply going to be adding our image that we had added in the other places, right? So let's import this image from React Native. For the source, I'm saying require, and this time I'm requiring wealth light PNG. So if you go to the assets over here, you have this wealth light logo, right? White logo on the black background. So that is what we're using. Style, some width and height right here. And content fit to be contain. What's wrong over here? And by the way, over here, I think it will be resize mode to be contain. After this, let's have view over here probably. Then our image will start to show up. We have rendered more over here. So I'll have view, flex row, item center, gap to be 5. Then inside of it, I'll have another view which will render the greeting to our user, right? So let's just create a simple function for that. So right outside of it, I'm going to say get greeting, and we'll check according to the R. I'll say new date dot get hours. If it's less than 12, then good morning. Otherwise, good afternoon, else good evening. Right? Simple enough. So I'll just go right here. I'll render a text over here. Let's just import it from React Native and it will be get greeting over here. So notice good evening right here. Yep. And you can see our logo is starting to show up because this view did not have any height, right? That's why it didn't show up. Then right below this greeting, I'll have a text with user.firstname. So you can see good evening, Piyush. Awesome. Then we will also show users profile pic over here. So right below this view, let me just quickly add it. Let me show you. I'm going to be having a touchable opacity over here. Let's import it from React Native. Here as well, this will be resize mode instead. So I'm saying touchable opacity. When we click on it, it will take us to /root/tab/profile right here, right? When we click on the profile picture, I'll say if user.image URL is there and user.hasImage is there, which in this case we do not. So we can simply render an icon over here, name user. Otherwise, we can render the user.image URL from clerk, right? So if I click on it, check this out. It takes us to the profile screen. Okay, great. Now below this view over here, I'm going to have another view to display the other data like our total balance, format, price, etc., etc. So I'll display total balance in a big text. So I'll say text brand secondary, text extra small, margin bottom 1.5. So right below it, we can display our big total balance, right? So I'll say format price. Again, this is something that we have to create, by the way. So text brand text primary has to be 38 pixel, font medium, and tracking title. Let me just create it. So basically this is what we will be using for formatting our price. So let's actually go to the lib. Where is it? Lib. And we can create a utils file for utility functions. So utils.ts. And here I'm going to be creating a format price function, which will take the price, the value, and the currency, right? And I'm checking if the currency is INR, then we're going to decide this format, otherwise undefined. So I'll say international.number format, local, style to be currency, whatever the currency is over here, and maximum fractional digits. Because INR is like first 3 digits, then after 2 digits, right? So that's why we are adding this format right here. And I'm going to say dot format value. Save this and go back and import this right here. And save this and you'll see, yep, there it is. Our balance is visible. So if I scroll this, you can see we have that loading indicator right here that was for refetching. That's the use of that gesture library that we added. Okay. Right after this text, I'm going to have another view for displaying our monthly income, monthly expense, etc. Right? So let me just be a little bit quicker with it. These are just the data that we have already taken at the top. We're just going to render it. So inside of a view, the icon will be arrow up right, and we are going to be formatting the format price, and I'm going to say monthly income and currency. Similar to this, I'm going to be rendering the monthly expense as well. So monthly expense and currency. So check this out. We are saying in this case, arrow up right to display the income and for the expense down right. You know what I'm thinking? I think we should seed some data inside of our database, right? So that it will be easier for us to see these things. But let's just build it a little bit and then we can go on and seed some data. Let's actually render the 3 buttons over here as well. So I'll have a view right here, flex row gap to be 2.5. And I'm going to take, inside of curly brace, I'll take quick action. And inside of this, I'm going to render a touchable opacity. Inside of this touchable opacity, I'll render each and every action, right? So I'll have a view over here, class name, width 9, height 9. Let me just actually first give it the key. So I'll say action.label. So if you remember, here we have icon, label, action, and color. So that's why I'm providing action.label. So inside of the view, I'll have an icon that we will render over here from inside of it, and the text, which will be action.label, right? Let's save this and let's see what do we get. Yep, something like this. Let's style this a little bit. So inside of this touchable opacity, I'm going to say first of all on press, it will take us to /root/tabs/add transaction, right? And I'm going to provide the params accordingly. So each one of these have different params. So check this out. So this one be scan, this one will be voice, this one will be manual, right? So accordingly, we can open stuff inside of our add transaction. Then active opacity be 0.75, class name, flex1, some brand surface, background color, rounded to XL, border brand, surface border, some vertical padding, item center, and gap to be 2 over here. Okay, cool. So that is our header section of our homepage, right? Looks awesome. If I click on any one of these, yep, you can see it takes us to the add transaction page, but nothing happens obviously because we have not built it. Let's move forward. Right below this view, I'm going to render a view over here, which will be for the body. Now this button over here will be for the assistant, for taking us to the assistants page. So I'm going to be having a touchable opacity over here. On press, you can see router.push to /assistant. I'm going to be having a class name of background white, rounded 18 pixel, some border color, and all the simple styles, right? Straightforward. Inside of it, we will be having the text, ask AI anything about your money, an icon, arrow right, and we'll be having a pulse sort of icon over here. So we have used view to create something like this. So height 7, width 7, rounded full, background to be brand blue. Okay. And you can see if I click on it, so if I click on right here, check this out. We are taken to the assistants screen now. After this, we will have the button for our monthly budget, right? You may remember. So again, for that, I'm going to be having a touchable opacity on press, set budget model open to true, active opacity to be 0.85, and some class name like background white, rounded 18 pixels, some border color, margin bottom, etc. Inside of this, I'm going to be rendering a view with the text monthly budget and the icon edit to. So see, something like this, and below it we can show our monthly budget, right? So below this view, I'm going to check if budget is there. If it is there, then we are going to be rendering something over here. Let me just render the empty fragments for now. Else, if the budget has not been set, then I'm simply going to render a text over here. Tap to set a monthly spending limit. Sorry, monthly spending budget, I mean. So see, something like this. Currently, we do not have anything, no budget. That's why we are not seeing anything over here. Okay, cool. So we will, click on it, and there will be a pop-up that pops up that we will be working on in just a moment. Below this, we are going to be showing the expense breakdown. So I'll say expense breakdown.length. If it's more than 0, then right inside of it, I'll be having a view. And inside of this, first of all, let me just give this view some class name. Round white, rounded 18 pixel, border, some border color, some padding, and margin bottom to be 18 pixels. I'll be having the text over here as expense breakdown for this month. And below this, we are going to be rendering a pie chart inside of this view right here. Now, for rendering the charts, we are going to be installing a library over here. So let's go to our terminal, and I'm going to say npm install React Native gifted charts. Actually, I'm going to say npx expo install, so it only installs the package that is properly compatible with our SDK 54. Press enter, and it will start installing it. There it is installed. So inside of this view now, I'm going to render pie chart. Let's import it. Oops, not importing. Let's go to the top. I'll import it from React Native gifted charts. Okay. Now inside of this, it takes a bunch of things. Like you can see all of this, like data, animation duration, etc., etc. If you want to add animation, so first of all, let's add the data over here. So with respect to our expense breakdown, which has category, amount, color, I'm going to say data will be expense breakdown dot map. And we will divide it in the value and color. So that this is the data that this pie chart takes, right? After this, I'm going to provide it more things like radius. It can be 60, the inner radius, which can be 38, inner circle color. Wait, I think there's some issue over here. I guess we need to restart our app. So let's just go on to our terminal. Let's close our server and npx expo start -- clear. Let's wait for it. Okay, so it is giving us the error, React Native linear gradient is installed or not, and I checked. It's not installed, I guess. So let's go and install it. So React Native linear - gradient and expo linear gradient. I guess these are needed for rendering the chart properly. So let's wait. Alright, so our app is working, but I actually realized we don't have any expenses right now. So the expenses chart won't be visible. So what I'm thinking, why don't we go on and add some data inside of our database, like seed some data, right? Obviously, we don't have the ability to create the transactions right now, create the budget and stuff like that, right? So why don't we go on and seed some data, right? So if you go to my GitHub repository, I've actually created a seeding script for you guys. And again, you don't need to understand about this script. All you need to do is just go to the seed.sql just copy whatever that is over here. This is just a bunch of SQL data which you can use to seed your database, right? The only thing that you need to change is this user ID right here. So just go to their SQL editor, click on plus and paste it right here and just change this thing. Instead of this, let's open our table editor, go to users and take the ID of the user that you want to seed this data to. So I've copied up and pasted it right here. Okay, let's click on run. Yep, run query. There we go. I think we should have some data inside of our app now. Yep, we have some budgets, bunch of transactions, accounts and everything, right? Cool then. Now if we go back and let's refresh our app, I'm going to shake my phone and click on reload. And there we go. We can see the expense breakdown this month that we have created right here. Awesome. So we're getting this error. Text strings must be rendered within a text component. Where did we not render it? Let me check. Okay, so I think this is the one that is causing this error. Let's save this. I don't think we should have any error now. Well, anyways, so after this, let's just render more data inside of our UI. And by the way, you can see since now we have a budget, this is appearing empty over here. So below this pie chart now, I'm going to be rendering a view inside of which I'm going to render the data for the expense breakdown. So I'll say expense breakdown dot map. Actually, let me slice it. I'll just show the first 6 expense. So I'll say dot slice 0, 6. Oops, this should be in the parenthesis. And I'll say dot map. And then this map I'll take for each category over here and I'm going to render a view right here. Right? Let me actually also wrap this in parenthesis like this. Okay. Now for this view, first of all, I'm going to provide it with the key c.category and class name, flex row, item center, justify center. And inside of it, I'll first of all render all of the top categories. So with the color of that particular category, and I'm going to say get category config, and I'm going to get that particular category and then render the label. Below this view, I'm going to be rendering the price for that particular category, right? So I'll say c.amount and in the currency that it is in. Check this out, something like this. It looks awesome, right? So below this now, below this expense breakdown is where we are going to be rendering all of our recent transactions. So I'm going to have a view over here as well with flex row, justify between, item center, some margin bottom. And inside of it, I'm going to render 2 things. First of all, obviously the title, recent transaction, and then the touchable opacity, which will take us to the transactions page. And I'll say see all, right? If you want to see even more transactions. So check this out. Yep, we have recent transaction. If I click on see all over here, see, it is taking us to the transactions page. All right, now we can render all the transaction below it. So I'll first of all check if it is loading. Then I'm going to render an activity indicator over here. So inside of a view. So otherwise, I'll check if recent transactions.length, if it's equals to 0, that is no transactions. Then we can render an empty state over here. Otherwise, we are going to be rendering all of the transactions. So let me show you how. I'm going to say recent transactions dot map for each and every transaction. I'm going to render this transactions row component, which obviously does not exist yet. So I'm going to comment it out for now. And let me just render an empty fragment over here for now. Okay. So here, first of all, let me render the empty state. So it will look something like this. I'll render an inbox icon and I'm going to say no transaction set. Let me just make it true actually. So I'll say true. Let's see how it is. So see something like this, no transactions yet. Let me revert it. And then we can finally go on and work on a transactions row component. Let me actually create the component for this. First of all, I want to create this budget thing and then I want to move to it. So let me just create this component for now. So inside of the components, I'll create a new file and this will be used in a bunch of different places, by the way. So transaction row, RNF, transaction row, save it and let's import it right here. Something like this. And this will take the key because we are mapping it and it will take each and every transaction. So over here in the transaction row component, I'll give it actually 2 things. Over here, we'll have the transaction and on delete. So in our home page, we are not triggering the on delete. We will trigger it inside of the transactions page only. So I'll say for transaction and on delete over here. Let me just import this transaction. So you can see we will display 5 transactions over here, right? So for now, we can just see the transaction row over here, just like that. Okay, cool. We will come back to this. Let's first of all worry about our budget. So where is it? Right here. So it is empty for now. So here, first of all, I'm going to render the text, the monthly expense and budget amount, right? Like how much we have spent. So 73,000 of 43 or 45,000 is spent already. I guess the data is a little bit off. How about we go on and just change it a little bit? So inside of the budgets, let's just make the budget something like 90,000. That's more like it. Let's just refresh my app. I'm going to shake my phone and click on reload. Okay, meanwhile that's reloading. Below the text, I'm going to be showing a view where we can show how much budget has been reached. So now I think it's fine. So inside of the view, I'll just simply render one view over here with class name height to be 2, rounded full, and style. So notice this is important. So it's more like CSS, right? So width is going to be math.min, math.round, monthly expense divided by budget amount. So basically we are calculating the percentage of how much percentage has it been reached for the total budget. We'll get the budget so we can render the width, and accordingly we can render the background color, right? So if the monthly expense is more than or equal to budget amount, we're gonna show red, something like red. If it's 80%, we're gonna show this, otherwise some yellowish, green color I mean. Let's save this, let me show you. Yep, see something like this, yellowish color. If it was less than that, I think it would be something like yellow. Cool, it looks good. Now, what I want to do is when we click on this pencil icon right here, we want to show a modal for setting our budget, right? And you know what? Since we are going to be using modal in multiple places inside of our app, why don't we create a common component for it? So inside of the components, I'm going to create a form sheet modal.tsx. So rnf form sheet modal, and we will create a component in such a way so that we can reuse it again and again in multiple places. So I'll just say, let's take visible, title, on, close, children, these 4 props over here, just like we do in our normal modal earlier that we did. And we're going to take the types over here, visible, title, on, close, children, right? And simply, what are all the things that a modal has? So first of all, obviously, the modal component. So I'll import it from React Native. And this will take visible, animation type will be slide, so that we don't have to provide it again and again. And it will be transparent. Inside of this, we will add the keyboard avoiding view so that keyboard does not block the view. Let's import it. Let's import the platform. Again, I've already explained these things. Inside of this, we are going to be having a view with brand body color, rounded top to be 2XL, some padding horizontal, padding top, and padding bottom. Inside of this, we can render the title of that modal. So title, brand background, text base, font semi-bold, and margin 124. Below this, we can render the actual component, like actual content, that is children, right, of that modal that we'll be creating. And below it, we can have a button like touchable opacity. On press, I'll trigger the on close. Class name can be vertical padding, item center, and this will simply say cancel over here. Okay, perfect. I'll show you how we're going to be making use of it. But before that, if you remember, inside of our budgets.ts, we created this upsert budget, right? But we didn't create any hook for this. And the reason for that, this will not be a query. This will be a mutation when it comes to Tanstack Query. So let me show you how. So you can see we have created queries over here, right? We will have another folder for mutation. So mutation is basically when you're trying to, create something, like insert something, update something, delete something. So that comes under mutation. So I'll say mutations. And here I'm going to be creating a new file for use budget mutations.ts. And we'll create all the mutations for the budget right here. So I'll just actually copy this up from use budget query, and I'll show you how it differs from the query. So I'll paste it right here. Instead of use query now, I'll actually first import it. So use mutation. Instead of this use query, we can remove it. And we are also going to be needing use query client from Tanstack. We don't need to have query key in this case. This will have the mutation function. Instead of get budget, I'll say upsert budget. This will take the props like amount in this case, which will be number to create the budget, right? Let me see, it's imported, right? Yep, it is imported. This will take Supabase, user ID, and one more thing, which will be amount. And instead of this enabled, see what else it has. All of these things on mutate, on error, on settled. What we will need is on success. What happens on success? I'll say query client dot invalidate queries. That this basically means we are using this query client, and whatever budget data that we already have right here, that is this thing. We are saying invalidate this data and refetch it again. So I'm saying invalidate queries, and I'm providing the query key budget over here. So if you remember, right here, we had provided this query key to this, right? Right inside of this thing, budget. So I'm saying all of the query keys related to the budget, just invalidate them so that we can refresh the data. So that is what we are doing right here. Instead of use budget query, I'll call it use budget mutation, or you could also call it something like use upsert budget, right? Cool. Let's close this up. And now finally, let's go on and create the model for our budget. So in the components, I'll create a new file, budget model.tsx, rnf, there it is. Now over here, we can make use of the form sheet model that we have created. So this will take the following props. It will take visible, budget, on close, on saved from the home screen. And this will have the type, visible, boolean, budget type that we have already created, on close and on saved. Okay, fine. Then instead of this view, let me just have this form sheet component that we created, right? Let me actually just render it and show you guys first. Let me wrap our text with it. Import it something like this. And now let's actually import it inside of our index.tsx, our homepage, so that you guys can understand what's going on over here. At the very bottom, below the scroll view, I'm going to say if user is there, then I'll render the budget model. And this will take obviously the things that we have provided in the props. So which will be visible to be budget model open, state that we taken the actual budget, on close, set budget model open to false, on saved will also be false. So if I click on this right here, check this out. Now we can see this opening something like this. Cool, let's just provide it with more stuff so that we can see it in real time. Like first of all, I'm going to be providing it with the title monthly budget. Below this, we're going to be having a text input. So for that, let me actually take a couple of states over here. So I'll take amount and error. So let's save this. We're going to keep it simple. And let's also import our use upsert budget mutation that we just now created, right? Let's import it. So this will provide us with two things. Mutate async function for triggering the mutation, and is pending, like you can consider it like loading. Below it, we will have a use effect right here. So if visible is true, then we're gonna set the amount to whatever the budget is as soon as we open it, and set the error to null. Let's import the user state, and right below it, for now, I'm going to be creating an empty handle save function over here. Okay, let's just first work on this. So below this text, I'm going to have a text input to input our budget. So let's import this text input from React Native. Value will be amount. On change text, it will be set error to empty and set amount to whatever that we provided. Some placeholder text, color. So by the way, I have added some static colors to our app that we will be using in multiple places inside of our application. So if you guys want, you can go into our app. Inside of constants, I have added this theme.ts. See, there are some colors over here, some gradient colors that you can use inside of your app. So let's actually go on, and instead of constants, I'm going to create a new file. Oops. So this is a static file again, theme.ts. No logic involved over here, just some colors that I've added according to me. You can change them if you like. Right. So now if we can go back over here, let's import this colors, and I've added a placeholder color. So we're gonna be using that. Keyboard type is going to be numeric. So if I click on it, see, check this out. It's numeric, so we can see something like this, right? Autofocus as soon as we open it, some class name, background white, border color, etc., right? Below it, if there's any error, I'll check. If there's any error, I'll render the text, red text, with this error, otherwise null. And below it, we are going to be having a touchable opacity for saving the budget, right? So I'll have a touchable opacity, which will trigger this handle saved, which is empty for now, by the way. Disabled, if it is savings going on, we will disable the button. Class name, some active opacity. Inside of this, if it's saving, we're going to show saving, otherwise save budget. Okay, I think this should be straightforward. Let's just work on this function first, and then we can go on and test out our flow. So it'll be straightforward. First of all, I'll parse the budget. I'll just say parse float and convert it into the number. And I'll check if amount does not exist and it's less than 0, then enter a valid monthly budget and return it. Otherwise, I'm going to start updating it. So I'll first of all set the error to empty, and I'll say try await upsert budget to this parsed amount. So I'm going to trigger this upsert budget function right here, and then trigger the on saved over here as well. Okay, otherwise we're gonna show the error. Yeah, I think that should be it. Let's actually do one thing. I'll go back to my database. Now let's start the things from scratch. I'll remove the already existing budget over here, delete one row, delete it. Let's get back over here. Let's refresh our app. I'll just reload it, everything. There we go. Now we can see there's no monthly budget. If I click on it and set the monthly budget to 95,000, click on save budget, it is saving, and there we go. Budget has not reached 80%, right? So now we can see it is green. Amazing. So this is super cool. All right, now finally let's go on and work on these transaction row right here and properly display each and every transaction over here. So I've opened this transaction row component that we created, and right below it, first of all, with respect to the transaction that we have over here, let me show you. So if I just say console log and let's print this transaction, let me just shake my phone and let's click on this OpenJS debugger. So we'll be able to see the console log now right here. See? So it has all of these different things. And one of these things is category, right? And if we want the information of the category, and also by the way, we will have a flag for if it's an income or an expense. So here type, right? So for both of these things, I'm going to keep this. First of all, I'll get the category config. So if you remember, we had this function over here in the categories.ts, which basically fetches that particular category with respect to whatever the key or the name of the category is, and if this is income or not. Okay. Apart from that, we also want to know the input method. Like this one is, here, manual, right? It can be manual, it can be added by voice log, or it can be added by scanning the receipt. So it can be anything, right? So let's take const input method icon, and I'll have a record over here. I'll have the transaction type as well, and I'm going to get the input method. So check this out. So input method can be of type input method, which is manual, receipt scan, or voice, right? So just to keep our app robust, we're going to keep this, and we're going to import feather as well, because we are figuring out the icons for all these three. So this one will have edit 3, this one will camera, this one will have mic. Okay, let's go on and create the UI now. So here, basically, in place of this transaction, I'm going to render something called as row. And row, I'm going to create right here, row, and inside of this, let's have a view with class name flex row, item center, background white, rounded 2 pixels, some border color, padding left, padding right, and padding vertical as well, right? Inside of it, in the first view, I'm going to be having the text with config.icon, like what this is all about. So here, category config. So if you notice, check this out. We can see different icons of that particular category. And also we have added this style on the left side. So with respect to that particular category, we're going to show different colors over here as well. Okay. For each row over here, I'm going to say class name, margin bottom to be 2.5 so that we have some gap over here, right? Then below this view, I'm going to have another view just like this. And inside of this, I'll have the description or the category label, whatever is relevant over here if user has not provided a description, right? Below that, we can display the icon along with the category label and if it's a flagged transaction or not, right? So I'll have a view, flex row, item center, gap to be 1.5, some margin top, and inside of it, I'll first of all display the icon using this input method icon that we taken right here, right? I'll provide the input method to it, size 11, and you'll notice, yep, something like this. So all of these are manual, that's why it's appearing like this. Below it, I'm going to display the config.label, what category it is. So other income, salary, transport, etc, etc. Okay. Below this, if it is a flagged transaction, I'll say if tx.isFlagged, then it'll show flagged over here, right? None of these are flagged, so we can't see it. Below this view, I'll have a text showing the price, how much it is, like how much has been added. Let's import the format price as well that we created. So basically, if it is income, it's going to be green. Otherwise, it's going to be red if it's expense, right? If it's income, I'm going to show plus, otherwise minus. So see, something like this. Looks super cool, right? After this row, I'm going to check if on delete is not present, then we're going to simply render this row over here. And in this case, in our home page, the on delete will not be there, right? We cannot delete it from over here. We can only delete it from the transactions page over here. But if on delete is present, that means after this, so over here, we are going to be adding a component called swipeable. It will come from React Native gesture handler. Let's move this row inside of it, and we're going to be providing it a bunch of things. So inside of swipeable, I'll say overshoot right to be false, that we cannot swipe it to the right side, only to the left side. Render right actions. So we're going to be rendering a delete button over here. So I'm having a touchable opacity. So let me show you actually. So if I just remove this for now, and if I swipe it, see something like this. We can see a delete icon over here. We can click on this delete icon. Right now it won't work, obviously, since we don't have on delete. But when we do, it will work like that. And we are showing an trash, like a trash 2 icon. Okay, let's revert this. Cool then. So yeah, with that, we have created our transaction row and our home screen as well. Amazing. Now, how about we go on and work on all transactions page? We already have the data. So why don't we go on and work on this? This will have like filters and all. Let me actually show you the final product. So we are on our home page inside of our deployed app. And if you go to transactions page, there we go. How beautiful this looks, right? We have a whole chart over here which shows our monthly transactions. We can filter them out with respect to our account. We can also filter them out with respect to our income or expense, right? Everything. And the chart adjusts according to this. So this one did not have anything. Awesome. So it's looking super beautiful. And again, we can swipe it and delete any transaction. We can also search any transaction over here. Let's say, I don't know, movie. Yes, there we go. We can see the movie transaction over here. Awesome. And by the way, we can click on this button right here on the top right. Check this out. We have exported all of the transactions and expenses for this month, right? How awesome is that? Now, first of all, as I showed you for the exporting feature, the export transactions feature, we are going to be needing a package over here. So npm expo install expo-sharing. This is what will be responsible for that. Now, meanwhile, this is getting installed. Let's just go on and work on our delete API first, right? So I'll go to lib inside of services, inside of transactions. Let's allow it to get installed and we can continue writing this. So currently we just have get transactions over here. So now below this, I'm going to be creating delete transactions or delete transaction, which will be taking Supabase client, transaction ID, account ID, amount, and type. Okay. Now notice I'm taking account ID over here as well. It's because when we delete a transaction, we will also need to update the balance of that account, right? So that's why. Now inside of it, I'm going to first of all delete that particular transaction by saying await Supabase from transactions table delete, right? Equals to this particular ID that we are getting. Okay. After that, I'll check if there's any error, then show that error right here. Otherwise, let's get the account details. So I'll say await Supabase from accounts, select balance equals to this particular ID single, right? And then I'm going to throw the error if there's any error. Now let's calculate the delta. If the the transaction type was income, then I'm going to reduce the amount. Otherwise, we're going to add the amount to the account balance. So I'm going to say await Supabase dot from accounts dot update balance to be account dot balance plus delta. Whatever the case is, it will handle it, right? So dot equals to this particular account ID. If there's any error, we're going to throw the error. Otherwise, we're going to return error to be, right? Cool then. Let's go on and create the mutation for this delete transaction. As I told you, we had created mutations over here as well, right? In the hooks. So we have queries and mutations. So inside of mutations, actually, we're going to create another file for this. Use transaction mutation.ts. All right, now inside of it, let me just copy this budget mutation and it will help us out to write this quickly. Instead of calling this use upsert budget, I'll say use delete transaction. We will have user, we will have the query client, Supabase client. I think we don't need user over here, right? So let's remove that. Then inside this use mutation, in the mutation function, I will take the following things. So first of all, I'll take the transaction, right? So we're gonna say pick over here. That is, we need to take out the following things. So from the transaction, we're going to take out ID, account ID, amount, and type. So check this out. If I hover on it, see something like this. And we're going to then call our delete transaction that we just now created, provide with Supabase instance with transaction ID, account ID, amount, and transaction type. Okay. Then after that, on success, so let me replace this. On success, I'm going to check if result.error is there, then return. Otherwise, query client.invalidate queries with respect to transaction and the accounts, right? So that means we're going to fetch all of the transaction and query data. Okay, that should do it. Let's now go to our transaction screen. So inside of our app, root, tabs, transactions.tsx. So first of all, instead of view, I'm going to be having a safe area view, just like earlier. Let's import this right here. Then I'm going to be having another view right here. And inside of it, in the header, I'm going to render the text transactions and a touchable opacity for downloading all the transaction or exporting the transaction. So inside this view is where we can render it. So I'm going to say text brand background, Excel font semi bold, and transactions. And below it is where we can keep our handle export. First of all, is where we can keep the export button. So let's actually do one thing. Let me just take a few things that we are going to be needing to build this component. First of all, over here, let's take a filters data, which will contain all income expenses, a function which will help us to format our date. So I'll import format from date-fns so we can display the date. And below it, we will have a function for current month days. This will help us to know what are all the days inside of the current month, so you can display it inside of the chart, right? So today is the start of day. So I'll provide the new date. So this is for the today, right? And the start of day returns the start of the day for the given date, right? Then we're going to say each day of the interval. So this returns the array of dates within, the specific time interval. So we're going to start with today, start of the month to today. And then I'm going to map it so that we can get the current month dates in the format of key label. Okay. Now inside of our component, we're going to have a few states and router. So I'll say use router right here. I'll take use state as well. So I'm going to say active filter, set active filters will be for managing the filters. For our account, so active account ID, set active account ID, whatever it's selected. For the search, for exporting loading indicator. For our filters, let's create a type filter over here, which will be a transaction type. So I'll say if active filter is income, then I'll display income. If it's expenses, then we're going to show expense over here. I'll show you where we'll be using this. After this, finally, we can import our use transactions query that we had created. And inside of this, we're going to be providing the type that if it's an income or expense and the account ID. Then I'll take out the data is loading, is refetching, is error, and refetch function over as well. So you can drag down and reload the whole data. After this, we are also going to be needing the use accounts query to get the accounts data, and also use delete transaction to delete the transaction. Obviously, this will be a mutation, so that's why we're going to take mutate async over here. Okay. After that, let's reassign the variables. So instead of loading, I'll keep transaction loading. Instead of refreshing, I'll keep transaction refreshing. So the reason why I'm keeping it in a separate variable over here, because later on we might need to add something else, like for example, while creation of transactions, so we can chain it right after it. And for error, I'll keep transaction error, and this naming convention helps us as well. I'll also create a function called load data, which will help us to refetch the transaction and accounts. And again, I'll show you where we will be using this. Let's also create some empty functions for now for our handle export and our handle delete as well. So this will be taking a transaction with the transaction type. Now, after this transactions over here, so let's go here, and I'm going to be keeping a touchable opacity on press handle export function, which is empty for now. Let me import this. It'll be disabled when the exporting is going on, and class name will be width height to be 9, rounded full, background white, some border color, item center, and justify center. And inside of it, I'm going to show an icon for exporting. So feather. Let's get rid of this, and I'll show an activity indicator if the exporting is going on. So see this right here, exporting, right? So we will configure this as well. So check this out. Yep, there we go. We have this icon right here. Obviously it won't do anything. So you know what, let me just go on and create it right away. So instead of handle export, first of all, I'll check if exporting is going on, then return. Otherwise, start exporting by setting the exporting to true. Then we will have a try catch block. In the try block, I'll say await export transactions to CSV. Now this is something that we have to create, a util function. So I'm going to be creating it inside of lib and utils over here. All right, so first of all, I'll be taking the export window. That is, we want for the 30 days, right? If you want for more, you can change this number right here. And first of all, let's just get this function, export async function, export transaction to CSV. Okay, let's import this so that we can get all the transactions over here. And inside of it, I'll first of all get the cutoff. So today, I'll take the today's date in the cutoff, and I'll say cutoff dot set date. I'll say cutoff dot get date minus export window days. That means we're gonna get the details of previous 30 days. Okay, let's get the recent transactions then by saying transaction dot filter every transaction, new date, to be transaction date should be more than cutoff, and we'll get it. Okay. Now after that, we need to build our CSV. So I'll create a function for building the CSV, and I'll provide it with the recent transaction. So let's create that. So right here, let's create a function called build CSV, which will take the transactions. And here we can include different things, like you can customize it according to you. I'm going to keep date, type, category, description, amount, input method. And then I'll just say const rows equals transactions dot map. I'll map through all these transactions. I'll take this format for formatting the date. So first of all, in the date field, I'm using format, new date to be transaction date in this format right here, right? Then I'll take type, category, description, amount, and input method. Okay. After that, finally, we can return this data, something like this. So I'll return the header and then all of the rows that we have calculated. I'll say dot map, each and every row dot map to CSV cell. So this is the function that we'll create in just a moment. And I'll join them using comma so that we can create a file for it, right? By changing the new line. Now, what is this to CSV cell? Let me show you. So I'll create it right here. This will take the value. That means either it's header or row, right? So inside of it, all we are going to be doing is wrapping them in double quotes. So I'll say if value equals null, then return. Otherwise, const str equals string and convert it into a string right here. And we are just sanitizing it over here and converting it and adding double quotes. So see, something like this, right? And this is some regex function. Honestly, no one understands how regex works. So I just asked ChatGPT to do it for me, and it generated this function for me. And we're going to return this string in the end. Okay. Now, after our CSV has been built, after this, I'm going to say file name. So transactions dash whatever the date is dot CSV. And I'll say const file equals new file. So this is more like React Native stuff. So I'll say new directory. So this will come from Expo file system library. So I think we have not installed it, right? Yeah, I think we need to install it. So I'll go to the terminal, npx expo install expo file system. Right, so it will provide us directory, file, paths. All of these are useful for creating the file. So I'll say new directory, and I'll take this paths from over here as well, paths.cache, and provide the file name to this. Right, I'll check if file already exists, then we can delete it and replace it. Right, and then after this we can say file.create and file.write to be this CSV. Now we installed that sharing library as well, right? Sharing package. So we're gonna import that over here as well, so that we can share them or save to our files, etc. So in the end, I'm going to say if await sharing dot is available, it's going to be a promise, and I'll say sharing dot share async with file.uri, and user can save that wherever they want to save it. We can set dialog title and stuff over here as well, and return the count of recent transaction and the file URL. Okay, now go back and export this export transaction to CSV function right here. If the count is 0, we can alert the user nothing to export, no transaction in the export window. Then in the catch, I'm going to say console.error if there's any error, and alert couldn't export transactions, and finally set the exporting to false. Great. Now if I click on this button right here, so something like this, it is processing it. So for reason our app crashed, so I'm restarting it probably since we have added new packages. Let's just restart it and check it out. All right, there it is. It is working now. Now what I want to do after this, we are going to be rendering the search input. So let's render the view. And inside of this, first of all, this view has flex row, item center, gap to be 2, some background, rounded Excel, some border, and some padding with margin. And now first of all, I'm going to render the feather, that is the icon for search, size 15, and the color. Then we're going to have the text input, value search, on change text, we're going to trigger set search, some placeholder text, and some class name over here as well. See, something like this, right? So also actually, whenever we enter something inside of our search, we want to show X icon over here, something like that. So I'm going to say search.length, if it's more than 0, then touchable opacity, name X, right? So check this out. Yep, we can see if we click on this X over here, see, it's gone. Okay, cool. This will help us to filter it out. Now below this is where we are going to be rendering all of our filters. So inside of another view, we're going to give this view some class name of flex row, gap to be 2, margin bottom of 2.5. And here we have taken the filters, right? So yeah, this is the filters. So we are going to be rendering that first of all over here. And then we're going to be rendering our accounts as filters as well. So inside of it, I'll say filters.map, I'll take each and every filter, and inside of this, I'll have the touchable opacity with key of filter. And inside of this touchable opacity, I'm going to render a text extra small. If it's active, then we're going to show text white. So if I click on it, oh, it won't happen. We have not added all the styles over here. Otherwise, text brand, text secondary. So over here in the touchable opacity, first of all, I'll say on press set active filter to this filter. So this is the set active filter that we have taken, right? Currently it's all, but when you click on it, we will set to that particular filter, right? And in the class name, I'll say padding, horizontal 3.5, some vertical padding, rounded full, some border. And if it is active, then I'll show the dark background, else the light background. See, something like this. Okay, cool. Apart from that, we will also be having for our accounts. So accounts can be multiple, right? So we can have scroll view, horizontal scroll view. So we can scroll through all of those different accounts over here. Make sure to import it from React Native. And I'm going to say show horizontal scroll indicator to false. We don't want to show it. Inside of this, we're going to have view, flex, row, and gap to be 2. And then similar to this touchable opacity, I'm going to be having another touchable opacity over here as well. So on press set active account ID to be null if the all option is selected. So currently see, we have all accounts button over here. After this, we will render all the accounts. Again, similar styles over here as well. If the active account ID is null, then we're going to show that. After this touchable opacity, it's actually same as this. So let me just copy it and paste it right here. And instead of filters, I'm going to say accounts. Inside this, I'll say account for single account. Key is going to be account.id on press set active account ID to account. And it will be black if we are going to say active account ID is equals to this account ID right here. And for the text as well, the same condition. Inside of this text, I'll actually render the account.name. Let's see how this looks now. There we go. Something like this. We have two accounts over here. Yep, we can select them indeed. And the upper filter as well. Great. Now, below this is where we are going to be rendering our charts and stuff, right? So below this view, I'll first of all actually check. If the loading is going on, I'm going to show the activity indicator over here. Else, if the error is there, then I'm going to show another view. Else, we are going to be rendering. So I'll say flat list, something like this. Let me just put a curly brace here as well. Yep, something like this. Let's import our flat list from React Native. Let's quickly create the error state first. It's going to be pretty simple. So all I'm saying here is could not load transaction, and we're going to have a touchable opacity for retrying. So if I make this true, you'll notice, see, something like this. We can click on retry and retry over here as well. You can, customize these things according to you, as I already said. Now, in this flat list is where we're going to be rendering our data. So I'll take data equals filtered transaction. So we have not created this filtered transaction yet. So let's create it first. So over here, I'll say const filtered transaction. I'll put them in use memo, right? And these will only be recalculated if either transactions change or search changes, okay? Inside of it, I'll take our different filters. First of all, our search, obviously. So I'll say search.trim to lowercase, okay? I'll say if Q does not exist, then return the transactions. And then finally, we can filter it out. I'll say return transaction.filter, so transactions.filter, transaction.description to lowercase includes Q and category includes Q. So this will help us filter out the transaction with respect to whatever that is there inside of our search. Okay. Now for our chart as well, actually, we would need something like daily income expense. So this will create a data of daily income and expenses. So I'll put the transactions here so that when it changes, we will recalculate it. And inside of it, I'll first of all say const days equals current monthly days. So if you remember, we had created this already right here. So I'll get all of the current month dates, or days, I mean. And then I'm going to say return days.flatMap. And I'll take the key and the label from inside of it. And then I'll say, first of all, for the income. So I'll say const income equals transaction.filter. It should be of type income and day key. So if you remember, this is what we took, right? This basically returns date in the following format. I'll say new date dot transaction date if it's equal to this key right here for that particular date. So comparing it to this one over here, right? If it does, so for that particular date, we are going to calculate the amount by summing all the transactions. So I'll say dot reduce. I'll say sum, which is 0 by default. And I'll take each and every transaction. I'll say sum plus transaction dot amount. Okay. Similar to this, we will do for our expenses as well. Const expense equals transaction dot filter, typed expense, and everything is absolutely the same, right? After this, finally, for our chart, we are going to return it in this format. So value to be income, label, and the front color. You can customize it according to you, and same for expense as well. Cool. We're gonna make use of this to render our chart. So let's go back down at the bottom. And over here, first we need to take the key extractor too, right? So that for each and every item, we can have a unique key. So I'll say item.id. Then I'll say render item. Let's take each and every item right here by saying item. And then inside of it, I'll actually put parenthesis over here. And I'll render our transaction row component that we had already created earlier. So we're going to reuse it by saying tx equals item. And this will also take on delete. So on delete to be the handle delete function, which obviously we have not written yet. Handle delete, and I'll provide the item over here. So it says the void is not assignable to a type on delete. What's wrong? Oh yeah, of course, because we are not returning anything from handle delete yet, right? So you know what? I want you guys to write this function over here because it's a very straightforward function. You can write it out and then you can see my solution. Okay, I hope that you did, right? So check this out. This is as simple as it gets. So I'll just say, oops, what's going on over here? Oh, my bad. So we made a mistake here actually. So in the handle delete, it should be something like this. Otherwise it will be called infinitely. And now we can write inside of it alert delete transaction. So we're going to show the dialog to the user. Are you sure you want to delete? If they cancel it, this will be cancel. If the text is delete, style will be destructive. And on press, we are simply going to trigger this remove transaction function that we have taken over here, right? If there's any error, we're going to throw the error. Okay, let's swipe it. And yep, we can see that we have the ability to delete it. Let's just first style it a little bit by providing padding and all. So here in the flat list, we have the option to provide something called as content container style. So I'm going to provide padding horizontal, padding top, and padding bottom over here as well. So let's try to delete some transaction. I'll just swipe it and click on delete over here as well. And there we go. It is gone. It has also revalidated the balance for our accounts. And check this out. When you click on income or expense, it is filtering this out over here as well. How awesome is that? And that is obviously made possible by this. So we are providing in the use transaction query, we are providing the type filter and the account ID as well, right? So that is already been taken care of. All right. Now we also have to render our chart as well, right? But before the chart, actually, we want to handle the swipe refresh. So here I'm going to say refresh control, and I'm going to provide this refresh control over here from React Native gestures library that we installed. All this will do is on refresh, it will trigger the load data function and it will show loading with respect to this refreshing over here. So, okay, if I just swipe it, yep, you can see there was some sort of loading going on over here and it reloaded our data. Okay, now for our charts, it has something called as list header, I think. Yeah, list header component. And inside of this is where we can render our component. The transactions dot length, if it's more than 0 question mark, I'm going to render the view over here, else null. Okay, let's also handle the empty state over here as well before working on it. So I'll say list empty component to be the view and icon to be feather and text to be no matching transaction or no transactions yet. So what we can do, let's just make this empty. So, oh, not here, I mean here. Where is it? Yep, let's make this an empty array. So this should show us something like this, no transactions yet. Okay, let's revert it. By the way, right below this, we also want our floating button over here, plus icon, to take us to add transaction page. Now this is optional. If you want, you can add it over here. I have added in the original app, but I think we don't need to add it, right? Since we can just click on over here and go to add transactions page. It will be redundant to add in 2 places. So let's leave it. Okay, let's finally go on and work on this view over here. First of all, I'll give this view some class name of background white, rounded 2XL border color, some padding, and some margin. Inside of this view, I'll have another view, flex row, justify between item center, and then let's have a text inside of it saying daily income versus expense for our chart, right? So see, there's this box over here. Below this, I'm going to be having a view which will contain first of all, my income dot. So basically, this is sort of a legend, right? We are telling the user what the colors mean. And for the expense, we are going to be showing like this orange over here or coral color. Okay, now below this view is where we are going to be rendering a scroll view component so that we can scroll the chart on left and right side, so horizontal. And inside of this is where we are going to be rendering our bar chart component. Okay, let's import it from React Native gifted charts. And inside this, first of all, let's render that data. So data is going to be daily income expense, and width is going to be match.max, daily income expense dot length, whatever the length is multiplied by 9, right? At once. Let's also provide it style first, then we can check more. So let me just provide it all of these things that it needs, then I'll explain you. So height can be 120, bar width can be 6, spacing to be 4, hide y-axis text if you want, x-axis color, y-axis color. You can customize a lot of things according to you. If it is 3D or not, x-axis label, rounded top, etc. But for some reason, it is not appearing properly over here. Let's just refresh our app. All right, there we go. It started to appear. I just deleted the monthly salary expense over here and it started to show up. I think that was taking too much space. That's why. But yeah, I think this is fine. This is looking good. We can also filter it out with respect to income or just expense, right? So everything is being taken care of by default over here, right? We have search as well. Cool. And with that, we have successfully created our transactions page. Now, one thing, if you want, you can add some sort of infinite scrolling over here because right now it is just going on and on. So you can add some pagination or infinite scrolling, right? That is on you guys. Again, discuss a lot of such use cases in my interview prep course as well if you want to go and check it out. These are some of the most important interview questions that are discussed. All right, so now let's go on and finally work on our add transaction feature. So first thing first, obviously, we're gonna go on and create or work on our schema first because if you remember, let me actually show you. Inside of our final app, we have this form, right? Where we can enter amount, we can select the category from right here, we can select the account over here, add a description, add a date by clicking on it, right? So complete add transaction feature. Apart from this, we have obviously scan receipt feature as well, which will allow us to open the camera and click a pic. Or we can also use this voice log feature. So if I click on it and say add a log for the movie that I went yesterday, which was around 500 rupees. I didn't know what to say. I just said it randomly. So yeah, it will transcribe that and check this out. It has added the amount. It has selected entertainment. Yep. Selected the account. Okay, I didn't mention the account. That's why it has not selected it. Date as well. So today is 28 July. And you can see it has added 27 July for yesterday. And the movie ticket as well. Okay. And we can click on save transaction and check this out. It has added it inside of our transactions right here. Awesome. So this was for expense. We can also add the income as well. And we can, do this through our voice log as well. Right. So super cool. Fine. Let's go back to our app. So let's go back to our schemas right here. And I'm going to create a new file, transaction.ts. Let's create a new schema, export const transaction schema. Let's import Z from Zod. Actually, something like this. And also we're going to be needing this category key to get the type of categories from right here. I mean, all the keys of the categories. So inside of this, let's see. First of all, this can be either expense or income. So I'm going to be creating an enum over here. So type is either going to be expense or income. After this will be our amount for the transaction. So I'll say amount and z.string, right? Minimum, it has to be one character or one number, whatever, right? Otherwise, we're going to throw the error, enter the amount, and then we're going to convert it into a number. And we're going to parse it to check if it's more than 0. Otherwise, I'm going to say enter a valid amount, right? So we're checking it if it's a number and it is more than 0. After that, I'm going to say category and I'm going to say z.custom. Now, custom over here is to provide custom types to it, and the type over here will be category key. So it can be either of these things only over here, right? I'm saying type of string. After that, we're going to have a few more things like account ID, inside of which account it will go, description, and the date that it is added. After that, we can also send the type of this transaction schema. So z.infer, type of transaction schema. Okay, cool. Let's go on and create the logic for fetching, or sorry, not fetching, I mean creating the transaction. So the API basically is inside of services, transactions.ts. This is where we're going to be creating the function for adding a transaction. So let's create a type for new transaction. I don't think this will work. So this is the final type. So I'm going to say new transaction over here. User ID, account, type, amount, category, description, date, input, and voice transcript if there's any. All right. Now we're going to be creating this function called export async function create transaction. This will take Supabase and also the payload containing all the details. All right. So we're going to take the payload and we're going to add it inside of our database. So I'll say Supabase.from transactions table. I'll say .insert with this payload, and obviously this payload will be this new transaction type that we have taken. This is what we want to send to our database. And I'll say .select single. After creating, we're going to return it. We're also taking out data and the error from inside of it. So I'm going to check if there's any insert error, then return it. After that, we also want to update the account's balance, right? Not just creating the transaction. So I'm going to fetch the account details first. So I'll say from accounts, select balance with this particular ID that we're sending. That's a single. Then after that, I think this is quite similar to the delete that we did. So check this out, delete transaction over here. This is what we did over here as well, right? So let me just copy it up. It's exactly the same. So I'll just copy it up until the end. And let's see if we need to change anything. So yeah, fetch error, if it's there, then we're going to return the fetch error. In the case of type, I'll say payload.type. If it's income. Now in this case, we're going to be adding it, right? So I'll say payload.amount, otherwise payload minus payload amount. In this case, to update the balance, I'll simply say payload.account ID over here. And then in the end, instead of returning error null, we can return transaction as transaction and error to be null. Okay, cool. I think that's pretty much it. Let's take this create transaction and integrate it inside of the Tanstack query, right? So let's close this inside of hooks, mutations. Again, this mutation since we are creating something. So right below it, actually, let me duplicate this use delete transaction. Probably it will be very similar to that. So let's see. Instead of this, I'll say use create transaction. Here in the mutation, we are not going to sending all these separately. We are just going to be sending the payload, right? So I'll say new transaction. Let's import it from there. I'll say create transaction that we created. We're going to send Supabase and payload. And on success, I think it's going to be kind of same. Yeah, it's going to be exactly the same. Transaction and accounts. We're going to be invalidating them. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much it. You know what I'm thinking? I think we should also create the APIs for our AI related workflow, right? So for extracting the information using the receipt or voice transcription, etc. So inside of the services, we can create a new file for this. Extract transaction. Let's keep the AI related stuff separate so that it's easier for us. So first thing first, to work with our AI, obviously we're gonna need our AI, right? So Studio browser, and we need to go to aistudio.google.com/API. This is where we can get Gemini API key to add inside of our project. So click on this create API key right here. You can create a project over here as well if you don't have any project, and click on create key. You can copy this API key, which is available over here, and just go back to your app inside of .env, and we're going to be creating the Gemini API key. So I'll say Expo public Gemini API key and save it. Let's go back. Now over here, we're going to be needing the URL which we are going to be using to fetch the data, or basically work with our API. So I'm going to be using https generative language googleapis.com v1 models and Gemini 3.1 Flash Lite. Now one thing to note over here, whenever you're watching this video in future, make sure that you use the latest Gemini Flash model over here, probably Gemini Flash Lite model. So just Google it once, or just ask ChatGPT or Claude once that if 3.1-Flash Lite is the latest model, or probably there would be 4-Flash Lite 4.1, whatever, right? At the time of recording, this is the latest one, so that's why I'm using this. After this, let's create the type for the extracted transaction. So it will be type expense, income, or null. Amount, category. Let's take the category key from our constants, description, date, and transcript. So all of these information will be what Gemini will be providing to us. Let's also create a response schema that Gemini will follow to give us the response, basically, right? So inside of this, let me just bring it in. So type will obviously be object. What all the properties will be? So it should return us the type for that particular transaction, which will be string. Enum can be expense, income. Nullable can be true. Amount, category, all of these things that we've already seen. Let's import this category keys expense that we already have here in the categories. So it's all this is doing is just taking expense categories or income categories over here. Okay, nullable to be true. So basically we are telling it that only this can be the value over here. Description, date, transcript, right? These are self-explanatory and all of these are required to be sent to us. Okay, cool. Let's create a function over here called Gemini, which will take our prompt and take the data that it's supposed to process. Let's, before working on this actually, let me just create our main function over here. Extract transcript from Recipt. So this will take a base64 image and an MIME type to process that photo, right? Similarly, we will also have another function. This one will be for processing the audio. So let me just put this extracted type over here, extracted transaction. Return type for this one will be this as well, promise and extracted transaction that we have created right here, right? Okay, so first of all, for the image, let's take a prompt over here. You are reading a receipt photo for a personal finance app, extract the transaction details. We would also need a few more things like type is always expense for. So basically if you want this prompt, I know this is a bit long prompt, so you can copy it from my Git repository. Just go to this file inside lib services extract transaction from receipt, and you can copy this prompt from over there. So basically we're just explaining it what everything is all about. Type is always expense for a receipt. Obviously amount is the final total paid. Category must be exactly one of these. Description, date, transcript, right? All of these things. If any field can't be confidently determined from the image, set it to null. Do not guess. After this, we can finally say return, call Gemini this function over here that we have not yet created, and we'll provide it with the prompt with the MIME type. In this case, it will be image and the data. Similar to this, exactly this is how this will work as well. So inside of this, let me just bring in the prompt. Again, you can find the prompt inside of my Git repository. I'm going to take today's date, the prompt. You are a transcribing short voice note for a personal finance app. A user is logging a transaction. Example, I spent 400 on groceries, etc. Right? Got 5,000 rupees from freelance today. Today's date is this, so that it can know, with reference to that actually. Extract the transaction details. Again, we are telling it things just like we told it previously, right? But with respect to the audio. Transcript is verbatim transcription of what was said. Cool. And then we're going to finally return this. Now, what is this all about? Let me show you. This will help us out a lot. So over here, we're going to provide the prompt text, right? First of all, obviously, we're going to get our API key for Gemini. So I'll say process.env.expo public Gemini API key. If it's not there, we're going to throw the error. Otherwise, I'll make a call to the URL, which is Gemini URL. Key will be API key. Now, inside of the curly braces, method will obviously be post. Header to be content type application/JSON, and inside of the body we are going to be sending JSON.stringify and the content, right? So role is going to be user, parts is going to be the prompt text, and the inline data that we are getting over here, that is both of these things. Generation configuration, we already created this response schema over here. This is how Gemini is supposed to respond. It will be in application/JSON and following this response schema. Now whatever response that we'll get over here after this, I'll say, if response is not okay, then throw the error and throw error Gemini request failed. Otherwise, we're going to do this. I'll say response.json, then we're going to extract the data. So data.candidate. So this is how basically you take out the data from a Gemini response. Content part, you can just, write it as it is, or you can console log this data to check what we are doing over here. If text is not there, throw new error, no response from Gemini. And then finally, we can return it as an object. So I'll say json.parse, convert the text into an object as extracted transaction. Basically, this thing right here. Okay, quite a lot, I know. Why don't we go on and finally start to work on our add transaction screen. So instead of tabs, add transaction, right here. You know what, before this, let's just commit the code that we have written up until this point. So let's generate a commit message. There we go. It has written quite a long commit message over here. That's fine. Let's commit it. You know what? We should have created a new branch for this. So let me just revert this commit. So undo last commit. Let's create a new branch for add dash transaction. So that later on we can go on and review, start a PR from this branch basically. Now we can commit it. Let's publish this branch, and we can indeed check over here that this branch has been published under the name of add transaction. Cool. Later on, we will obviously create PR and review it using CodeRabbit. Now, first of all, let's go and install a few things that we will be needing to build this screen. So let me just write those packages out. So I'm going to say npx expo install first expo camera to access our camera, expo image picker if you want to pick any image, obviously, expo audio to record the audio, expo file system. I think we already installed this, not sure. I think we did. Expo blur, expo linear gradient, and React Native reanimated. So basically these two things will be used to create a button so that we can give it a bit modern feel to it. For picking the date, we will be needing, React Native UI date picker. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. Let's press enter and let's allow it to get installed. There we go. It is done. Now, for the first step, let's just take all of the default values that we are going to be adding inside of our form. So the default value, take an account over here. Inside this will have a function. So this will return us the type of transaction form value. This. So this will be taking, by the way, an array of accounts. Type's going to be expense, amount, empty, the simple things as a default value. After this, inside of our component, let's take a few obvious things like use user will give us the user details, use router, which will route us to a certain page, local search params to check what search params is over here. So if you remember, inside of our homepage, we have this AI Recipt Scan, voice entry, add manual. When you click on, let's say any one of the, let's say AI Recipt Scan, it will take us to this page with those local search params, right? So that is what we're going to be receiving over here as well. Okay. Apart from that, let's get all of the details for our accounts, right? So over here, I'm going to say use accounts query. We already created this query, right? Let's fetch that. It will return us data, is loading error. We will also get use create transaction that we just now created. It will give us create transaction and is pending, which will rename to savings. Okay, fine. Let's have some states over here as well. So right below use create transaction, I'm going to have the following states like error, if date picker is open or not. By default, it will be false. Input method, let me import this. So input method will basically be either manual, receipt scan, or voice. Voice transcript over here, scanning, scanner open or not, voice model open or not, right? Straightforward. After this, let's take our use form from React hook form, right? So let's import use form. This will be of transaction form values, which is going to be the type of transaction schema. And let's take the Zord resolver over here as well. Okay, just like previously, mode on blur, and we're going to provide the default value that we took over there. It will return us control, handle submit, watch, set value. If you want to reset the form, so reset function, and the form states like error. We are also going to be taking out a few things from inside of it, like type. If the type changes, this will change as well, right? So we're going to perform the actions accordingly. Same for category, account ID, and date. So basically, watch will help us monitor that particular field. Let's take the categories. So I'll say categories dot type if it's equals to income. We're going to show the income categories, else expense category. So basically this is for the tabs. If the tabs is changed to income, we're going to show that, else expense. Also after this, as soon as we get the accounts data from right here, what we'll do, I'm going to say use effect. If accounts.length is more than 0, then I'm going to reset the form with the values that we have got. So that's why we have taken this default values over here so that we can insert all of these accounts inside of our form, right? And then this will be used right here inside of our React hook form. Okay, cool. Now let's go on and start building our UI. Obviously, just like earlier, we are going to be having SafeAreaView. Let's close the tag as well and import it as well. Then first of all, for the title of add transaction, let me just switch to the screen. Yeah, so I'm going to say a view, import from React Native. Instead of this, I'm going to be having add transaction text. Text brand background, text Excel, font semi-bold. Let's see. Yep, something like that. Below this, we will have our form, right? So we want to have it inside of keyboard avoiding view, obviously. Since we don't want keyboard to cover it, we want it to shift upwards. Same with the platform and all as well. Inside of this, I'll first of all check if accounts are loading. We want to show the loading indicator over here. So if loading accounts is true, then I'm going to show activity indicator. Otherwise, if there is any error, so accounts error is there, then we're going to show the icon of alert circle and I'm going to show couldn't load your accounts. Otherwise, we can show a scroll view over here and let's put a curly brace for closing it. Yep, something like this. Let me just make this true and you'll see what error do we get if we don't have any account. So there we go, couldn't load your account, something like that, right? So let's revert it. Now inside of this scroll view, first of all, this will be a vertical scroll, right? So I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator to be false. And content container style, I'll provide some horizontal padding and bottom padding. And inside of it, first of all, we can show our AI action cards, right? So you remember we had Recipt Scan and both the voice logging as well. So inside of this view, I'm going to keep it. So I'll say AI action card. So I'll create a common component for both of these. So let's make the I capital. So let's actually go on and make this first. So inside of our components, components, I'll create a new file, AI action card .tsx, rnf AI action card. Make sure to import it as well over here, just like that. Now inside this AI action card, what are all the things that this will take? So with respect to if we want to show voice logging or receipt scanning, we will create it accordingly. So we will have icon, title, subtitle, color, on press, so that we can customize it according to us, right? So let's just give it some type out of curly braces. Say icon key of type. So I'll have the feather right here so that we can provide any one of these icons. Title, subtitle, colors, and on press. Okay, self-explanatory, I guess. After that, I'm going to be having a use state for the width, and also I'm going to be taking a variable over here, card height, to determine the card height. And also, I'll import this use shared value from React Native reanimated. Let me show you how. Something like this. So what's going on over here? So here in the diagram, this measures the card at the runtime, and then it computes a diagonal long enough that a rotated sweeping gradient band always fully covers the card no matter its actual rendered width. So basically we are going to render a gradient inside of it, right? So it properly accumulates it. That's why we are making this calculation over here of width and height, right? So when I'll go on and add the gradient, you'll get the idea. And for that we will be needing, this linear gradient from Expo linear gradient. You'll get an idea as we go on and add it later on. So first of all, since this is a button, I'm going to be having a touchable opacity right here. Let's import it. On press, फिर से बोलना है. On press, we are going to be triggering this on press that we'll get from outside. Active opacity 0.85 and style flex to be 1. Now inside of this, we are going to be having a view over here. Make sure to import from React Native. Style will be card height. We're going to provide border radius, overflow hidden, background color to be these colors. So we're going to providing 2 colors over here for the gradient, from which color to which color we want it to be, right? Now let's render our gradient actually first. That is the main thing. So I'll say diagonal more than 0, and inside of this, notice I'll render this view over here. So this view basically will contain all of our gradients. I'll say position absolute, width to be diagonal, height diagonal, top's going to be diagonal minus card height, left's going to be diagonal minus width over here, and this will be in minus where it will be a little bit shifted from its original position, and transform will be in minus 20 degrees. So once it's rendered, you'll see what I'm talking about. So see, let me first of all render this. So I'll use the linear gradient over here. So animated, let me import this from React Native reanimated, and linear gradient, we have imported it from Expo linear gradient. And we are providing different colors over here accordingly. So see, first of all, 0, 1, 0, 1, because that is how we want this gradient to look like. And animated.view over here will make it have a little bit of motion. So we'll need this sweep style as well. We'll have to create it actually. So you know what, actually without it, let's first have a look how this looks. So I'll just comment it out. And here in the add transaction, I'll provide it with the props. So icon to be camera, title scan receipt, subtitle snap a photo, colors to be the AI gradient colors from right here, from our theme.ts that we copied earlier, right? So we have provided different colors over here. Let's save this. And on press, we're gonna open our scanner for photo scanner. Let's see. So see, something like this. This is how this gradient will look like, and we want this to be in a little bit motion, right? So that is what we are going to be doing over here. Actually, this is going to be 2 cards, right? So this one will be for the scanner, and the other one will be for the voice log. So icon mic, voice log, subtitle just say it, colors, AI gradient reverse. Let's see. Yeah, something like this. Okay. Now coming back over here, let's revert this. Yeah, let's get this sweep style, what I'm talking about. So over here, we're going to do something like this. Use animated style from React Native reanimated. And I'm going to say transform and translate X. That means horizontally translate X dot value. There we go. We have added it. Now we have to add the animation over here. So in a use effect, see, I understand if some of you might not be able to understand this, but see, this is like more of cosmetic stuff, not related to any logic. most of the times you will be generating things like this using AI, right? And you won't be asked these things in the interview. So don't need to worry about all of these things. So I'm going to say if diagonal is equals to 0, then return. But if diagonal is there, I'll say translate x to be 0. And we're going to go to this value right here. So I'll say with repeat, that means we're going to add infinite loop to this. I'll say with timing of 3.2 seconds. And I'll say easing dot linear. So React Native reanimated. And let's see. Yep, there we go. We can see this little animation right here. Honestly, I should have skipped this part. We could have just, copy this whole code from the repository because these are cosmetic things, right? Most of the times, again, you will be generating these components with AI. You don't need to apply explicit logic over here. These are like more of syntax based things, right? Syntax of React Native reanimated, but it's good to, understand these for once. Okay, let's come down over here and understand. So I'm saying over here, we have added all these colors and then providing the location. So from 0, 0.25, then 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100%, right? And then we're providing the coordinate of start and the end and style of 100 width and height 100. Okay, now in the end, right here, let's render the text from React Native. All I'm saying is just render the icon, this icon, then the title and the subtitle, right? See how beautiful this looks. Let's close this. Now after this, we are going to go and create the tabs for our component. So I'll have a view over here, class name flex row, background white, rounded XL, border, some border color, some padding and margin. Inside of it, I'll say type options dot map, and show you where this type option comes from. We're going to be taking both of these tabs on the top somewhere here. Yeah. So type options, key expense, label expense, key income, label income. Okay. So we're going to be mapping through it. I'm going to be having a touchable opacity inside of it with key t.key. On press, we're going to trigger set value. That means inside of our form, we're going to change the type. So type will be income now or expense, whatever we have clicked on. And for the category, for income, we will load the income categories. For expense, we'll load expense category and some class name over here. Okay, let's save this. You should see it. Okay, we have not written anything inside of it. So inside of it, I'll have a text block with t.label. Let's remove this empty text. There we go. We can see expense and income over here. Cool. After that, let's build our form actually. So first of all, for the amount, just like we have done earlier, right? I'm just going to copy those things up over here. Nothing much to understand. So basically, we're going to take the controller just like we did earlier while building the form, right? Control, name amount. We are going to be entering a text input over here from React Native. And here we're going to provide the value on change, set error to empty, on change v, on blur, placeholder text, keyword type numeric. So it will be numeric if we click on it. Yes, it is numeric, and some class name as well. And see, as soon as we touch it, we're getting the error. That is the benefit of using React Hook form. After this, we're also going to enter the error and some margin to separate the fields. Now let's render the categories. So category. Below it, I'm going to render the group of categories. So we can create actually a pill component or something like that for it, which we will be using in other places as well. So let's go to our components and I'm going to create a new file, pill group.tsx and f. There we go, pill group. So we have to, create it in such a way that it is horizontally scrollable as well. So first of all, let's just take a type over here of pill option. A pill will have a key, label, and an icon. And over here, I'm going to say this thing, t extends string. That means we are providing this key, a particular type, right? We don't know it right now. This is basically what we call as a generic in TypeScript. Now for the props, this will have options, value, on change, and if it is scrollable or not, right? Options will basically be this pill option type, value, whatever the value is over here that we provided, on change, and if it's scrollable or not. Okay. Now over here, we're going to be creating a row component. So I'll say const row equals, this will be a view. And then here, I'm going to say after it, if scrollable is true, that means, it's not true, then we're going to return row. If it is true, then we're going to wrap it inside of this scroll view component. Oops, I should import it from React Native. Horizontal scroll view component, we don't want to show the indicators over here. Okay, let's create this row. Since it's horizontal, obviously this will have class name flex row, cap to be 2. And inside of this will be sort of a button, right? So this will be a touchable opacity. So we will have the options from outside. So options.map, and we'll take each and every option and we're gonna render a touchable opacity over here. Let's import it. Key will be option.key. On press, I'm going to trigger the on change. Class name, flex row item center, gap 1.5, some padding and roundness border. If that is selected, we're gonna show the black color in the background, otherwise white color. Let's save this. Inside of this touchable opacity, let me actually render it as well so that we can see what we are dealing with. So inside of this view, for our category, I'm going to render pill group. For like the options will be categories.map, and I'm going to provide it key, label, and icon, just like it required over there, right? Value will be category, and on change we will set the value that inside of our form with this category right here. You can see, we can see it right here, but we have not written anything inside touchable opacity. So let's do that. So first of all, let's display the icon. So option.icon, if it's there, then I'm going to put inside of text option.icon, and after this option.label, like this. Check this out. We can see all of the different categories right here. Okay, and obviously if it's selected, then the text will be white, otherwise it will be brand text secondary. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Let's go back. Similar to this pill group, we are going to be rendering for our accounts as well. So text will be account. Inside this view, I'm going to be having pill group with our accounts rendered inside of it in a similar format, same format I mean. Value will be account ID. On change, set value to be this account ID, right? This is the default value. Okay, let's provide some gap below it as well. I'm going to add first the error. So error.account ID is there. Then I'm going to show the error right here. Else view classmate margin 1 to be 3. Okay, now below it, we are going to be rendering our date picker. So I'll have a text for the date, and I'll render the button over here. So inside the touchable opacity, I'll say on press, set date picker open, and revert whatever the value is. And I'll have this format from date-fns for date, this particular date format, date, month, year. And when we click on it, then we will show a pop-up over here. First of all, let me save it. And by the way, we also have an icon for calendar. So see, it's showing the current date today. And when we click on it, I mean, right below touchable opacity, we're going to check if it is open or not. Then right here inside of it, we are going to show a view over here with class name, background white, border, some border color, rounded XL, margin bottom 24, overflow hidden. Okay, inside of this is where we're going to be rendering our calendar picker component. This will take the value of the date, current date, what is the maximum date. So it will be today, right? We cannot choose the date after it. And on change, we are going to trigger the set value, and this will update our React hook form with this selected date, right? And set date picker open to be false. We're going to close it. Let's create this component. So inside of the components, I'm going to create a new file, calendarpicker.tsx, say export function, calendar picker. This will take value, on change, maximum date, as we already saw. And inside of this, I'm not sure if we have installed the date picker for React Native. Yep, we have already installed it. So we're going to be needing two things. One, date time picker, and use default styles from React Native date picker. So first of all, let's take the styles. If you want, you can change it as well. So I'll use it in the light mode. You can add dark mode and stuff as well. And then after this, we are going to return the date time picker component, which will have mode single. It has different multiple or range as well. In our case, single is enough. Date will be the value that is provided, max date. On change, it's going to provide us the date, and styles going to be default styles. For today, we are going to highlight with border and border color. So let's import it right here. Calendar picker. Let's save this. And now let's go on and try clicking on it. Yep, we can see the date, and yes, today's date is highlighted, or the selected date is highlighted. It's highlighted in borders. Okay, cool. So this is working fine. Below this, we will have the optional description field, but actually if the date is not selected, we should render this. Date picker is not opened. That means we're going to show a view with some margin bottom. After this, for the description, we're going to have a text field. So again, we already know how we can do this using controller. So control, name description, render, we're going to render text input, and we're going to handle the error, right? Self-explanatory, no need to go in depth. After that, we will have the button for saving it. So I'm going to have touchable opacity, handle submit. On submit, we obviously does not exist. It will be disabled when it's saving. some class name and saving is going on. So we will show saving, otherwise save transaction. We've done this before. So let's just create this on submit. For now, I'll just create it as empty. So over here, I'll have the on submit, something like this. Okay, there we go. We can see the save transaction now. All right, now finally, let's go on and start working on this on submit function so that we can finish our manual addition of the transaction. So first of all, I'll say if user does not exist, then set the error to empty. After that, let's convert the value into a float type, right? After that, let's make the call. So we're going to be using this create transaction mutation, obviously. So I'm going to say await create transaction. And I'm going to provide all of the details over here, like user ID, account ID, type, amount, whatever that we have entered over here, right? Category, description, date, input method, which will be manual, receipt, or voice if you don't remember. And if it is voice transcript, then I'm going to add the voice transcript over here. Otherwise, null. After that, I'm going to check if there's any error, then set the error, something went wrong. Otherwise, we're going to reset the form with all of these default accounts right here, and everything will be empty. After that, I'm going to say set input method to manual, unless we have chosen any one of these, and set voice transcript to empty. If there's any screen before it, then we're going to throw the user back to there. Otherwise, we're just going to send them to the transactions page. Or if you want, you can also remove this part. We can just send them to transactions page. I think that is what we should do. Let's get rid of this. This is fine. Okay. How about we go on and try it out? So I'll enter, let's say 400, and let's choose food and dining only. I'm going to say pizza, right? Today's date. And I'm going to click on save transaction. Okay. Looks like nothing happened, or did it happen? I don't know. Let's go and check. Oh yeah, it did happen, but it did not route us over there. Why is that? How about we revert it? If router dot can go back, will this work? Let me just remove that transaction from over here. Let's again enter pizza right here, save transaction. And yep, we are on the home screen now. Okay, so we were in the home screen, but it should have routed us to transaction. Probably some sort of error, but otherwise something like this wouldn't happen. But it's fine. It's your choice. If you want to keep it, you can keep it. Else you can just keep this. All right, now let's go on and work on our scan receipt feature, right? So what we can do when we click on it, as soon as we click on it, we need to open a modal, right? So right here at the bottom, I'll first of all, let's just do one thing. We already have this scanning loading indicator, right? Right here. This will be for the scan receipt. When the scanning is being shown, like the scanning is being done, we're going to show reading receipt over here. Let me show you. So if I make this true, see, something like this will appear, so that we can show the loading indicator after the receipt has been read. And after that, we are going to render the component Recipt Scanner modal, something like this. Obviously, this does not exist. Inside of this, I'll say visible to be scanner open state. We're going to use this. If you remember, we are doing this set scanner open right here in the AI action card. And on captured, after we have captured the page, we will trigger this handle receipt captured function. So let's create an empty function for this for now. I'm going to say handle receipt captured. It will take the base 64 image and the MIME type of it. Okay, now it will give us the error that modal does not exist, obviously. So let's go on and create it. Inside of our components, I'll get a new file, scanner modal.tsx, nf receipt scanner modal. Oops. Yeah, something like this. Let's provide it with the props as well. So the props will be visible on closed captured, as we discussed already. On captured, this will take two things as we are providing it. So let's just import it right here, something like this, so that our app does not give error. Okay, it is fine. Now over here inside of this component is where we are going to be interacting with our camera, right? So first of all, let me just take a few things over here, like a use ref to keep the state of the camera, like camera ref. I'm going to import camera view from expo-camera. We already installed this package. And we are also going to be importing use camera permissions, which will give us permission and request permission function. This will help us to request permission from the user. And we will also take a state to determine if we are capturing or not. Okay, after this, as soon as we open the modal, we want to get the permission, right? So I'll say if visible, that means modal is open, and permission is not granted, then I'm going to trigger this request permission function. Let me import this use effect over here. Okay. Then after this, we will have a handle capture function right here, which we will come back to. And we will also have a handle pick from library. Again, we will come back to these. Let's just first go on and create the UI for our modal. So first of all, I'll wrap everything in a modal component like this, import it from React Native. So visible will be the visible and animation type will be slide. Again, you can change it according to you. Now, first of all, I'll render a view over here, and this inside of this, we will check if the permission has been given to us or not. So if permission has been granted, then I'm gonna show this camera view component right here. Flex to be 1, that means full screen, and facing back, that is back camera. How about we go on and check if it's opening or not. So if I click on this scan receipt right here, there we go, it is opening, and we can see my laptop right here, just like this. To close it, actually, I had to, close the Expo Go as a whole. So let's just add more things actually, like scan frame overlay, etc. You know what? I think I can actually keep it open as well, and I'll just keep it face down. Yep, something like this. And right below this, so we don't need this text right here. Let's remove this. So currently my camera is open, just so you guys know. And below this, I'm going to have a view with this sort of dotted border over here, something like this, border style dashed. And below it, I'll have a SafeAreaView component. Inside this, we can render an X icon to close this, right? So let's have just top bottom, and inside of this, first of all, inside of a view, flex row item center justify between, I'll have a TouchableOpacity component. On press, we can do close. Let me remove these strings from over here, and we will also import feather from Expo vector icons and name X. This icon is called X. Let's save this, and let's go on and click on scan receipt. We can see this X on the top right here. If I click on it, there we go, it is closed now. Great. Let's add more stuff over here. I'll just keep it open. Below this touchable opacity, I'm going to have a view with material community icons library. I'll import the colors from our file, this file right here that we imported. I'll say colors.teal. I'll also have this text from React Native, and I'll say align the receipt. So see, something like this. And we have shown a small robot-like icon over here to signify AI. On the right side, let's have some gaps. So I'll say margin right to be 10, or probably it can be something like 20. Okay, 36 looks more like it, about 32. Yep, it's in the very middle, almost in the middle. That's fine. Okay, after that, whatever that we will add over here, after this, I'm going to say a view flex to be 1, so that everything is pushed down over there, and we can show a button for clicking the pick. Going to have a view right here, flex row item center justify between, and I'm going to be having a touchable opacity of the string over here. On press, handle pick from library. Obviously this function exists, but we have not written the logic inside of it. When the capturing is going on, it will be disabled. So see, check this out. We have this gallery icon over here. After this, we are going to be having a touchable opacity for our button for capturing. So I'll say if capturing is going on, then show the activity indicator. Otherwise, show the feather icon of camera over here. And actually, I need to give this some styles as well. So see, currently it looks something like this. Actually, to align it in the middle, we can have a view with 12, height 12. So it will align itself in the middle. And now inside of touchable opacity, on press, we're going to trigger the handle capture. Again, this does not exist yet. I mean, the functionality inside of it, function does exist. It will be disabled when capturing is going on or permission is not granted. Active opacity is going to be 0.85. Some class name to make it round, and some styles as well. Okay, cool. After this safe area view now, what if the user has, declined the permission entirely? In Android, you cannot trigger it again. So permission dot granted and permission dot can ask again is false. I think in iOS you can, after permission is denied, but in Android you cannot. So we can show over here, camera access is off, enable it in settings to scan receipts, and I'm going to show the close button over here. Right, simple as that. Let me actually show you how this will look. If I make this true, see, something like this. If I click on close right here, it will be closed. Okay, let's revert it. Okay, how about we go on and write the logic for this handle capture and handle pick from library. Now, first of all, what will happen inside of handle capture? We will check if the camera permission is there or not. So, camera ref is there or not. So if camera ref.current is not there or capturing is going on, then we're going to return. Otherwise, set capturing to true and start the capture. After that, fine, let me just bring in the code. It's very simple code. So inside of the try catch block, inside of try block, first of all, I'll say cameraref.current.take picture async. So this is how you have to do it using this Expo camera library. We'll provide base64 image format over here and the quality as well. So you can see I've written in the comments. 0.6 quality is plenty for Gemini to read the text of a script, right? We don't need to, over bloat the prompt with the heavy image. Okay, if photo is base64, then I'll trigger the onCaptured function that is coming from outside and provide it with the photo.base64 image/JPEG format. And we're going to handle the catch and finally as well. Let's handle this handle pick from library as well. It's going to be actually very same. So let me write it out real quick. I'm going to check const library permission is there. So I'll import this image picker component that we had installed earlier. Show you. We will import it like this. Import image picker from Expo image picker. So basically this will help us to pick images from the gallery when we click on this button right here. So I'm going to say image picker dot request media library permission. First of all, if we click on it, you will notice that it will ask us the permission for our gallery over here. And we can allow the full access or selected access, whatever you want. And then it will open the gallery to allow you to choose the image. If library permission is not granted, then we're going to return. Otherwise, we're going to take the image from the library. And again, same thing. Media type is going to be image, quality 0.7, base64, true. If it is cancelled, then return. Otherwise, we're going to take the asset and we're going to provide it to the onCaptured function, asset.base64 with MIME type as well, MIME type as well. If it's not provided, then image/JPEG. Okay, I think this is done. How about we go on and try it out? So if we go back to add transaction, we also have to write this handle Recipt captured function right here. This will be responsible for making the Gemini call. So inside of it, I'll first say set scanner open to false and set scanning to true. Then after that, we are going to be having a try catch block right here. So I'm going to take this extract transaction from Recipt that we had created. So if you don't remember, if I go to it, see this service right here to extract it from extract information from Gemini. We're going to provide it with base64 and MIME type. And we are also going to be having a function for applying the extraction. So I'll just create an empty function for now. I'll show you what is going to be happening inside of it. Let me just take this extracted transaction type that we had created right here in the extracted transaction services. So basically this will allow us to insert these inside of our form, right? And after this, set input method to Recipt scan. If it goes wrong, we're going to show the alert that couldn't read that receipt, try again, and finally set scanning to be false. Okay, now inside of apply extraction, how will we apply this extraction to our form? First of all, let's decide what is the category list. If result.type is income, its income category is else expense category. Okay, let's verify if it's a valid category or not, which is provided to us in the result by Gemini. So I'll say, I'll take the key, category key, and I'll use .sum, which will return us as soon as it finds it inside of this category list. Okay, it will return us true or false. So I'll show you where we will be using this. So I'll be writing some things over here like if result.type is there, then set value to be this inside of our form. If category is valid from right here, then insert it inside of our form. Same for amount, same for description, date, and we're going to check the date. So is valid will be imported from date-fns to check if the date is valid or not. If it is, then set the value inside of our form. Okay. Now let's verify what is missing. So after this, I'm going to say const missing equals result.amount if it's equals to null or category is not valid, right? Then we're going to show the alert review before saving. Couldn't confidently read this and this, like whatever is missing, amount and category, we're going to show it right here. Please fill it in. Cool. So it's very robust in that sense. All right, now let's go on and try scanning a real receipt. So what I'll do actually, I'll just go and open any random receipt. So dummy receipt. Let's just check any receipt over here. How about this one? How about we go on and try scanning it? So just like this, I'll click the pick, reading the receipt and see, okay, fish and chips fast food. The final amount was 41. So it's actually in the dollars. But yeah, it did manage to read it correctly over here. And it did extract the date as well. So you can see 12 Jan 2020. Amazing. So everything is working flawlessly. That is good to know. We don't need to save it. We already tested the manual transaction flow, right? Cool. Let's finally go on and work on our voice log feature now. So for this voice log feature, I'm also going to be having a modal right here called voice recorder modal, similar to this, right? This will take again a voice modal open state On close, we're going to trigger set voice modal open to false. And we're going to have a function handle voice extracted. So let's just create this function over here, empty for now. I'll say handle voice extracted. Actually, this is going to be a very small function. So let's just create it for now. All we're going to be doing over here, this is going to get the result of our voice extracted voice. And here I'm going to trigger the apply extraction, this function that we created earlier. We're going to provide the result to it, set voice transcript to this, whatever the transcript is, and set input method to voice, right? Nothing much going on over here. Also, actually, after this, we are going to be having a use effect over here. If params.action is equals to scan, then set scanner open to true. So these are the params that are being sent to us by homepage. If it's voice, then we're going to open the voice model. So let me show you actually. So if I, let me just comment this out for now for a moment. So see, we are on homepage, right? If I click on this AI Recipt Scan button, it will take me to the AI Recipt Scanner. So it has opened my camera right here. Cool. Similarly, it will work for our voice log as well. So let me revert this and let's create this component now. So inside of the components, I'll create a new file, voice recorder model.tsx rnf. Let's import this. Create this, and then we're gonna take the props right here, visible, on close, and on extracted. So on extracted, we'll take our result obviously and provide to it. So let's take this extracted transaction that we created right here, if you remember, and let's import this voice recorder model right here. There's that. Now inside of our voice recorder model, let's just create our model first. So first of all, over here, I'm obviously going to be having a model. Let's wrap it inside of our, around our component, and let's import it. So this will obviously get the visible state, animation type slide, and this will be transparent because we want to be a small model, right? Like up until this height. So we will be, creating manually view inside of it. So first of all, let's have a view, class name flex1, justify end, and then inside of it, I'm going to be keeping a blur view component over here, which we will be importing from expo-blur that we installed earlier. So this will allow us to have blurry background. See, I've clicked on it and we can see a blurry modal right here. Currently, we cannot see anything. We should add some X icon here to close it as well. So below this blur view, I'm going to have another view with style width 100, align item center, overflow hidden, some background color, border top left radius, border top right radius. So basically over here, we want to display a small view, right? So if I say hello over here and save it, obviously we need to render it inside of a text. So now notice, we can see this view at the bottom right here. We will create other things inside of it as well. Like for example, I'm going to be having a cancel button over here. First of all, to close this model. So let's import this touchable opacity, on press close disabled, if status is equals to processing. And I'm going to say cancel inside of it. So it says status does not exist. So let's take that. We will be having a few things over here on the top. First one will be use audio recorder. This will be coming from expo-audio library. So I'm going to take out recording presets and use audio recorder. So use audio recorder is the hook that will allow us to get the recording, and basically the recorder and recording presets is going to allow us to choose what quality that we want to record the audio in. Okay. Below this, we're going to take the status state over here, like if it's idle, recording, etc., etc. So we're going to be taking the type for it. Actually, let's take the enum type. So it will be either idle, recording, processing, or error. And then the seconds, that how many seconds it has recorded. Okay, cool. Let's have a look. If I click on it, yep, we see the cancel button. If I click on cancel, there we go. It is gone. Awesome. Now, before this cancel button, we need to render a few things. Like first of all, if I'll check if status is error, then we're going to render something over here. So I'll just keep empty fragment for now. Otherwise, we are going to be rendering something else over here. Let's start one by one. And actually, inside of this is where we are going to be moving our cancel button as well. So right here. Yep. Let me just keep it open. Yeah. Now, first of all, over here on the top, let's have a view, flex row, item center gap to be 1.5. And here, I'm going to render the title and stuff. So first of all, I'll render the icon from the material community icons, teal, and also robot outline denoting our AI feature. And then the AI voice log text. See, something like this. Below this, we are going to be showing the status, if it's recording or listening, processing, etc. Right? So if status is recording, then I'm going to say listening. Status is processing, I'm going to say understanding that. Otherwise, I'm going to just say, tell me about transaction. So see, something like this. After that, we are going to be having one more text block where if status is equals to recording, we are going to show the seconds that are going on. Otherwise, if it's processing, I'm going to show transcribing and extracting. Otherwise, I'll say I spend, like you can just change this example to whatever that you want. If it is processing, then I'm going to say math.floor, and I'm going to keep on incrementing the seconds, I mean. So over here, we are taking this certain seconds over here, right? So this is what we are going to be incrementing later on. I'll show you that. Okay, after this text, we are going to be having another view with 24 height, 24 item center, justify center, and margin bottom to be 8. And inside this, I'm going to be having a condition. If status is equals to processing, I'm going to show the activity indicator over here. If you want, you can add something else. So in our deployed app, I actually added a ring animation sort of things. But to save our time, I'll just add this activity indicator over here. If you want to also add that animation, you can go to my GitHub repository and check it out. Check this code out and you'll get an idea. It's pretty simple. It's using React Native reanimated library. Now, if it is not the case, then I'm going to render a touchable opacity. So over here, let's see what's happening. If status is equals to recording, then I'm going to provide it with this stop recording function, otherwise start recording function, which obviously does not exist. We will create it. Active opacity 0.85. The style, we've already taken here recording gradient and AI gradient. So let me show you where it is. So right here in the theme.ts, we have added gradients right here. And again, I'm simplifying it. I'm just keeping the first color over here. If you want to add gradients and stuff, already explained you how you can add gradients before, like in these buttons, right? So you can use that strategy over here as well, and you can add these gradients. Inside this, we're going to add the feather icon with status recording. Then I'm going to show square. Otherwise, I'm going to show mic. Let me just comment this out for now and show you how this looks. See, something like this. If we click on it, I mean, currently it won't do anything, but after we have done the logic, it will work. So let's go on and do that. So actually over here as well in the status array. So we'll come back to it actually. Let's just create an empty function for now. So for start recording, I'll create an empty function. And for stop recording, I'll create an empty function. And then over here in the status equals error, let's see. We're going to be displaying an alert circle. Couldn't process that, check your microphone permission. And I'm going to again say close over here. So if I show you, if I say true right here, let's see. See, this is how it will look, and we can click on close and close it out. Okay, cool. Let me revert this thing. Okay. Now over here on the top, let's go on and start writing the logic for this. So to start the recording, it's going to be very simple. Actually, before starting the recording, we also want to have the permission for recording, right? So I'll have a use effect over here, something like this. I've added the comments so that you guys can understand this. So basically, first of all, I'm saying if it is not visible, then set the status to idle, set seconds to 0 and return. But if it is, then over here, I'm going to be having an asynchronous function and I'll say request recording permission async. So this is going to be obviously coming from this Expo audio package again. If the permission is not granted, then set the error. Otherwise, I'm going to say set audio mode async. I'm going to say await set audio mode async and say allow recording to true, play in silent mode, true. Cool. After that, we also want to, start counting the seconds. So after this use effect over here, I'm going to have another use effect. If status is not equals to recording, then return. Otherwise, I'll say const interval equals set interval and set seconds to s+1 every 1 second. So that's why we're setting the interval. Otherwise, if the status changes, we're going to clear the interval, right? Okay. Now, finally, when we are starting the recording, I'm obviously going to set the seconds to 0 and I'm going to say recorder.prepare to record async. So this is the function that is provided to us by the same library. And I'll say record.record and set status to be recording. You can find more about this library in their docs, so you can check that out. And if you want to stop the recording, this is where the real logic happens. First of all, I'll say set status to be processing and await recorder.stop. And after this is where we are going to be processing it. So I'll have a try catch block. And inside of the try block, first of all, I want the URL of the recording, right? So I'll say const URI equals recorder.uri. If URI is not there, then throw no recording captured. Otherwise, we're going to create a new file over here. Let's import this file from Expo file system. We also installed this package. Then I'll create a base64 file. And then I'll say result equals await extract transaction from voice, right? Keep in mind, while creating the file, we are providing it with the URI. So we already have the URI, the file over here in the base64. So again, this extract transaction from voice also comes from this services right here that we have already created with this prompts and stuff. I'll provide the base64 and MIME type, which is audio/M4A. On extracted, we're going to trigger this function that has been provided to us, right? We already know what we're going to be doing it with, like inside of add transaction with this result, and then I'm going to close it. Now, finally, in the end, we can throw the error that voice extraction failed, set status to be. Okay, that was quite a lot. Let's go on and test out this feature. So if I click on voice log over here, see, it's going to ask us the permission. I'm going to click on allow. And now we can click on this mic to start recording. Let's use the same pizza example. Yesterday, I had a pizza worth 400 rupees at Domino's. Let's see if it is able to extract the details. There we go. Pizza at Domino's, 400 rupees. Amazing. It has also selected the category. Awesome. How about we try adding the income, add an income of 5,000 rupees from web development. Let's see what it says. Okay, yeah, it has already understood that this is freelance. We could have also mentioned the account over here and it could have selected the account, but yeah, this is awesome. If I click on save transaction, there it is. Our web development income has been added. Awesome. Cool then. And with that, we have successfully created our complete add transaction page. Congratulations. Okay, so since we have done up until this point, all of these major features, why don't we go on and commit our code? So let's generate a commit message over here. Let me just stage it first and then there we go. Let's click on commit. It is committed and it is inside of the add transaction branch only. Let's click on sync changes. Okay. And here I am in my GitHub repository. Let's click on compare and pull request. Yep. We want to add create a pull request from this to master. It's add transaction and Recipt Scan. Sorry, add transaction with Recipt Scan and AI voice log. Let's create this pull request. Okay. Now let's allow CodeRabbit some time to review it and create the change stack for us. And then we'll go on and have a look inside of it. All right, there it is. I left it for a few minutes and the review is done. Now we can finally go on and look at the change stack. You can see it is telling us the changes over here, the sequence diagram as well, like how the add transaction feature is working over here. Okay, it has added comments and stuff over here, but it's fine. Let's just go to the change stack and have an in-depth look on its suggestion. Okay, so these are the files that we have made the changes in. Cool. Let's just go on to the comments over here and have a look. So first of all, we have used transaction mutation. And over here, okay, it says that make transaction balance updates atomic and throw service errors. Okay. These help also resolve with error, which makes React Query treat mutation as successful. Okay, fine. So it's telling us to make use of these. Cool. After that, we have functional correctness, reject partially numeric values, parse float accepts prefix like these. So malformed input can pass validation 12. Oh, okay, fine. I would highly encourage you guys to go on and make these changes inside of the code. These are very useful, to be honest. And there are a couple of more is what I can see for code quality and stuff. Okay, pretty cool. And overall, we can see all the summaries over here as well. Awesome. This saves us so much time, honestly, while creating a production grade application. And again, I would highly encourage you guys to go on and make the changes and then move forward with the video. I'm going to close this PR now. So right here in GitHub, I'll click on merge pull request and confirm merge. Let's go back to our repository and there we go. It is done. Awesome. Let's continue and go on and start working on our profile page. So see, this is our final app. And over here, we can click on add account. And we can add some account over here, like create an account. And we have different options over here, bank account, credit card, savings, cash, whatever, right? We can also select our currency over here if you want to change the currency. And obviously we have the sign out option here as well. And we will also be adding this selection of profile pic right here. So it's asking us for permission now. So we can just click on right here and select the photo from the gallery. Cool then, let's go back to our app. All right, there we go. We are back inside of our app. Now, first of all, why don't we go on and start, let's create the APIs that we are going to be needing inside of this screen. So actually, let me go on and check inside of services, inside of accounts, we have get accounts and yeah, we have to create accounts and stuff as well. So right here in accounts.ts, I'm going to be creating, first of all, create account service. This will take the Supabase client, the user ID and name and type for that account to create it, right? Inside this, we're going to make the call. So I'll say await Supabase.from accounts table and I'll say dot insert user ID, name, type, balance will be 0 by default, and if is default is true or not. I'll say dot select dot single to get the single item back. Then I'm going to say if error is there, throw error, otherwise return data as account. Now we will create another service for creating an account as default. So I'm going to say set default account service. It will take Supabase, user ID, and the account ID. And inside of this, I'll first of all say await Supabase.from accounts update is default to be false. If that particular account is false already, I mean it's not default already for this user ID and this account ID. If we get any error, we're gonna throw it. Otherwise, we are going to set it as default. So I'll say await Supabase from accounts update is default to be true for this particular account ID. Cool. Now after this, we are going to be creating for updation of any account. If you want to update the name of account, so it's going to be very similar to this create account. The only difference over here will be that we are going to be using update over here, right? So I'm taking Supabase account ID, name type, and I'll say update with name and type equals to this account ID and select single. Okay, that's straightforward. If you want to delete it, let's create for that as well. If you want to delete any account, so I'll take Supabase client account ID and force to be false. So basically, the first call only reports how many transactions would be cascaded or cascade deleted without deleting anything. The UI should show that count in a confirmation alert, then call again with the force to true to actually delete it. So inside of this, I'm going to get transactions. So I'll say await Supabase from transactions table, select ID. I'm going to get the exact count for that particular account and head to be true for this particular account ID, right? I'll check if there's any error. So I'll say if count error, then throw count error. Otherwise, we're going to get the transaction count over here. Cool. Now, as I mentioned, there will be two iterations over here, right? First one will be false. This one will just show the count. And after confirming it, then we will go on and delete it. So I'll say if transaction count is more than 0 and force is not true, then we're going to return deleted false and transaction count, right? Then after this, when the force is true, then I'm going to say await Supabase from accounts, delete this account ID. And obviously, since we have set the cascade delete to true, it will delete all the transactions as well. So I'll say if delete error is there, then I'm going to throw that error. Otherwise, delete it to be true and return the transactions count. Cool. I think these are all the services that we needed. Let's go on and create the mutations for it. So inside of hooks, inside of mutations folder. So we don't have the accounts mutation, right? So I'll get a new file, use account mutation.ts. Let me just get one of these from right here. Let me just copy this whole thing and I'm going to paste it over here. And first one will be for use create account. So these three things are what we're going to be needing. First of all, for the create account, I'm going to be needing the name and the type. So type can be cash, bank, credit card, or savings account. Let's import the create account and we're going to provide it right here, right? And after this is done, instead of budget, we are going to be invalidating the accounts queries, all right? Let's duplicate it for update, delete, and set default as well. So first of all, for the update, let's call it use update account. We are not going to be needing the user over here. Now over here, inside of use mutation, for the mutation function, I'll take the account ID and the payload that we're supposed to update it with. And we're going to trigger the update account service. And yeah, this will be the same thing. We need to invalidate accounts. And let's just make a copy of this again. I'll copy and paste it. This one will be for delete. So I'll say use delete account. Here in the mutation function, this time we are going to say delete account over here with account ID and force to be false. Initially, later on, we will get the force, right? So Supabase account ID and force. And for invalidating queries, we're going to invalidate accounts. And also, since the transactions will be deleted, so I'll just say invalidate queries, query key transactions. Okay. Now, finally, for setting the default account, let's just say, I'll just bring it in. So use set default account. We'll take all these three things in the mutation function, just provide the account ID, set default account to Supabase client, user ID, and the account ID, and we're going to invalidate the accounts. All right. Yeah, that's all we need. Now, finally, let's go on and build our profile screen. So inside of our app, root, tabs, profile.tsx, this is where we're going to be writing it. So first of all, let's just take a variable over here called account icon to decide the account type. So account type, as I already showed you, it can be cash, bank, credit card, savings, and we're going to assign the relevant icon with respect to that. So I'll import the feather over here. This will be the type of feather icons. Obviously, we will have different sections over here, right? For different things. So for that, we'll take the section label, but yeah, we'll do that in just a moment. Let's just start with the main component first. So let's see, we're going to be needing user, sign out function, that's fine, router. Let's also take a few things, like we're going to be changing currency and stuff. So we're going to be needing the Zustand state. Use Supabase over here. I'm going to take the Supabase instance client, and from use user store, I'm going to take out the currency and set currency as well. Okay, so let's take out a few states over here. I mean, create a few states over here, like modal visible. This one will be for accounts, for edit account. If the editing is going on, let's import this account type, which will be this imported from the account service. If currency picker is open or not, and uploading avatar for our user profile pic, right? Okay, we already written the logic for handle sign in. Okay, we would also be actually creating logic for handle pick avatar. So let's just create these empty functions for now. For making the account default, I will be having handle made default. For selecting the currency, I will have handle currency select. And let's import our queries as well for, fetching the accounts and all. So I'll have use accounts query. This will give us data, is loading, is error. We're going to rename them. And also set default account over here, which will give us this set default account function right here. Now I'm not taking the create account in this component because that will be inside of a modal, right? So no need for that as of now. Now inside of our component. So let's wrap everything inside of scroll view, right? So we're gonna be needing the scroll view to scroll the screen, obviously. Show vertical scroll indicator to false. Container style will be padding bottom to be 100 so that we can accommodate this. Let's wrap our component with this. Now, first of all, inside of this, well, let's show the accounts title. So I'll have a view similar to earlier that we were displaying in the other screens. So I'm going to have a text called profile. Then we can display the user card with a user's profile picture. So after this view, I'm going to be having another view. MX like horizontal margin to be 5, margin top to be 2, background to be brand background, rounded to XL, some padding, and item center. So see, something like this. Let's go inside of it and render the button for changing our profile pic. So I'll have a touchable opacity. On press, we're going to trigger handle pick avatar, this thing right here, and it will be disabled if the avatar is being uploaded, right? So this state, which is going to be a loading indicator, right? Active opacity 0.8 and some class names over here. Inside of the touchable opacity, I'll check if the uploading is going on. Then we're going to show the activity indicator over here. Otherwise, we're going to show an image component from React Native with the user's image URL from clerk. Actually, we can import this from Expo image. So something like this. So now this will support this content fit cover over here. Otherwise, we're going to just show this icon that we are showing right here. Cool. Let's go on and work on this logic first, actually, to update our profile pic. And yeah, we need to show the indicator over here that we can change the profile pic, in fact. So let's just show an icon right below it. So inside of this view, this will be position absolute, bottom 0. Inside of the feather, I'm going to say name camera. So now you'll notice that, yep, we have something like this denoting that we can, in fact, change the profile pic. Okay, let's go inside of this handle pic avatar. It's going to be pretty straightforward. I'll first of all check over here. If user does not exist, then return. Otherwise, we're going to get the permission to the image picker. So I'll import the image picker. Oh, let me actually manually import it like this. Imports asterisk as image picker. So I'll say request media library permission async. After this, if permission is not granted, then alert permission needed, and we're going to ask the permission. Okay. After it is granted, then we're going to launch the image library. So we've already done this before, right? Inside of the Recipt Scanner modal. So I'll say media types to be images, allow editing to be true, aspect, we can decide over here, quality. So this will allow us to crop the image and base 64 to true. If result.cancel, then return. After that, we are going to say set uploading avatar to true. And then we can make our try catch call over here. First of all, inside the try, first of all, we're going to be, structuring the image data. So I'll say const asset equals result.assets 0th index. We're going to set the file name. We're going to do some cleansing over here using regex and stuff. Honestly, I just use ChatGPT to, write this code. I don't know how regex works, as I mentioned earlier. MIME type, what type of image this is, JPEG, PNG, etc. Data URL, and finally, we are going to be uploading it by saying user.setProfilePic, set profile image. So basically all of these things, these functions come from Clerk, right? We don't need a separate storage to store our profile pic. And I'm going to provide the data URL. Cool. Now inside the catch, I'm going to say console error, avatar upload failed, and I'll show the error over here. Couldn't upload your photo. And in the end, finally, I'm going to say set uploading avatar to false. Awesome. How about we go on and do it? If I click on it, see, I have selected my photo, and now I can go on and align it right here and click on choose. And there we go. It is being uploaded right here, and it is uploaded. Amazing. This is super cool. Let's move forward. So after this, let's display the user's name over here as well, along with their email address and stuff. So below this touchable opacity, I'm going to be having a view with user's first name and last name, and then another view with user's email address right here with an icon of mail. So see, something like this. Okay, after this view, now we're going to be rendering different sections over here. Like first of all is going to be the accounts section. So, and for that, we're going to be also creating this component section label, this reusable component. So let's just create it right here only because we're not using it in other components. So section label, it's going to be a simple text, which will take the children and render it right here. Text, brand text muted, text to be 11 pixel, uppercase, tracking wide, margin bottom to be 2. So see, something like this. And similar to this, actually, let me render other section labels so that we know what we are working with. So there is going to be preferences as well for selecting the currency and account actions, right? So let me just say account actions right here. So see, all of these things. So first of all, inside of the accounts, obviously here we want to create our bank account or cash account, etc. All of those accounts. This one is for the actual user account, or probably we can just name it user actions, whatever, something like that, right? Whatever that you prefer. So here in the accounts, I'll have a view with horizontal padding, rounded to XL, overflow hidden, border, and some border color. Inside of this view, now inside of over here, we're going to show the loading indicator and if there's any error, and then render all the accounts. But actually, what I want to do first is create a component called row, which will help us to reuse the row in different sections. So below this section label, I'm going to create a component called row. This will take the icon, the label, value, on press, what happens for the button, if you want to show chevron icon or not, if it's a danger action, right? So all the types for it. And inside of it, this will simply be a touchable opacity. So on press, we're going to trigger on press, disabled if on press is not there. Class name to be all these class name for the button. Inside of this, we're going to have the view with the feather icon to display the icon, size, and if it's danger, then we're going to show red, otherwise white color, sort of like grayish color. Below this view, we are going to be rendering the text for that particular label. If the value is there, we're going to render the value for that particular thing, like balance and stuff. If chevron icon is there and on press is there, then we're going to render that. So let me actually show you how we'll be using it. Why is this giving? Okay, we have not returned it. That's why it was giving the error. Now it's fine. Now, the easiest example that I can show you how you're going to be using this is inside of our logout button. So simply in place of this, I'm going to be rendering a view over here. Class name to be this, rounded to XL, overflow hidden, etc. And the row with logout label sign out, on press handle sign out, show chevron false, and danger as well. See, so that's why it is red over here. If we click on this, see again, the functionality remains the same. It will show us the alert and stuff as well. Okay, now finally, inside of this view, let's render all the accounts. First of all, I'm going to say if loading accounts is true, then we're going to show the loading indicator right here, activity indicator. Otherwise, if there's any accounts error, I'm going to show couldn't load your accounts. Otherwise, in the end, we are going to be rendering this row component with key account ID, icon to be account icon. So if you remember, you've taken it right here with the account type. Label will be account name, plus if it's default or not. The value is going to be the price or the balance of that account. And on press, we're going to set editing amount to true and open the modal for editing it. Let's save this and see if we can see anything. Let's go to the profile right here. And yep, there we go. We can see the cash and the HDFC savings account over here as well. Now below it, we want to render one more row for the creation of the account. So let's say row icon is going to be plus label add account, and on press set editing amount to null and set model visible to true. In this case, we want to edit the account, right? That's why we have populated it with this value right here. There we go. We can see this add account button over here. All right, now for the preferences, here we are going to be showing the currency picker component, obviously. So let's have the view for that as well. And inside of this view, I'm going to say a row with icon $, label currency, value to be currency, and on press, set currency picker open to true. Straightforward. And I guess for this one, this is pretty much it that we're going to be having. And below it, we are going to be having the sign out or log out. Okay, yeah, so let's go on and start working on the logic for the modals as well. So on the bottom, below our scroll view, we're going to be rendering our modals. Let's first of all go on and work on the account modal. So I'll say if user is there, then we're going to render the account modal with visible state, provide the account information if the editing is going on for that particular account, on close modal, on saved, close modal, on deleted, close modal, right? Whatever action that we trigger, all of the logic will be inside of this account modal, but we are going to be triggering it as a byproduct of that action. On made default, we're going to trigger handle made default, this function over here. Again, this is empty. We are going to be creating it soon. Let's actually create this account modal component first. So inside of the components, I'll create a new file, account modal.tsx, rnf account modal. Let's take the props over here. So visible, account, on close, on save, all the props that we just saw will be of type account right here, something like this. And yeah, self-explanatory, I guess. Let's just import this account modal and let's create this close modal as well. It's going to be very simple. So for the close modal, we are going to be saying that set modal visible to false and set editing account to null, right? And we also have handle made default. So all this will do is it will check if the editing account is going, if not going on, then return. Otherwise, we're going to have a try catch block, which will trigger this set default account, which we are taking from right here, providing with the editing dot account ID to make it default. And I'm going to close the modal. And in the air, we're going to say couldn't set this the default account. That's all. All right, now inside of this account modal.tsx, let's take a few states over here along with some variables. Like if the editing is going on, so where is it? This will contain the editing value, right? So I'm going to check if editing is going on by saying double exclamation mark over there. Here, that means if it's truthy or not. If it's true, then obviously editing is going on. Then I'm going to import some use state over here for name, type, and error. And then let's import our mutations as well. Let me just import this account type first. Yeah, and then we're going to import our use create account, use update account, and use delete account over here as well. Okay. And then after this, we are going to be having a function for saving the account, handle save, and for deleting the account. So handle delete, right? So actually over here, let me give you a hint. We are going to be using the modal that we had created earlier, form sheet modal. Let's wrap this thing. And it's going to be very similar to where we used it, if you remember, which was in the budget modal, right? So according to that, we are going to be triggering this modal right here, right? So what I want you guys to do, I want you guys to complete this modal now. Add the addition of the account, editing of the account, the deletion of the account. It's a very simple feature. And obviously, if you guys are not able to do it, just go to components and this account modal.tsx. This is where the solution is. But this is a small assignment for you guys. I want you guys to do this first yourself and then look at my solution inside of the Git repository. So I'm leaving this part. I'm just gonna go on and work on our currency picker. All right, cool. So I've come back to my profile.tsx and right here, now we're gonna be creating the currency picker component. So currency picker, let's import it from add component / currency picker. We already have it over here. So if you remember, this is the currency picker component that we already created inside of our onboarding. Let's save it. And all we need to do is just create this handle currency select over here, the logic for this. And it's going to be similar to how we created earlier. So I'm going to say set currency picker open to false after it had been selected. If user is not there, then return. Otherwise, I'm going to make a try catch block for supabase.users. And I'm going to say currency to be selected and the code selected, and the clerk ID will be user ID. If there's any error, throw the error and set currency to selected.code. Okay, let's save it and try changing the currency. If I search USD over here and select it, Let's go to transactions. Looks like for some reason it has not worked. It is showing us the currency right here. This is fine. But in the transactions, it is not showing us correctly. So it is showing us over here in the expense breakdown, I mean. So, okay, I think there's something wrong with our transactions row component. So let's go to the component and transaction row. Over here, let's check the currency that is being taken. First of all, let's see. Okay, so we are not getting the currency over here. What about inside the row? Are we hard coding it? So here, if income is this, format price. Okay, this should have received this currency, right? So let's do that. I'm going to put this thing over here, use user store, and I'm going to take this currency and provide it over here along with this, so comma currency. And now I think we should see, yeah, there it is. We can see the dollars over here. Awesome. Let's switch it back to INR. And now if we go here, yep, we can see INR is back over here. It has updated the state inside of our app. Awesome. And with that, we have successfully created our profile page as well. Amazing. So the only thing that now remains is our assistants page. So first of all, obviously we are going to be building the API endpoints or the services for our API endpoint. So inside of services, I'm going to be creating a new file right here for our assistant.ts. And it's actually going to be similar to this extract transaction.ts in a few ways, not much. Like I need this Gemini URL. I'm going to copy it up, paste it right here. We will also be using Gemini 3.1 Flash Lite here as well. And then we need to first of all build the context first so that user can chat to our chatbot. And chatbot has, let's import the type from transaction and the type of budget as well. So we will need the transactions data, budget data, and the selected currency for the user. Now inside of it, we want this month's data, right? So first of all, I'll take today's date. So const now equals new date. Cutoff is going to be now and 30 days. So this basically means subtract the specified number of days from the given date. So we want past 30 days worth of data. I'm going to say recent equals transaction.filter, and we will get all the transactions in past 30 days. Okay. After this, let's get this month's expenses. So I'll say this month expense equals transactions.filter if the transaction type is expense and if it is the same month. So I'll just import a same month over here. So this will be new date for that particular transaction, a transaction date, and compare it if it's in the same month or not. And I'm going to reduce it down to calculate this month's final expenses. Okay. We will also get the spend by category. So let's have a empty variable for it. We're going to be building this map right here. We're going to take the income and expense over here as well. And then finally, after this, we're going to take each and every transaction. So I'm going to say recent dot for each. So recent, if you remember, this was the recent transactions. So I'll loop through it for each. Also transaction type is expense. Then add that amount in this expense variable. And also we are going to be building spend by category. So I'm going to say spend by category for that particular category. I'm going to be keep on adding that amount. Otherwise, if it's income, then just add it to the income. Okay. After that, after this, I'm going to say category lines. So basically, I'm going to be converting this spent by category into an array. So object.entries, and I'm going to sort it in descending order. That is from more to less. And I'm going to map through it with category and the amount from inside of it. And I'll get the category information over here. So I can put the label right here with respect to the formatted price. So I'll just import this formatted price right, and I'll join this. Cool. So we will basically get the string data from over here so that we can provide it to the AI. Same we're going to do in this with our budget as well. So I'll say budget. If it's there, then I'll say format price, this month's expense and currency spent out of this much budget amount. Right. So we're basically formatting the price right here. And I'm going to say this is the monthly budget. Otherwise, no monthly budget set. After that, we are also going to be providing our transactions to the AI. So I'm going to convert it in string as well. So I'll say recent.slice. I'll say 0,40. So past 40 transaction. If you want, you can, change it to according to you. Let's get the format from date-fns. So I'll get the date. And basically we are formatting our transaction in form of date, type, like income expense, etc. Right? All of these things. Cool. Now in the end, we can finally return our summary. So I'll say return. And then in the backticks is where we are going to be writing it. So let me show you what we're going to be writing. I'll simply say last 30 days summary. We're going to basically provide this to our LLM. Total income, total expense, categories, budget, and the recent transaction. If you want, you can copy it from my Git repository as well. This whole thing. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward. So this will help us to build our context, which we will be using inside of our next service, which is Ask Assistant, right? This is the main service. So here we'll be taking the user question, the transaction, the budget, and the currency. Okay. Inside of it, first of all, let's take the Gemini API key right here, just like earlier that we did in the extraction service, right? After that, we will get the context. So build context, and I'm going to provide all of these three things. So right here, and it is going to return us the context in the string format. After that, we are going to be providing it with a prompt. So this is going to be a bit long. So let's go to our Git repository inside of lib services assistant, and I'm going to copy this prompt right here. So from here to here, and I'll explain you what I'm basically doing right here. So paste this prompt. So I'm saying you are a helpful personal finance assistant inside the Wealth app. Answer user question using only the financial data. Be concise and specific with the numbers, and we have provided this context right here. And user question is this. Okay. After this is the same thing like how we called Gemini right earlier in the previous services of extraction. So I'll say await fetch Gemini URL with API key post, and yeah, all of these things are absolutely the same. I'm going to provide the prompt right here. Then in the end, I'm going to check if response is not okay, then throw the error. Otherwise, Gemini request failed, and I'm going to parse the data. Then I'm going to say response.json. I'm going to take out the text, and I'm going to return it, right? Pretty straightforward. Cool then. Now let's go to our component finally. So inside of our app root.tsx, there it is. All right, so first of all, right here, let's take the type of our chat message. So our chat message will look something like this with the ID, role if it's user, or the assistant's message, and the content. After this, we can also render some suggested prompts to the user, like how much did I spend on food, what was my biggest expense, etc., etc. You can customize it according to you. We can have one initial message where assistant welcomes the user. So I can send the initial messages, ID, welcome, assistant, and content can be hi, ask me anything about your spending or budget in last 30 days. And again, you can customize it according to you. Okay, now inside of our component, we are going to be taking a few things over here. First of all, I'll say use user from clerk, use user store so that we can get the currency data, use transaction query so that we can have refetch transactions action right here to get the transaction data, and for the budget query as well. After that, we're going to be taking few states as well, like for our messages, like array of messages. So let's import use state first actually. This will have the initial messages as the initial value. I'll have for the input and for sending indicator. Okay, let's actually have a function as well called send message function. I'm going to keep it as empty for now. Let's first go on and build our UI right here. So instead of this view, I'll say SafeAreaView, just like previously. Let's import this SafeAreaView. Then after that, we are going to be having a view over here with the title assistant, right? Let's import view from React Native, just like that. And then after this view, I'm going to be having keyboard avoiding view so that you can properly open the keyboard without cutting anything. Let's import the platform as well. And again, you already know what we're doing over here. Keyboard vertical offset. So basically this will be for creating the space between our input box and our keyboard. You'll see when I'll go on and write it now. So first of all, we're supposed to render all of our messages over here, right? So here I'm going to say FlatList. And don't worry, I'll tell you everything. So this will be imported from React Native. I'll provide it with data to be messages that we have, message state, key extractor item to be item.id. Inside the render item, I'm going to be having the message bubble, the actual message. We will be creating a separate component for this right here on the top actually. So over here, we can create a separate component just like this, which will take a message. Let's keep it empty for now. So yeah, after that, I'm going to have container style. And then we are also going to be showing in the footer some thinking indicator. So activity indicator over here. Okay. Let's first go on and create this message bubble. Let's see what it contains. So inside of it, I'm first going to check if it is user or the AI. So I'll say message.rule. If it's user, then we're gonna, style it both of them differently. So I'll have a view right here. I'll say class name, margin bottom 3, max weight 85. If it's user, then self end, otherwise self start. That means if it's user, we're gonna render on the right side, else on the left side. And accordingly, we're gonna customize the colors as well and the colors of our text, right? And simply render message.content. So you can see assistant is rendered over here. If I, let's say revert it. So if I say not user, then you'll notice that yeah, it appears over on the left side. Okay, cool. I think that's easy to understand. After that, we can show some suggested prompts that we had taken on the top. So this will only be shown if there's any more messages after this. I mean, it won't be shown, but if there are no messages, if there's only this message, then only we will show it. So I'm going to say messages dot length is less than or equals to 1. Then I'm going to map through this suggested prompts, and I'm going to render a touchable opacity right here with the prompt. And on press, we're going to trigger the send message function, which obviously is empty for now. You can see it right here. It's on the bottom. It's hidden. So we will be adding styles and stuff to make sure it looks good, because then after this we are going to be adding the input, right? So after this, I'm going to be having a view with flex row, item center gap 2, padding x to be 5, padding top to be 2. So you can see we have added padding bottom of 90 over here so that this appears on the top. So inside of it, I'm going to be first of all having a text input. So I'll say text input with value input. So we have taken this input state, right? On change, we're going to trigger set input, placeholder text color. If it's editable, that if it's sending is not true, that means it is editable. If sending is not going on. Some class name, on submit editing, we're going to trigger the send message, and return key type will be send in the keyboard. And then we can also have a button right after it with the arrow up icon. So I'll import this feather right here, and on press, this will trigger the send message with this input over here. Okay, cool. I think that's pretty straightforward. Let's go on and write this send message so that we can go and test it out. If I write anything, obviously it won't do anything. All right, so inside of this send message over here, first of all, I'm going to say, after trimming the message, if it's there, I'm going to check like if sending is going on, or if user is not there, then I'm going to say return. Then after this, I'm going to say user message. So basically, whenever I click on send, I'm going to instantly show the user message right here with ID, role, and content. Okay, so we can do this. Inside of our messages state, I'm going to set message, and I'm going to instantly add the user message right here. I'll set the input as empty and set sending to true. Okay, so loading is going on. And then I'm going to have a try catch block over here. Inside of the try block, I'm going to say promise.all, and I'm going to refetch the transaction and refetch the budget. I'll take out the data from inside. So basically I'm saying refetch the fresh data instead of trusting the cache. The user may have just, added a transaction seconds ago and jumped straight to this tab. After we have it, then I'm going to say ask assistant. I'm going to provide it the data, text, transaction, budget, currency, etc. And after we get the reply from the assistant, I'm going to set that message inside of our set messages. Then inside of the catch, I'll say console.error assistant error to be this error. Inside the set messages, I'll just say sorry, something went wrong, answering that, try again. And then finally in the end, I can set sending to false. So I'll say finally set sending to false, and I think now it should be working. Let's go on and try it. How about we just use these prompts, any one of these prompts. So I'll say what's my biggest expense this month, or sorry, this week. There we go. Okay, but we can see this loading indicator going on. Oh, okay, because I have not saved my component until now. Okay, my bad. Let me just reload this app first, and then we can go on and try again. Okay, so now I'm going to ask, give me tips to improve my expenses or income, whatever like you want to ask. So check this out. It has given us this response. You can now ask AI to specifically, remove these kind of things with asterisks and stuff. So it can give you like clean data right here. Awesome. So with that, we have created our assistant screen. Amazing. Now finally, first of all, the weekly alert that we will get from Wealth app. So React Native part is mostly completed. Now we're going to go on and dive into more of the PostgreSQL stuff, like creating a cron job. So for that, what we're supposed to do, let me just close this up. And here, inside of my terminal, so I'm going to create a new terminal over here. And I'm going to say npx Supabase login. So this should open our browser. Let's first install Supabase. Okay, so it's saying press enter to open browser. Let's do that. And there it is. It will ask you to copy the code and sign in. So I'll just do that right here. Okay, we are logged in. Great. Now we need to link our Supabase project, which is already there inside of our dashboard, right? So I'll just say npx Supabase init. I hope it does not create a new Supabase project over here. Okay, it is initialized. Now I'm going to say npx Supabase link. Let's see if it gives us the options. Okay, yeah, there it is. So our project was this Wealth over here, right? So just select that project. And yeah, that looks like it has done it. Okay, nice. Now, what we need to do over here is we need to create Supabase edge functions so that we can create the cron jobs, right? So here you can see edge functions. These are basically what will allow us to run the cron job in the background and send user the emails and stuff. Now, since this part is not React Native specific, I'll go a little bit fast over here and I'll explain you guys how you can do something like this. So you can see it has created this Supabase folder over here, right, for us. And inside this now, we can create a new folder called functions. And here is where, first of all, we need to create a Dino instance. So I'll create a new folder underscore shared. So Dino is basically like node, but it is used by Supabase. So that's why we have to do it. That's a new file, dino.d.ts. Now inside this, we need to initialize Dino. So I'm going to say something like this. So these are just a bit syntax over here. Bear with me. If you want, you can copy it up from my Git repository as well, because these are like more of a setup thing. If you're gonna create feature like this using ChatGPT or Claude Code, something like that, it will give you these things by default by creating it, right? So I'm going to say namespace Dino, and I'm going to have a function serve and then env, and then we also going to be needing module, and we're gonna import this Supabase module from over here. Okay, then I'll also initialize the Supabase admin right here. So new file, Supabase admin.ts. Now this is something that you need to understand. So here I'm basically going to create the client for Supabase. So I'll say create client and import it from jsr @ Supabase/Supabase.js @2. Now you're gonna see this red squiggly lines. It's because probably Dino is not configured in your local environment. That is why, but you can ignore it. It's completely fine. So here I'm first of all taking the Supabase URL from Dino, Supabase service role key. So all of these things will be automatically configured since we have installed Supabase inside of our CLI. If it's not there, we're going to throw the error. And then finally, we're going to create the client for it. So this will help us bypass the row level security inside of our edge functions. Then we are going to be creating a new file called resend.ts. So resend is the service that we will be using for sending the emails. And we'll also have a file called email layout.ts, which will email layouts basically. Let me just get both of these things since these are just the email templates. So from our Git repo, I'm going to go to, oops, not this, right here. I'm going to go to Supabase folder, inside of functions, shared, and I'm going to need resend.ts first. So I'll just copy it and paste it. So this is just the initialization of resend. So you are going to be needing this resend API key, by the way. Not over here, like this will be added somewhere else. So I'll show you where we will be adding it. So just for now, just save it. I'm going to fetch URL to be this resend URL over here. In the body, I've configured from to subject HTML, all of these things. And we'll have our email layout as well. So let's add that. I'll go to email layout.ts. I'll just copy it up. This is just the basic email layout with our logo URL and our HTML of the body that we will be adding inside of it. And I'm going to say you're receiving this because you have an account with Wealth, right? So this is the main thing where we will be rendering our email. Cool. Now, inside of this function is where we're going to be creating a new folder for weekly-tips. So this is going to be our main function. So for weekly tips, right? So I'll say index dot. Now let me bring in this weekly tips function right here so that I can explain to you guys. I don't want to go on and write every single line for this because this is something that can be easily generated by AI. And usually you're going to be generating it with AI. So I'll just explain it to you because this is not the React Native stuff that you want to understand. Okay, so first of all, we're going to take the Gemini URL right here. Then the response schema in the way that we want the response to be. And then we're going to have this generate tips function over here, which will take the currency, by category, total expense, and total income information. I'll show you. We're going to be calling it right here on the bottom inside of our dino.serve. I'll just minimize it for now. First of all, let me explain this to you. So basically over here, I'm taking all this data and I'm getting the Gemini API key. And this is not getting the Gemini API key from our .env. This is getting from our Supabase. So I'll show you how you can configure that as well. If it's not there, then throw the error. Then we're going to get the breakdown of all of our data. I'm writing the prompt over here that you are a friendly personal finance coach based on users /7 days of activity, write 2 to 4 short, specific actionable tips, etc., etc. Income, expense, spend by category, all of these information we are providing right here. And then we're triggering Gemini to get the response. And Gemini will create the response for us right here. We're going to get the response and parse it, right? That's all. After that, now this dno.serve function is basically creating a web server inside of Supabase to serve this for edge functions. So I'll say create Supabase admin. So this function is basically coming from right here, the Supabase admin that we had. Where is it? So shared. This should be over here. I think I created weekly tips inside of shared. So it should be outside in the functions actually. Yep, that's about right. Now if we click on over here, yep, this opens Supabase admin. Okay, cool. So, yep, let's get back down over here. I'm getting the Supabase admin access right here. And we're gonna get this week's data. So week ago equals new date, week ago dot set date to be today -7. I'm gonna get the users info, all the transaction data, all the expense data, income data, category wise data, right? I don't think I need to explain all of these things again. We have covered this multiple times inside of our ad. So basically we are getting all of these different data. I'll just tell you how you can, send the email over here. So yep, there we go. We have the subject line configured, and in the email, you can configure it email according to you. I have written this whole, I have not written it. I have used AI to write this whole email thing with the total income, expense, right? Net currency. So this is our summary. And then after this, we are going to be adding the tips. Our app already has an assistant for providing us tips and stuff. But yeah, something like this, a feature like this is not bad to have, right? And then I'm going to trigger this send email function that we have created inside of a recent.ts right here, right? Send email. Okay. So where is it? Index.ts. Yep. So yeah, we are triggering the send email, and then I'm going to say return new response JSON.stringify send. Right? This is basically for the Supabase usage. So yeah, this is the edge function that we have created. Now we need to deploy this edge function. So how will you deploy it on Supabase? You do something like this. So in the terminal, you say npx Supabase functions deploy and the name of that function, which is weekly tips in this case. Press enter. There we go. It is uploading all of these things inside of Supabase, and it has configured it in Supabase. Let's go over here and check actually on this URL. So I'll just paste it over here, and there it is. This is our edge function configured. Awesome. Now we can set our secrets over here now, the environment variables. So over here in the secrets is where you can add name and value. Either you can add it from over here, or you can also add it from your terminal. So something like this. Let me just clear it. npx Supabase secrets and resend API key. So let's get the resend API key actually. I'll go to resend.com/API keys. This is basically an email service that we'll be using. And you can click on create API key right here. You can name it something. I'll name it wealth, add, and just copy it and paste it right here, right? We will be sending this email from onboarding@resend.dev. That's fine. npx, okay, so Gemini key. So this is what we need. So .env, let's get this. This is our Gemini API key right here. I'll paste it right here. And logo of our app. So if you have hosted it anywhere, you can just copy that logo. So what I actually did is I went to Supabase storage, and here I created a new bucket, a public bucket. Let's create this. Okay, let's name it wealth and create it. Go inside of this wealth over here and upload the files. So I'll go to the assets, images, and I can upload my wealth logo from right here. If you want, you can upload this, whatever, right? It's on you. Okay, it has uploaded it. There it is. Now we can get the link. So I'll say get URL. Let's make sure that it is working. Yes. Now we can paste it right here and press enter. So this will add all of these secrets inside of our dashboard. There it is. It is done. Now all we need to do is we need to add the cron job. So let me show you how we can do that. So, okay, it is doing it. Let me just allow it to do it. And meanwhile, if you go to edge functions over here, go to secrets, you'll see that it has created both of these. It is creating more. But yeah, meanwhile, it is doing it. I'll go to SQL editor right here. Let's open a new editor. And here is where I'm going to create my cron job. So how do you create a cron job? You have to just run this code, vault.createSecret. And by the way, I've provided this code right here in the scripts, cronjob.sql. So you can copy it up from over here. Right, this is for the weekly tips, by the way. That one for the budget alerts. So for the weekly tips, I'm basically saying that every Monday at 9 a.m. So this is the expression for that cron job. You can understand more about it by asking ChatGPT and stuff. If this is a huge topic, if I went on to explain you how cron jobs work, right? And basically all we're saying over here is just trigger this weekly tips function and use these Supabase secrets of, service role key over here. We're providing the project URL right here. And yeah, that is all we need to do. Let's click on run. And this, okay, what's wrong? Schema CRON does not exist. I think we need to enable this service. If I'm not wrong, let's go to integration, or let me see. So actually inside of our database, we need to go to this extensions tab, and then we need to enable PG CRON over here. So let's just search it. I'll just search CRON. Yep, there it is. Let's enable it, enable extension. I think this should do it. Let's go back to our SQL editor and try to run this again. There it is. It is scheduled, I guess. Let's go and go to our edge functions, go to our weekly tips right here and click on test. Let's click on send request and see what happens. Okay, it says send. Let's go to my email and check. And there it is. Okay, we can see our logo is a bit blended in just like this. But yeah, you can use white logo probably. But yeah, we can see we have all of this data right here with the tips as well, the AI generated tips as well. Amazing. So this is working flawlessly. Now, the next thing that is remaining is for the budget alert. And that is something that I want you guys to do. Probably use some AI or something like that to understand it even better. Again, as I mentioned, this is not the part of React Native, like this bit out of our scope. So that's why I have just went a bit fast over here. But yeah, over here inside of Supabase, you can see I have added the function for check budget alerts. First of all, the whole index file for that. And in the script, I have also added the cron job to schedule it, right? So see this. Cool. So this is what I want you guys to do as a homework for this project. Go on and explore it and do it. And after you're done, the next step for you is to search Expo EAS. So basically Expo application server will help you to, deploy this app to the app stores and basically share with your team, right? So you can go on and explore this. This is one way, or you can also go on and build your app for Android and iOS. So yeah, these are the two homework for you guys to go and do this. And let me know in the comments down below if you've done it or not. And I would love to see your app running. And after all of this, next step is for you to prepare for interviews. So make sure to go on and click the link in the description down below to check out my complete front-end interview preparation course. Use the coupon code WEALTH to get the maximum discount.